Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 641-660. Chapter 641. You are so incompetent. Grandpa, Iger opened his mouth and looked at Siang Sun with his round eyes, and then looked at Marshal Kong next to her, his face full of incredulity, and he repeated the sentence in a daze. Good guy, he said. How could this guy Siang Sun always have such a position in the Navy, and even always have some inexplicable authority? He is obviously a Navy colonel, but in the end he was able to stand against Sakaski and leave the right to visit the Vegapunk R&D department. So it turns out that this guy is the granddaughter of Marshal Kong. This news is really too exciting. I said, you kid, you can't differentiate your priorities. Seeing Iger's reaction, he was paying attention to the relationship between Siang Sun and Marshal Kong, and the warring States General who was standing on the side couldn't hold back and said helplessly, this guy has a big heart. Is the focus now on the relationship between Siang Kaoru and Sara? How can it be? The most important thing right now is how to send back this big Buddha from CP0. Huh? You guys really can't find the point. Hey. Sure enough, Siang Sun, who was beside him, also glanced at Yi Ji with disgust. This guy usually looks very shrewd. Why did he become so stupid at this time? Cough, cough, cough. Marshal Kong also seemed to realize that Siang Sun inadvertently seemed to have exposed his relationship with her, so he coughed dryly and brought the topic back. This kind of thing will be discussed later. What did you and Vegapunk do to be able to provoke this guy? According to the urgency of the government agency espionage organization CP0, although there is only a slight possibility of suspicion, it is enough for them to do it. But this is also the side of the Justice Navy, even if it is the 5 old stars to give themselves face. Not to mention, speaking of CP0, their authority is not that big at all. As for the grievances between CP0, Tianlong and IG, Sara had also heard Karp mention it before. In his opinion, in today's matter, the guy CP0 is probably more likely to seek revenge. If Iger really didn't do anything excessive and couldn't find any evidence, he could use his own face to forcibly save Iger even after the guy Karp beat him up in a boxing situation. But if Iger really did something, or if it was really suspicious, so today, this matter, I am afraid it will develop in the most serious direction. He. While Marshal Kong's thoughts were flowing, a gloomy laughter slowly came out from the thick cloud of smoke on the main stage, and this voice is quite familiar to everyone. It is the white masked man who was smashed by Garp with a fist that everyone saw just now. This time, it wasn't just the Navy soldiers in the stands who were surprised. Even the Sengoku General, Marshal Kong, Iggy, and Siang Sun standing in the martial arts field, and even Garp himself. A big jump, especially Garp, as the initiator of the attack. He knows his punch the most, and it seems that he didn't hit any part of the guy in the white mask at all. In such a big battle, it was just the fist wind that escaped from the main stage. But he had been cultivating for decades, but he told himself that this white mask had been standing right in front of him all the time. Is this how the Navy treats guests? Or, Lieutenant General Karp, do you seem to have any opinion on our CP0? With the sound of the white mask, the smoke that shrouded the entire main stage slowly dissipated, and finally the scene in the martial arts field was finally presented in front of everyone. It doesn't matter if you look at it. Everyone present, the pupils are suddenly shrunk into a ball. This guy, under Karp's earth-shattering punch, he was unscathed. How is this possible? Siang Sun even cried out on the spot. Her perfect palm gently covered her pink lips, staring blankly at the scene on the main stage. Behind her, Marshal Kong and the warring States General saw this scene, and the expressions on their faces also became solemn. I saw that at this moment Garp still maintained the posture of punching forward, and his fist was indeed hitting the body of the white mask, as everyone saw just now. Everyone felt that their scalps were numb. After hitting the body of the white mask, Garp's fist went straight through. It literally penetrated the past. Garp's entire arm had been hit behind him through the chest of the white mask. Debris all over the place. However, what is terrifying is that Cap's arm has penetrated the white mask, but the body of the white mask has not shed a drop of blood, and he himself is completely uninjured. Laugh out loud. It's as if Garp's punch hit the misplaced space directly. It looks like it pierced the chest of the white mask, but in fact it didn't hit the white mask at all. Weird. Quite a strange ability. Even Iger couldn't help but feel tight in his heart when he saw this product showing this ability, and the danger rating of the white mask has risen by several grades again. It's no wonder that this guy was completely fine when he was thrown into the sea, because he just looks like he fell into the sea. But in fact this guy is theoretically impossible to fall into the sea at all. Now that you're in this position, it's impossible not to know. Karp. Just when everyone was a little dazed because of the ability displayed by the white mask, the cold voice of the white mask came out slowly again. Go directly to the members of CP0. I have the right to kill you on the spot. If you can kill me, try it. Although he was startled by the white mask when he heard what he said. Carp sneered with disdain and then provocatively said with a black face. Seeing Carp's disdainful face, the white mask was neither angry nor annoyed but just smiled softly. Hee, I'm not interested in killing you, but if you don't cooperate then I also have the right to kill other people. For example, this girl. Before he finished speaking, he took a step back and then his figure disappeared strangely. The next moment he appeared directly in front of Xiang Sun, and his palm wearing white gloves directly grabbed Xiang Sun's neck. Chapter 642. Did she die, or did Iger go with me? No. The white mask suddenly appeared in front of him, and Xiang Sun didn't have a chance to react at all. He was directly strangled by the slender palm with gloves, and then lifted up. The originally fair face instantly flushed red, and the few blue veins hidden under the smooth skin also burst out frantically, angering into several ferocious pythons, spreading from Xiang Sun's collarbone all the way to the base of her skull, and she herself was unable to make any sound. Her two palms tightly clasped the hand holding the white mask, trying to rip his fingers apart. However, even though that palm was wearing gloves, it looks incomparably slender, but the terrifying power contained in it is like a pair of iron pincers, and it does not move at all. Xiang Kairu. The sudden situation also shocked everyone. Garp, who was far away on the main stage, also had a dark face. Looking back at this sudden scene, the anger on his face had simply evolved into an undisguised killing intent. Domineering almost directly rolled into an invisible giant tornado. This guy, when exactly? Garp gritted his teeth and stared at the back of the white mask with hatred. However, he dared not. He had never heard of the ability displayed by this white mask, and he didn't know anything about it. He was afraid that if he punched him again, he would penetrate directly like just now and hit Xiang Sun on the body. If it really hits Nazi, let alone the white mask, Sara will directly fight with himself. This old guy is no less protective of his granddaughter than he is to these grandchildren. So at this moment, Marshal Kong, who was standing next to Xiang Sun, exploded directly like a dynamite keg met a burning bomb. The moment he saw this scene, Marshal Kong's domineering arrogance skyrocketed wildly, and the blood vessels all over his body were full of mad anger, even more exaggerated than Xiang Sun, who was strangled by his neck. The oppressive dark clouds have become more and more gloomy and gloomy. His granddaughter, right in front of him, was strangled by this guy in public and picked up. Not only did he directly threaten the safety of his granddaughter, but he didn't take himself seriously at all. Totally humiliating yourself. Kong has spent so much time in the sea in his life, and of all the enemies he encountered, which one didn't just do what he said and went straight up with his fists? The good guy is about to retire, and he was humiliated like this at his doorstep. Matter what world government CP0 he is, I'm sorry for the uniform on my body if I have to endure it. You guy, in front of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, do something to my Navy soldiers. Is it not possible to look down on my Navy headquarters? A gloomy voice, like the dark clouds above the sky, rolled slowly between Marshal Kong's throat, and an undisguised killing intent lingered in it. That killing intent was almost completely condensed into substance. Even the warring states generals and Iger standing beside him were already among the top echelons of the world's combat power, but they still felt a considerable chill. Being able to take the position of a naval marshal, the power contained in that seemingly old body is definitely not something that ordinary people can easily imagine. Rumble boom. The earth trembled faintly, staring blankly at the white mask, almost spitting out fire from the gleaming eyes. The dark cloud, which was getting darker and gloomier, also rolled violently. However, just when the thunder that was entangled in the clouds and the wrath of the gods was about to burst wildly, the white mask focused on Marshal Kong's extremely terrifying killing intent still smiled faintly. Just saying a word, the thunder that was rising all the way in the sky stopped abruptly. Marshal Kong, before you start, don't you think about your granddaughter's life? The words of the white mask made Marshal Kong stunned for a moment, but what he said next made Marshal Kong calm down. You can give it a try. Did you kill me soon, or did I kill this girl? This time, Marshal Kong, who was originally powerful enough to shake the sky and earth, didn't even exert his power, just like a car that couldn't be hung in gear, and went silent. The scene just now was too exciting, and Marshal Kong had no way to restrain himself, but when Bai Mask said that sentence lightly, he also instantly reacted to the current situation. The current white mask has already occupied an invincible position. In his hand, he is holding the most precious life in the entire naval headquarters. Just because of this person, Marshal Kong, the warring states general, and Garp all turned into wooden people almost in an instant, and they didn't dare to move at all. Xiang Sun. Before that, Iger had never thought that this girl who got along like a little ant would have such an important position in the Navy headquarters. The important thing is that Marshal Kong, who is so hot-blooded, can't wait to tear up the masked bastard in front of Marshal Kong and calm down in an instant. Looking looking coldly at the white mask that was about to be lifted towards Keiru's body with one hand. Iger didn't know why, but he felt that his state of mind had entered a strange state. In my heart, I made a decision for myself. Today this white mask and that Irene are all going to die. You put him down first, and you have something to say. Marshal Kong really used all his strength to control himself. He took a deep breath, suppressed all the domineering that escaped, and suppressed them all in his own blood, turning them into a stream of frenzied blood flowed against his head. In the face of Marshal Kong like this, Xiang Sun seemed to be quite dissatisfied. She grinned and squeezed out a rather hoarse sentence from her throat. Never mind. I hit he. What are you thinking? Your grandfather loves you so much. How could he be willing to hit me? Before Sara could speak, the white mask had already snatched the head over, chuckled and ran on Xiang Sun, and then turned his eyes to Yig and the others. The answer must be as soon as possible, otherwise it will be fatal. Iggy, come with me, or will she die? Chapter 643. Let her go and I'll go with you. Make decisions quickly. When he said this, the palm of the white mask always controlled Xiang Sun's neck. If Xiang Sun had not received the assiduous training from Marshal Kong like Luffy since he was a child, his domineering will have an absolutely solid foundation. For a while, I couldn't hold on, let alone talk. You. Hearing this kind of provocative words from White Mask, Marshal Kong only felt that his blood was on the rise, and he had no other thoughts in his mind other than directly tearing this guy to shreds. If it wasn't for the warring states behind him who had been holding him tightly, I'm afraid he would have been unable to control himself and rushed forward, looking at Xiang Sun's face from red at the beginning, gradually becoming paler and paler, and even a little bit about to turn blue. Marshal Kong's heart was as if a blade had been slashed, blood dripping. Pain. Even if Xiang Sun can rely on his domineering to resist for a while, that time is quite limited. In such a short time, he can decide whether to watch his granddaughter die, or let Iger follow this white mask. Go back. With CP0's urine properties over the past few years, those people who were finally taken away by CP0 in the name of cooperating with the investigation have never come back alive. So sending Iger out today is equivalent to letting Iger die. This alternative option, on one side is his granddaughter, on the other is the grandson of his best comrade in arms. How could it be possible for him to do such a choice? Inadvertently, Kong Yao Yao looked at Carp in the distance. It was a coincidence that the old guy on the opposite side was also looking at him from a distance, but unlike himself, Carp's face was full of expression at this moment. Firmly, far away at himself, slowly, but nodding quite firmly. Having been a comrade in arms for so many years, Sara understood the meaning of this guy almost instantly. The one time he nodded was to tell himself to send Iggy out and save Xiang Sun first. Although there is indeed a little bit in the subconscious, I hope he will make such a reaction, but this is definitely not something that Kong can do. Sacrifice the child of an old comrade in arms to protect his granddaughter? This kind of thing Kong, who has been upright all his life with steel and iron bones, can't do it at all. Hurry up, your granddaughter's life won't last long. Seeing that Marshal Kong was a little stunned, he was obviously caught in a tangle that he couldn't extricate himself from. Indeed, looking at Xiang Sun in the hands of the white mask, his face has become more and more ugly, and his beautiful big eyes have gradually lost their luster. At this moment, Marshal Kong was suddenly caught in a tangle because of Garp's nod. Seeing that Xiang Sun's breath was getting weaker and weaker, everyone in the entire martial arts field seemed to be silent involuntarily at the same time, and even their breathing stopped little by little. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiang Sun and Yi Ji in the martial arts field at the same time. Even everyone, the heartbeats seemed to melt together, and the thumping sound of the heartbeat slowly sounded in the martial arts field. Dong dong, dong dong. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Now the atmosphere in the field is not described as tense, and if one is not careful, it is the rebellion of the entire Justice Navy. In this strange silence, Iger also looked at the white mask full of arrogance and domineering all over his body. His eyes had condensed into ice, and an icy killing intent seemed to come from every cell in his body, permeates, flows into his studies, and spreads to his whole body along his bloodstream. Speaking of which, he didn't know why he felt this way. Seeing that girl was strangled by the neck, his heart seemed to be strangled, and the pain was throbbing, and it is precisely because of this inexplicable pain that the murderous aura of Dij almost condenses into substance. When did it start? Do you feel this way yourself? He doesn't know. In this situation, it seems that there is not much time for him to think. He is only thinking about one thing right now. In any case, this white mask must surrender his life today. In the suffocating silence, everyone suddenly heard a long exhalation sound, and almost instantly, everyone found the source of the sound. It was Yig, who was where everyone's eyes gathered in the martial arts field. He took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. Iger took a deep breath to suppress his crazy killing intent, then raised his head and stared at the white mask. The eyes outside said quietly. Let go of her and I'll go with you. Iggy, if you leave, you may not be able to come back. Don't make trouble. Hearing that Iger had made the same choice as his grandfather, Marshal Kong felt a sudden throbbing in his heart and then quickly reached out to drag Iger back behind him. However, when he met Iger's calm eyes without any turbulence, for some unknown reason, Marshal Kong's palm suddenly paused. His palms were staggered, grabbing an empty space. Iggy. Behind Marshal Kong, the Warring States general also stared blankly at Iger's back. The tip of his nose was a little sore. This little guy, in the presence of all three of their navy giants, actually has to stand up and take on something that shouldn't be taken at all. It's like making the faces of these old guys. There is no place to put them. The Justice Navy, compared with the world government, is still far behind. Marshal Kong's shouts and Sengoku's murmurs not only did not break the silence in the martial arts arena, but instead made everyone quieter. Everyone silently looked at Iger, who was walking slowly towards the white mask with anger in his heart, but more heartache. In the presence of the three major naval giants, they were still like this. How could such a thing be something that a man could endure? This white mask makes it clear that they are bullying these navies by relying on the power of the government. Among all the people, only Garp had a gratified smile on his face when he heard Iger's words. At the same time, the killing intent hidden in his eyes became more and more solid. Chapter 644. Don't worry, I'll be back. He really is a manly little man. In this heavy air that seemed to be filled with mercury, White Mask was the only one who laughed out loud. He looked down at Iger. His face covered by the mask did not know what kind of a pair he was. Expression, but from his tone, I could vaguely hear that this guy was smiling. It would have been better if it had been this way. Some people just want to find the best of both worlds. How can there be such a good thing in the world? After speaking, he released his palm and threw Siangsun in his hand to Marshal Kong. Although the latter said that he was about to have a heart attack, he was finally saved when he saw his granddaughter. Hurriedly reached out and took Siangsun over. Well, this is for you. Bring it yourself. Throwing Siangsun out, By Mask took out a set of handcuffs made of halustone from his arms and threw them to Yiji. After taking Halashi's handcuffs, Iger didn't hesitate, and without saying a word, he put the two cuff rings on his wrist. Cough 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 cough. After finally being able to breathe fresh air, Siangsun even felt a sense of rebirth and immediately fell into Marshal Kong's arms and coughed violently. However, after coughing a few times, the urge to cough was in the under Siangsun's strong suppression. She was suppressed, and then she suddenly opened her eyes and shouted at Iger, "Run, Ignatius. You can't go with him," or cough 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 cough. Although it was said that it was almost dying just now, it was impossible for Siangsun to not hear Iger's voice no matter what. Iger's decision, please pass it clearly into her ears. I thought it was an illusion, that I was dreaming, but who knows. It didn't take long for me to feel thrown out, and then, on my neck, the pressure like iron pincers suddenly disappeared. Suddenly air came in. Such a situation immediately made Siangsun understand that what she heard just now was not an illusion at all. This guy really wants to go back with that CP0. How does this work? Siangkaeru knew almost all of the things that IG had done for so many days. Even before this guy came to the Navy, he had already received various tasks from Paul Salino to investigate the so-called intimacy idea. And the reason why Paul Salino is so concerned about the idea of intimacy is, of course, because this is an instruction from above. Iger also has something to do with the idea of making out. The secrets of this person are probably more than that. He is so powerful, with such a smart and learned brain. Everything tells Siangsun this guy must have some secrets. And these things, Siangsun can guess. Those guys who specialize in espionage, it is even more impossible not to know. Life plans, intimacy ideas, and even some secret organizations are very likely to be related. These points are added together. If Iger falls into the hands of CP0 today, it is very likely that he will never come back. That kind of thing is something Siangsun would never want to see. Even just thinking about it a little bit makes my heart tremble wildly. He absolutely cannot be taken away by CP0. Grandpa, hurry up and protect him. Thinking of this, Siangsun was so flustered that his incomparably weak arm was firmly grasping Marshal Kong's arm and swaying gently. Drops of tears the size of beans rolled down from the corners of her eyes one after another, and the circles around her eyes and the delicate nose and cheeks were turned into a rich red with excitement. Coupled with her pale complexion, it looked extraordinarily special. Distressed. In the face of Siangsun's request, Marshal Kong just lowered his head and looked at her blankly, and suddenly felt that a dose of cardiotonic was injected into the heart that couldn't jump up. Warring States. Marshal Kong's eyes suddenly filled with anger, and he let out a low roar. In seeing Siangsun's appearance, the Warring States, who always treated her as a granddaughter, also felt a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. Today, whether it's Karp's grandson or my granddaughter. Marshal Kong stared at the white mask mask on the opposite side. The terrifying killing intent spread like a substance, and Xiang Sun, who was wrapped in this terrifying killing intent, also showed a relieved smile. Whoever it is, can't let this guy. It's okay, Marshal Kong. Before Marshal Kong could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Looking down, Iger had come over at some point, standing beside Xiang Sun and himself with an inexplicable expression on his face. Smile, just that smile. No matter how you look at it, there is a chill. He got closer again and said in a voice that only one could hear clearly, for a CP0 bastard, it's really not worth it to meet the wrath of the world government. Leave it to me, and promise to avenge Xiang Sun. You. Marshal Kong really didn't expect that this guy came over and said this to himself, saying that he wanted to avenge Xiang Sun. Can this kid figure out the situation? Now that he is clearly in danger, how can he still speak as if he is going to clean up others? Look at the pair of halostone handcuffs he wears on his hands. Iger, who can have such a strong combat power by relying on his fruit ability, is not different from an ordinary person now. Obviously he should not have any ability to resist, but Iger is full of confidence and emphasizes it again. Trust me, Marshal Kong, just protect Xiang Sun. After he finished speaking, before he could react, Iger took another step to Xiang Sun, stretched out the palm of his hand cuffed by Hai Lushi, and gently rubbed the latter's smooth hair. His tone suddenly became quite gentle. Okay then, just leave it to me. Don't do stupid things, do you hear? But you. Xiang Sun still had tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his eyes were pink. Looking at the Hailushi handcuffs on Iger's wrist, the meaning was self-evident. Hey, otherwise some things can't be done. Iggy didn't explain too much, just laughed softly. Iggy. Just as Iggy smiled and comforted Xiang Kairu, Garp's voice also rang beside him. Iger looked back and met Garp's eyes. After being together for so long, a tacit understanding has been born between the grandparents and grandchildren, and they both know what the other is thinking. Be safe. Chapter 645. Can't let them go like this. Is Lieutenant Eagle going to be arrested by him? This is too exaggerated. In front of the three giants of our navy, can they all take him away directly? You didn't look at that guy. Obviously he was choking Colonel Xiang Sun to threaten those three officers. But Lieutenant General Iger has no chance. You see, he's wearing handcuffs. The situation in the martial arts field can be said to be completely out of the predictions of all the Navy soldiers. They originally thought that there is a big three in the Navy, and this guy from the world's official CP0 will more or less converge slightly. A little. After all, no matter what, the Justice Navy is the largest armed organization in the name of the official government in the world. With this status, even in the whole world, it can be regarded as an absolute overlord. For such a behemoth on the sea, the three leadership-level giants within it, even in front of the 5 old stars of the world's main government, speak a lot. But it was these three big men with considerable weight standing in front of the man in the white suit, the white top hat, and the white mask, and they didn't make the latter feel any fear in his heart. Even if Lieutenant General Garp came up and attacked directly, he did not give the opponent enough deterrence. Instead, he let the opponent appear in front of Colonel Xiang Sun in one step and attacked Huang Long all of a sudden, obtained a chip that can directly coerce the three giants. Under such circumstances, whether it is Lieutenant General Garp with a burst of force, or a general in the Warring States period with superior intelligence, or Marshal Kong who has both strength and intelligence, there is absolutely no way to take this white mask, because the life of Marshal Kong's granddaughter is in that guy's hands. Every minute and every second really elapses. For a time, even if it is a Navy soldier at the bottom or a new recruit, no matter what kind of animosity there is between each other, at this time, it feels unpleasant in my heart. No matter how unpleasant it is at ordinary times, in the final analysis, they are all members of the Navy. For the organization they work for, almost everyone has a considerable sense of belonging. When I see so many people now, it is because of the appearance of one person, and appear helpless, of course, is uncomfortable to die. Everyone felt that the entire Navy had fallen into a kind of dead end. Either watched Colonel Xiang Sun, who was usually lively and cute like an elf, being strangled to death like this, or he had to hand over to create a new one. A miraculous Lieutenant General Iger, and Marshal Kong has no way to make any decisions. And it was at this time that Lieutenant General Iger, who should have been jointly protected by everyone and had just entered the Navy for only a month, broke this deadlock with those very calm words. In other words, the entanglement in Marshal Kong's heart was solved. Let go of her and I'll go back with you. It was such a calm sentence, and for a while, everyone felt a little sore at the tip of their nose. He clearly knew that this guy with a domineering attitude, strong background, and outstanding strength in front of him, his goal was to take him away, and it was very likely that he would never come back. But in this extremely worrying situation, he still made that one. Although there are some moral kidnappings, but still hope he makes the decision. Take the initiative. initiative to follow the White Mask. It not only solved the embarrassment that Marshal Kong was unable to save but also saved Xiang Sun. He even took the initiative to wear handcuffs made by Halestone. Lieutenant General Iger, a real man. Although it has only been a month since this guy came to the Navy headquarters, he has won the recognition of many Navy soldiers with the various miracles he has created and his terrifying strength. But at this moment, especially when he took the initiative to wear the Shanghai Tower, the moment he took the stone gloves, he won the respect of all naval soldiers. This is the responsibility a Justice Navy should have. And the most important thing is that this guy is only 8 years old now. At the age of 8, men Xian asked themselves if they were themselves under this scene. I am afraid they would definitely cry out and then bury their face in Grandpa's arms, waiting to be protected by others. And Lieutenant General Iger, at this time, can do it to such an extent. Even if he is taken away, everyone will never believe that he is a bad person. Absolutely not. Not only will they not be spurned, but they will also support it. This is an absolutely respectable man. Come on, what are you waiting for? Just when all the Navy soldiers looked at Iger, some miraculous changes had taken place, and Iger had also walked away from Xiang Kairu and Marshal Sara. He walked slowly towards the White Mask. Not only did he not have a trace of fear, anxiety, or fear on his face, he even had a faint smile on his face. Even if he was handcuffed with heavy handcuffs made by Halashi, he didn't seem to care. I can't hold it anymore. I went directly to the martial arts field to arrest people. Now that I've caught it, don't you hurry back to my old nest. Hearing such a slightly sarcastic remark from Iger, the White Mask was not annoyed and remained calm, nodding lightly and responding, he, what you said is quite reasonable. After all, I see that I am almost attracted to everyone's hatred in this naval headquarters. If you don't hurry up, say nothing unexpected will happen. If that's the case, it will be difficult to deal with you. That being said, he is not in a hurry. Now that his deterrent power has been achieved before Kong, Carp, and Sengoku people can't figure out their own abilities, he can arbitrarily take the lives of the Navy soldiers on the scene, and even wear them. Iger, who is handcuffed by Shanghai Lushi, can also become his own hostage. In this naval headquarters, it can be said that he is running rampant now. The only Iger who makes him feel a little jealous in terms of ability has also been tortured by Halashi. Now he, even Carp, Sengoku and others, the three of Sara, are staring at him, and they are not afraid at all. However, there are many dreams in the night, and the White Mask does not want to delay too much in this matter, so he simply prepares to get off the boat and go home. In less than half an hour, all the preparations for the voyage were ready. The White Mask took Irene and Iger, and behind them a group of crew members dedicated to the government had already boarded the returning ship. Standing at the port and watching the cross sails drifting away, Marshal Kong's murderous aura that had been repressed for a long time finally slowly burst out, and his voice was so cold that it could freeze into ice. We sailed with them and couldn't let them go. Chapter 646. Just like you. How dare you do it? Yo, your Navy marshals and generals still seem a little unwilling. The sailboat with the 5 o'clock cross sign slowly sailed away from the shore, and the White Mask stood at the stern, looking back at the busy sailors as if they knew what they were going to do. At this moment, the ship of CP0 has left the shore for a certain distance, about 100 meters. At this time, the White Mask looked back and saw that the Navy soldiers had already run down from their seats, row after row. Standing neatly on the shore, looking at the Navy warship at the forefront, there is a dog's head on the bow of the warship. On the shore, Marshal Kong, Sengoku General, Lieutenant General Garp and Xiang Sun in uniform boarded the warship one after another. At the back, Iger even saw Tom, Brother Will, Hokuto, Lao Jack, these familiar faces. What are these guys doing? However, White Mask didn't care about it at all. After all, there seemed to be no one else in this world who dared to take action against the world's official government, except for the mad fish man from a year ago. Maybe many people think that the most important reason why the world government can rule the world for thousands of years may be because of the rather violent institution of the Justice Navy. But in fact, in addition to the Justice Navy, the combat power of various organizations under the world's official government alone can already crush most of the country's national defense combat power. Just on this ship, regardless of the doctors and chefs accompanying the ship, these people are just tricks, but their combat power can at least be comparable to that of the Rear Admiral. In addition to these, as early as when the White Masks and the others came here to prepare for their mission, they were fully prepared and would never let this Iger escape. And now that Iger has been placed in handcuffs made by Shanghai Lushi, even if he has the ability of 108 kinds of devil fruits, he can't use it at all on this ship. The current Iger is not only a prisoner to be slaughtered by himself, but also a bargaining chip for the Navy behind him to dare to speak out. Well, after all, you are also the ship that the world's official government escorts suspicious suspects. The Navy has to send at least 2, 3, or 4 warships to escort them, right? Iger was somewhat surprised by this scene, and at the same time there was a trace of emotion in his eyes. These guys are going to set sail, and their purpose will definitely not be as simple as escort. Just from the empty space just now, judging from the expressions of the marshal and Garp, he would definitely not believe that this wave of sailing had no purpose. The idea of these old men, 80%, is to follow to some place where there is no one, and then take the opportunity to take them back. In order to do this, they will even destroy the corpse. Although he said that he has only been in the Navy for more than a month, he has more or less understanding of the temperament of the senior Navy officers, especially the old men like Kong, Garp, and Sengoku. He really felt that these elders came from the heart and dared to do anything for themselves and Xiang Sun. At this point, when he was looking at the original book on the screen, he never felt that the hearts of these old guys could be so crazy. Before following the White Mask onto the boat just now, Iggy looked at Garp and told him that he was alright, but the old man was still worried. After all, this righteous Navy is still a violent institution under the banner of the world government. Under such circumstances, they dared to make decisions on the world government's ship. This kind of courage has to make Iger feel quite moved. Mr. CP0, we will escort you well. Please don't deviate from the course. When White Mask and Iger were both looking back at the dog-headed warship, Marshal Kong's voice was coming from the loudspeaker above the dog's head at the back. Please don't drive too fast and keep a proper distance from us. He. The mask of the White Mask made it difficult to see his expression, but his disdain could be conveyed in the voice. He looked at the dog-headed warship behind him, wondering if he was talking to himself or asking Ige, you say, is this an escort? Shouldn't we wait until we go to a place where no one can see and shoot at us? No, Admiral really has this kind of brain. How is that possible? Irene, who was standing on the side, also twisted her waist and came over. Her voice was numb and charming. At this moment she was also wearing a mask, and a suit tightly wrapped her slender figure, but in Iger's eyes it was provocative, a touch of coldness. I've already achieved this position. Don't I have a point in my heart? The Navy still dares to take action against the ship of the world's official government. I'm afraid it doesn't want to do it at all, right? Don't you know the result? It was obvious that his hands were handcuffed by Halashi's handcuffs, but he didn't see how uncomfortable Iger was. Instead, he casually talked to the two of them. Those old men really just want to escort you. At most, they will go to Marijoa to speak for me and do something to you. That's how dare you. Hearing Iger's words, White Mask shrugged non-committally. Indeed, these guys, in the final analysis, still belong to the lower-level organs of the world's official government. Keep up. At most, go to Wu Laoxing and plead for this kid. It's just that, by the time they find the 5 old stars, this kid named Yi will probably already be. But just when the White Mask was a little bored and thought about Iger's words, Iger, who was sitting on the deck, spoke again. They won't do anything to you. I think it's probably because I didn't leave them any chance. Iger's words instantly attracted the gazes of White Mask and Irene, especially White Mask. Just as Iger's voice fell, his domineering arrogance surged wildly. But when he saw the Halashi handcuffs on Iger's hand, the originally condensed eyes suddenly relaxed. In his perception, the aura on this guy did not change at all. Are you daydreaming? Irene was also quite disdainful and kicked Iger in the face with high heels. Just like you are now. Do you still want to do it? Chapter 648 Sea Kings Reunite. I really don't know what your mind is thinking. Could it be that you were scared stupid? You haven't been conscious of a criminal since just now? Irene looked down at Iger, and there was a hint of pleasure in her charming narrow eyes. I don't know why, but today I cleaned up this Lieutenant General Iger, which made her feel a certain degree of pleasure. Are you able to interrupt when we talk? You're not conscious at all. You really don't know your situation at all, right? What a joke. Haven't given them a chance yet. Irene really laughed from the bottom of her heart. Is this guy's brain broken? With Halashi's handcuffs on your body, no matter how powerful you are, what can you do? Can't play it. It's not the same as Sherby. Haven't given people a chance yet. Talk as if you alone can take care of everyone on our ship. Now you, without the ability of the devil fruit, even if you want to solve a big white, it is impossible. You will only be tortured to death by his cruel means. What's more, on this ship, not only are she and the White Mask 2 CP0 standing, but there are 3 CP0 members in the cabin below the deck. Even if the strength is not comparable to the White Mask, that is at least a lieutenant level character. Under this lineup, this ordinary person who is bound by the ability of the devil fruit, if he wants to do it, isn't that just humiliating himself? These things were all poured into Iger by Irene in a more sarcastic way and in a tone full of ridicule. It's because of your arrogant and stupid personality that you let Sister Xiang Sun suffer that kind of experience, and the entire naval headquarters is humiliated because of you. In the end, she seemed to gently touch Iger's hair, but the words were full of sharp dark arrows. After saying this, she finally felt the anger that had been simmering in her heart these days, and she finally let it out. When she came out, she felt extremely relieved, especially when she thought that this guy would not live long. That Xiang Sun's expression made her very happy. When she was saying these words, Iger kept a smile that he didn't care much about, and only when Irene mentioned Xiang Sun, there was a hint of coldness in those black pupils. On the other side, White Mask also kept staring at Iger's face. Seeing the latter's expression so calm and calm, out of professional literacy, White Mask still felt that a strange feeling rose to his heart. This guy is too calm, but on his body he is clearly handcuffed. If he has no ability, what else can he do? Is the gymnastics domineering? Just kidding. All his strength was suppressed, and his hands were tied again. Where did he get the confidence to fight with so many people? The ability to summon Sea Kings at that time. Although I don't know what's going on, White Mask thinks that it should be a kind of devil fruit ability, and it should be suppressed by Hai Luxi's handcuffs. Because according to the absolutely reliable information they have investigated, the Sea Kings who can manipulate the Sea Kings have long been born on the Fishman Island. I.g. an ordinary human being is absolutely impossible except for the devil fruit. 6. Of course, even if this guy can really summon the Sea Kings, there is no threat at all, because this guy is standing on the same boat with himself now, and the operation of tearing up the boat like the original will only make him also trapped in the sea. At that time, he was fully capable of directly killing him before retreating. In this situation, he is not afraid at all, and he should know that once he falls into the sea, he will never have a chance to survive, and he should not do this. So, why is he still so calm? Pretending to be calm? He. After listening to Irene's ridicule with a smile on her face, everyone could see how cold the smile was. Of course, no one would care even if she saw it. Iger was neither angry nor angry annoyed. He didn't even reply. He just turned his head, stared at the White Mask quietly, and said lightly, "Don't you always look like you have everything under control? I want to know a little bit. Some things are beyond your cognition. How would you react?" Iger's calm eyes were projected directly on the face of the White Mask, and for no reason, a chill rose in his heart. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Iger in the perception of seeing, hearing and color suddenly changed. It seems that there is a mysterious atmosphere from the ancient prehistoric times which suddenly burst out from Iger's body. That ancient and vast and simple atmosphere, even if it is as strong as a White Mask, has no ability to resist at all. Outside the birth of an urge to kneel and worship, it is as if the 8-year-old boy in front of him is not a human at all, but a certain god that has been born since the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth. Boom! Almost in an instant, it seemed like an endless and vast breath swept away from Iger's body in an instant, and then spread rapidly, covering almost the entire coast in just a blink of an eye. Everyone, from White Mask to Irene, from Marshal Kong to Sengoku General to Karp and Xiang Sun, everyone from the top and bottom of the Navy headquarters even came to the Navy headquarters building. Not because of these, the brigadier generals and lieutenant generals who came forward in a commotion all felt at the same time that their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. A feeling of suffocation suddenly came to my heart. This kind of breath from ancient times, its oppressive power is only stronger than that of the Overlord. Even many naval warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles rolled their eyes and stood upright, fell over. Oh yo, the efficiency of these guys is really high. Above the building of the Navy headquarters, Paul Salino stood in front of the bright window and looked at the two warships slowly approaching in the distance. I just don't know, with such a strong aura, who will win and who will lose against the guy on CP0. On the other side, in the other room, a red-clothed Sakazuki was also standing in front of the glass window with his arms crossed, frowning and looking at the main government warship in the distance with a considerable degree of surprise in his eyes. What made him even more horrified was that on the skyline behind the warship, huge fins connected from left to right were rushing towards the Navy headquarters. Chapter 648. The wind and rain are coming. Whoops! Wave after wave of terrifying giant waves surged around the Navy headquarters frantically, overlapping layer by layer. Although there were not many high waves, the terrifying power contained in them was directly the entire ocean, and even the entire naval headquarters was shaken to the verge of collapse. Rumble boom! The red and black thunderclouds in the sky swallowed the thunder and lightning, slowly pacing from a distance and then entrenched in the sky, like a terrifying beast that swallowed the sky and devoured the earth, sticking out a scarlet tongue. Click! In the mouth of the swallowing giant beast, a huge thunder dragon with a thickness of several hundred meters burst out in an instant, directly tearing the entire Temu into two halves, and then disappeared in a flash. But this seemingly short-lived flicker seems to make the air all over the world stop the explosion, and then everyone feels that there seems to be a huge heavy hammer in the dark, and the hammer is in every above a person's heart. heart. That kind of heart palpitations, no matter what kind of Navy soldiers, admirals, or even the big three of the Navy standing on the dog-headed warship can't help but feel a strong heart palpitations. Strong vibrations flooded into the eyes of the three individuals. They looked up at the thunder behemoth entrenched in the sky, and then looked at the entire ocean that suddenly rioted in just a split second. Can't speak. The three of them are all men above this world, and their combat power can at least rank in the top 5. Although they said that because Xiang Sun was kidnapped, these three old men did not dare to do it, but their strength is here, and they are not. It is impossible to feel heart palpitations just because of a casual breath. That kind of feeling, as if his heart was tightly grasped by someone. This kind of amazing domineering. Which guy sent this out? Is it so terrifying? Also, what exactly is over there? Marshal Kong murmured and looked at the sea in the distance. At this moment there was a dense group of fins along the horizon in the distance is lined up in a row. If you observe carefully, you can also find that these big guys are getting closer and closer in this direction. What are those? How come there are so many? Could it have something to do with this sudden burst of terror and domineering? Marshal Kong was still in amazement on the other side, but the warring states on the other side seemed to have recognized it. What the hell are these black iron troops that swiftly swam over from the opposite side of the ocean? Are those Aquamans? Warring states pushed his black-framed round glasses, slowly sucking in a breath of cold air, and looked at the fins in the distance. Visually, it seemed that they must be tens of meters high in the near distance, but when he saw at the moment of this picture, a certain frame of picture suddenly flashed in his mind. That was when he talked to Capman. Yes, when Cap and Iger were still in Goa Kingdom, the two of them had a secret conversation. He remembered that Cap said to himself at that time about the Neptune class thing, but at that time, because of the mention of CP0 and Tianlong people, he also tightly grasped the tone. Now it seems that the scene is the scene of countless high dynasty saints that Karp described to himself at the beginning. In other words, this earth-shattering movement should be made by Iger. Sengoku glanced tentatively in the direction of Garp, who was also looking at him at the same time, and nodded at him quite affirmatively. That appearance was telling himself that this movement was made by Iger. This is really exaggerated. Although Garp was one of the parties at the time, he was naturally quite familiar with the perception of this breath. He said yes, that must be it, and for the current situation, it was even a pretty good thing. At least it shows that the current Iger should still have the strength to fight, but to convince him that a child who is only 8 years old can make him, as a general, feel a strong heart palpitations with this kind of momentum, this kind of thing is really exaggerated. He should have obtained the fetishes from us, so he was able to come up with this kind of battle. It seemed that he could see the shock in Sengoku's heart, and Karp explained without a trace, his eyes always looking at the main government ship in front of him, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. After the short fight just now, no, it doesn't even seem to be a fight. In fact, it was just a punch to the bastard, but Karp already had a considerable understanding of this guy's strength. Only 2 words, strong. Although it is said that if you give yourself some time, and in a one-on-one situation without hostages, the 3 people present, Sara, Sengoku, and yourself, all have considerable confidence that they can beat him, but it will take time. It is estimated that it must be quite long, because this guy's ability is really too weird. It's so weird that even if his domineering is 1 level worse, he can still use his ability to forcefully deal with him for a long time. Cap is still like this. Xiang Sun, who had just experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death under the hands of the White Mask, was even more worried. She looked at all the turbulent things around her nervously, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed under the gloomy sky. Huge red and black thunder dragons flickered in the dark clouds, and the wind was like a group of bloodthirsty little creatures, howling like a demon, while wave after wave of waves rolled up frantically, shaking the whole world. Even in the distant sky, there is a group of extremely huge terrifying creatures, madly rushing towards here. This kind of apocalyptic scene is something Xiang Sun has never seen before. She has absolutely no idea who came up with this battle. All she knows is that there is an earth-shattering battle that is about to take place in the Navy headquarters. The door burst violently. At the same time, on the ship of the world's main government, a rush of high heels stomping on the ground sounded on the deck, and then everyone saw that Irene, who was originally standing beside Iger, suddenly, as if someone had thrown a hammer in the head, he took a few steps backwards. There is no other reason. It is naturally the shocking breath that Yige suddenly burst out. This kid. Irene's face turned blue and purple for a while. The sarcasm just now disappeared, replaced by a strong disbelief. Chapter 649. So, let's get started. How is that possible? Irene let out a loud cry. Her slender figure seemed to be possessed, and she was completely out of control. The sharp high heels stepped frantically until they hit the fence on the edge of the deck and finally stopped, and Irene, who finally suddenly stopped, didn't have time to rejoice that she didn't fall into the riotous sea water, but gave the boss a pair of charming eyes and stared blankly at the other side of the deck sitting in front of the railing, the distance from IG, who is a few dozen meters away. At this moment Iger was still sitting there quietly, even with that calm smile on his face, but even under this calm appearance, Irene did not dare to act rashly because she had really felt the terrifying aura from that Iger's body, which was enough to crush her whole body. This guy is too exaggerated. Until this time, Irene seemed to finally realize the changes in the surrounding environment. Looking at the terrifying thunder dragon circling in the sky, the violent hurricane that rolled over the sea, and the turbulent waves that almost overturned the entire ship, she really couldn't believe it. It was made by the 8-year-old child in front of him. He is not already handcuffed by Hylushi. A devil fruit-capable person who is handcuffed by Halustone will lose strength all over his body, and he can't even motivate his domineering. This is common sense. How could this guy burst out with such a powerful aura when he was handcuffed by Halushi? Moreover, what I am saying is that he is also the most senior member of the espionage organization in the entire world, and his own strength is at least the level of lieutenant general, and he has even been able to touch the threshold of a brigadier general. With this kind of strength, he would be shocked like this because of this guy's tyrannical appearance. This is completely beyond Aaron's comprehension. Compared with Irene, who was directly shaken out by dozens of meters, she has always been a fairly calm white mask, but she still stands firmly in place, as if the overlord that suddenly burst out of him just now was an illusion. It's really a big battle, Lieutenant General Iger. Right on the ship of the main mansion, White Mask naturally knows who is responsible for this kind of battle, but although this Iger can make such a big battle with Halushi handcuffs, but after seeing that he was just summoning these Sea Kings, White Mask's heart was relieved. So many Sea Kings were summoned all at once. I am a little scared, but there are only Sea Kings, but it is not enough to let you escape. White Mask said this in his heart, then spread his hands and looked at Iger, expressing that he did not agree with his approach. Of course, there are only these Sea Kings, and of course there is no way to solve this problem perfectly. Hearing the words of the White Mask, Iger also slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it seemed that a sea blue streamer was escaping from his eyes, causing the White Mask that looked at him to be completely blinded. Feeling dizzy, he slowly stood up, turned towards the sea, and looked at the row of fins that were rapidly magnifying in his field of vision. My purpose for finding these guys is just to keep this ship from going out again. Seeing these Sea Kings swimming and gathering again, Iger actually had a very familiar feeling in his heart, as if these guys had become his own family. Intimacy is getting higher and higher. Just as they were talking, the rows of tall fins, like airships at sea, quickly reached the waters near the Navy headquarters. I felt the almost endless aura of the sea god emanating from Iger. One by one jumped out of the water with their huge bodies, and some even screamed. That scene was like greeting Iggy. Everyone was staring blankly at this scene. There were tens of thousands of huge Sea Kings, one after another like a tide, and one next to another, almost draining the sea water in the entire sea area. Look around the naval headquarters, densely packed with those smooth backs of the Sea Kings. The entire sea is surrounded by water. Even the sea water between the dog-headed warship and the main government warship has been filled with the huge body of the Sea King. What's the matter? When Marshal Kong watched this scene, he was a little stunned for a while. It was enough that these dense Sea Kings gathered here. After coming here, the original brutal nature didn't show at all. Instead, he was obediently lying on the sea surface. This warring states also stared blankly at the Sea Kings that were neatly arranged in the sea. These guys not only occupied the periphery so that the ships of the main mansion had no way to leave, but also at the same time, there was also a large group between the dog-headed warship and the main government ship so that the dog-headed warship could not get close at all. Is this what Iger meant? Sengoku turned his head to look at Garp and asked, "This kid probably doesn't want us to intervene. After all, our identity is to attack the ships of the world's official government. If it doesn't work, the entire navy will be affected." Garp nodded, looking at the direction of the main government ship, and there was an indescribable complex feeling on his face. Xiang Suan, who was behind him, also heard the conversation between the two giants, and he couldn't help but worry. Lieutenant General Garp and Sengoku General also have their own grandfathers, who are high-level officers of the Justice Navy. But why is Iger not a general of the Navy? To completely isolate these three giants now, it is obviously to exclude the Justice Navy. After this, what will happen to Yiji's fate? No one can tell. Looks like you guys are having a great time. Iggy stretched out his hand, touched the heads of these big guys, and smiled quite kindly. Go and surround this sea. Remember, don't let anyone pass through here. Encircle this sea. The White Mask just watched this Iger do these things and didn't stop him, just quietly watched him finish foolish at all. Do you think that if you surround this ship you will be able to trap us? He, how is that possible? Iggy smiled faintly. Because of this, I can perform with confidence. Chapter 650. Let me see. CP0. Performing. It's a good word to use. The White Mask sneered, looking around at the Sea Kings who blocked the entire sea area and felt a little troublesome in their hearts. These Sea Kings don't know why they can obey Iger's command and surround the entire sea area. Under such circumstances, their ship really can't move at all. If you want to leave here, you can either get rid of all these Sea Kings and make a bloody way out, or you can directly solve the Iger in front of you and the Sea Kings will naturally disperse. If this is the case, then the goal is clear. The eyes behind the White Mask stared at Iger, and a trace of coldness gradually crawled out. Eileen. The White Mask looked back at Irene, who was directly knocked back by dozens of meters, and said lightly, "Notify the guy inside. Come out and open the way. Others hide for me. This guy, I'll teach him a lesson." Okay. Irene just reacted, sorted out her messy hair, nodded in agreement, and then looked at Iger with some gloating and some hatred and sneered. Just enjoy, Lieutenant General Iger. CP0's method is something you have never experienced before killing. After speaking, he turned around and walked straight into the cabin. Quack quack. Irene just pushed open the cabin and there was a sound of joint movement on the deck. It was the joints of the White Mask above and below the moving body. I really didn't expect it. While the White Mask was moving, he said with a faint smile, "I was thinking about waiting for some unpopulated place or our CP0 base to deal with you, but looking at you like this, it seems that you can't wait." He, that's right, I really can't wait. Not only the White Mask but Iger also slowly started warm-up exercises, but as the temperature of his body gradually rose, the smile on his face became colder and colder. With the thunder flashing in the sky, it exudes a murderous intent that seems to condense into reality. Let me see what's going on. One piece of this stuff, take it. On the dog-headed warship in the rear, the Warring States General came to Garp's side and wanted to grab a lens tube with his own eyes, but he was pushed away by Garp, very disgusted, and handed him a telescope. After sailing with Iger for so long, the people on the dog-headed warship have long been accustomed to watching Iger. Every time they supply supplies, they will buy a few telescopes to come back. Over time, almost everyone will have a telescope which is for special use. Come to watch Eagles battle. At this moment, everyone on the dog-headed warship is holding a telescope and looking straight at the situation on the opposite main government ship of countless Sea Kings. Huh? Eagle? It doesn't matter at this sight. Everyone gasped at that time. This Iger is actually going to start with that White Mask. He didn't even take off the handcuffs. How could he be that guy's opponent? Xiang Sun's eyes were about to be bigger than the binoculars of the telescope. She looked at the deck from a distance, and Iger, who was moving with a cold smile on his face, had no way of imagining that in this state, the Eagle, who is actually going to fight with the White Mask with extremely strange abilities. How could this be possible to win? Moreover, winning is not enough at all. If that guy escapes and returns to the world's main palace, when he comes back again, the entire Justice Navy will change. In other words, today's battle, the conditions for victory, can only be solved by everyone on the entire main government ship, and in this state, Iger, I am afraid it is quite difficult to even defeat that White Mask. Lieutenant General Garp, who had played against him, had the most experience of this. Iggy, you have to be careful. Garp, who had played against the White Mask, also looked at Iggy on the deck with some worry. He was the only one who had played against the White Mask, and the evaluation of this guy was quite dangerous. Even if it was himself, simply defeating him with domineering will have some difficulties, let alone Iger. It was still Iger, whose hands were already handcuffed by Hailishi. Iggy, can you do it? Marshal Kong and Sengoku General are also quite worried. A person whose hands are handcuffed and his devil fruit ability sealed again, it is impossible to deal with a guy that even Garp finds very difficult. This point, the White Mask standing on the main ship is also well aware of it. Iger in this state has no chance at all to defeat himself. Are you serious? With your handcuffed hands, your devil fruit ability is sealed, and you can only fight by domineering. Can you really defeat me? Looking at Iger's eagerness to try, the White Mask also sneered at Yi. Hey, I was indeed handcuffed by you guys, but who said that my abilities can't be used when I'm being handcuffed by you? Facing the ridicule of the White Mask, Iger was neither angry nor annoyed, but smiled lightly and said this inexplicably. Are you kidding me? The White Mask frowned. Although it was common sense to say that Hailishi's ability to suppress the devil fruit was common sense, he couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart when faced with Iger's words. Hey. Iger didn't speak anymore, just smiled and looked at the White Mask on the opposite side, and then his mind moved. In the eyes of the White Mask and even all the spectators, a black line slowly spread from Iger's arm, slowly emerged. This is. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the White Mask instantly shrank into a ball, as if seeing the most incredible incredible thing in this world. How is this possible? Not only the white mask but even everyone on the dog-headed warship not far away has the same ghostly expression, because they saw helplessly around Iger's body there was a black thing. That black is absolutely no stranger to everyone, because that mass of black matter is exactly the power of Iger's dark fruit. How is this possible? As if to remind everyone that this was not an illusion, the black substance around Iger slowly wriggled and then wrapped around the handcuffs like two vines. The toughest handcuffs are broken. Bang. Okay then, let me see the strength of CP0. Chapter 651. What? The handcuffs are fake? What? At such a close distance, I can actually see the scene that directly ripped apart the world view. Almost instantly, the pupils of the white mask instantly shrunk to the size of the tip of a needle. Is Halustone a fake or this handcuff? Is his brain broken or the whole world is going crazy? Halustone. Halashi. Doesn't it actually have the slightest restraint effect on those with devil fruit abilities? Why on earth is this guy able to use his abilities? After all, the white mask is also the most senior espionage officer in the world's official government agency. No matter what, I still know that many secrets in this world exist. He has been out for so many years and has traveled all over the world. Naturally, he has seen some countries and some races in the world with some magical powers that completely surpass human cognition. For example, when the long-haired people are in the full moon, they will gain a magical power in the moonlight and they can transform into a new species. For example, the long-handed people's arms have a full 3 joints, and every joint can move in space. In some mysterious races in the secret realm, some people can grasp the power of time and space through intuition. Of course, among these miraculous races, he has also seen some races of devil fruit capable people who fell into the sea and survived. Yes, the Murlocs that turned the world upside down some time ago. But even these guys who are born in the sea, after eating the devil fruit, they will absolutely lose their ability and swimming ability when they fall into the sea. The reason why they can survive is only because of their body. It's just an organ called gill. And even these guys, after being handcuffed by Halashi, will definitely lose their devil fruit abilities. Because after all, this is a curse from the gods. Obtaining the ability of the devil fruit is equivalent to signing a contract with the devil, which is equivalent to joining the devil's camp. At this time, people will be cursed by the sea god, completely lose any ability to swim, and even be born in the seafloor stone station with the breath of the sea god in the sea is fully restrained. This is common sense that everyone in the world knows. When the scene in front of him appeared, let alone as a CP0, he was well informed. Even if he showed it to that guy in Vegapunk, he would definitely pop out his eyeballs. Right? What's the matter? Just like what the white mask thought, it's not just him who cares about this matter. At this moment, he is standing on the dog-headed warship holding a telescope, always paying attention to everyone in Yig on the main ship, all at the same moment, and at the same time took a deep breath. How is this possible? Whether it was Marshal Kong who was staring at the white mask, or the warring states generals who were watching the Sea Kings next to him, or Xiangsun and Garp who were looking at Yig on the ship with great concern, all of them were at the same time. He opened his mouth wide and his whole brain fell into a state of downtime. Is this Halashi's handcuffs fake? What the hell is this? Iger, the whole world knows that he is a person with superpowers. He was definitely restrained by Halashi, but this Nima can also use the power in the handcuffs of Halashi. Still, and his grandmothers directly broke Halashi's handcuffs. What the hell is this? Apart from the fact that Halashi's handcuffs are fake, I can't find any explanation. For a time, no matter how worried Rao Shigarp and Xiangsun were in their hearts, they were all filled with astonishment and ignorance. This guy, although it has been said that his performance has always been quite unreasonable, for example, at the age of 8 he can grow as strong as 16, he can fight a vice admiral at the age of 8, and he can even use there are many enemies, and even an 8-year-old can use his own abilities to create a pacifist that can defeat Vegapunk's works. But these, no matter how exaggerated, there are more or less possibilities. After all, this guy still bears the bloodline of Lieutenant General Garp, and at the same time obtained a super devil fruit at this age. More, it was through a perverted opportunity that he acquired several super abilities. So no matter how strong this guy is, it's not surprising at all. But under the control of Halustone, the ability to use the devil fruit is actually far beyond common sense. This thing has nothing to do with age at all. Moreover, even if you can use the ability, can you directly use your ability to break the sea tower stone? How powerful is this? You bastard! It's always surprising. Of course, no matter how shocked the people on the dog-headed warship were, it was far inferior to seeing how Iger used his devil fruit ability under Halashi's restraint and suppressed Halashi directly. The handcuffs made the white mask's heart vibrate violently. Even if he had always been calm, he couldn't hold back at this time, and the eyes hidden behind the mask became colder and colder. Now, he no longer has the calmness he had just now. The killing intent in my heart rose wildly in a posture that was absolutely impossible to restrain, directly breaking through the highest limit. This guy is too dangerous. Even with the seafloor stone, it can't be locked at all. He couldn't think of any other way to deal with it except to get rid of him immediately. Grumpy. Every blood vessel in his body swelled up in an instant, and the blood flow one after another began to accelerate frantically, as if it was the surging domineering of the sea, and it boiled in his body in an instant. There seemed to be a buzzing sound in the air, and then on the pure white body of the white mask, a layer of white light fluorescence condensed and covered the surface of his body. It's a little white. I'm afraid it's really hard to find the white fluorescence covering the surface of the body. I wanted to leave you to clean up after returning to the base. Although the change in the white mask does not seem to be large, in Iger's perception, the degree of danger is completely different. But since you're in such a hurry, it's okay to justify you here. Fugitive Eagle. Chapter 652 White Mask vs Eagle. Fugitive. At this moment, Iger has been completely liberated from the seafloor stone handcuffs, and a stream of black gas is wrapped around him, as if he has life, like a thin snake after another slowly twisting, faintly echoing the thunder dragon flashing in the sky, the turbulent boiling sea water, and the gust of wind that wanted to tear everyone's clothes to shreds. No one can imagine that just a few seconds ago, this guy was still a suspect who was handcuffed by Hai Lushi. Not only did he have a harmless smile on his face, but even the breath on his body had converged to the deepest. It's like an ordinary ability person suppressed by Halustone. But just now, this guy not only relied on a rather terrifying aura, he knocked back Irene, who is a CP0, and even broke the Halushi handcuffs on his hands in front of everyone. Now he looks like he forcibly tore a crack from the fragile seal like a piece of paper, and it is like a peerless beast that broke out of the cage with absolute tyranny. What about Lieutenant General Iger just now? And now you want to do it, so you call it a fugitive. Iger stood there like that, but the breath exuding from his body was as vast and violent as the sea, as if it was integrated with the rioting sea water around him. He looked at the expression of the white mask and smiled lightly. Although it was said that Iger was a little surprised because Iger had done something that was beyond common sense, but in the face of Iger's breath as vast as the sea, he did not retreat. Heaven and earth are all auras that stop changing color, and there is no ordinary existence at all. Just now, you were indeed a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy just now, but when you broke free from Halushi's handcuffs, you were no longer a Lieutenant Admiral. You refused CP0's investigation and attempted to escape, so I should call you a fugitive now. This is the basic logic of CP0's work. Let me tell you directly first, we suspect that you are related to something. Please cooperate with the investigation. If you do not cooperate, it is absconding in fear of crime. If you cooperate, then they will lead them to a secret place for executions. Anyway, they are already wearing Halushi's handcuffs on their bodies. Whether it is ability or physical skills, they have been firmly restricted. At this time, it is basically equivalent to being slaughtered. It is because of such domineering logic, coupled with the incomparably tough backstage of the world government behind them, almost as long as they want to do, there is nothing they can't do. Until today, this Vice Admiral Iger can be said to be one of the hardest stubborn stubble to deal with in the CP0 mission for so many years. The good guy directly broke the Halushi handcuffs on his hands. This kind of plot is quite bad. According to their CP0 internal standards, they can fully support the fugitive, but even so, it also saves the trouble of White Mask transferring Iger to a certain base, so to a certain extent, it also completely releases the anxiety in White Mask's heart. I have already wanted to take revenge on this guy. The death of Saint Chermak has caused me to be severely punished by the world's official government. If it weren't for his special abilities, he could almost be considered invincible. I'm afraid he would have already died under that harsh criminal law. Although he didn't lose his life and CP0 didn't fire him, but the status he had in CP0 at the beginning was already one heaven and one underground. A little girl who hated each other with him actually climbed to the position of the leader of CP0. This kind of thing is absolutely unbearable, and all of this is caused by the stinky little devil who is only 8 years old. He wants revenge. This flame of revenge has always been burning in his heart. Although he has always been suppressed by his strong and tenacious character, he has persisted until this technological competition between Iger and Vegapunk, and he was taken away on the spot. However, he found that the closer he got to this opportunity for revenge, the more fiery the flame of hatred in his heart burned. Iger's operation this time was exactly the flame that he had been suppressing in his heart detonated. So, my approach to fugitives. The White Mask slowly used the eyes hidden behind the mask to lock on Iger, who was a few meters away. The breath that was not weaker than Iger was also accompanied by killing intent and burst out from his body body instantly, but it is to kill on the spot with absolutely no mercy. Before he finished speaking, the killing intent in Bai Mask's eyes, which was as sharp as a blade, had reached an uncontrollable extreme. He took a step forward with his legs and feet, and the figure disappeared in a strange place. Either almost or at the same time, in Iger's perception, the white mask didn't seem to move at all. It just took a step, and it directly crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters and appeared directly in front of Iger, with a palm like a knife, with the white light on it poking towards Iger's chest without any fancy laugh. There is absolutely no way to describe it as extremely fast. This is all about the distortion of the space. The palm knife of the white mask just stretched forward as if it had passed through the space and appeared in front of Iger's chest. So weird. The sudden attack was completely incomprehensible. It was as if the air in front of his chest suddenly turned into a palm knife and it was torn apart fiercely. I didn't perceive the domineering arrogance of Xian Wenqi at all, because there was no sign of this attack at all. Iger just felt that his scalp exploded in a flash, and the pores all over his body were madly stretched, and it was too late to do anything. The reaction can only condense a transparent barrier on the chest by instinct. No one delays anything. Just as the barrier is condensed, the palm knife of the white mask has been slashed on the transparent barrier. The palm of the hand collided with the glass-like transparent barrier, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing, and a group of sparks exploded instantly. Iger just felt an indescribable force coming from his chest, and then he just felt a tightness in his chest, and the internal organs all over his body seemed to be displaced. The attack of the white mask actually bombarded the barrier, and that kind of force was able to pass through the barrier and pour out on Iger's chest. Bump. Between the gigantic force and swallowing, Iger's figure shot out like a shell out of the chamber. Chapter 653 White Mask Fruit Ability. Bump. After receiving the fierce slap from the white mask, Iger's figure shot out in an instant. The iron lever behind him did not show any effect at all, and there was no obstruction at all, and he was directly smashed by Iger's back. Call out. Iger's figure was like a cannonball filled with countless gunpowder, and it flew out at an absolutely terrifying speed. In just a blink of an eye, the whole person had broken through the iron railings and flew out for hundreds of times against the sea. Meters away. Whoa. The sea surface was cut open in an instant, and the sloping water wall directly lifted dozens of meters high. Iggy. Far above the dog-headed warship behind, Xiang Xuan, who saw the scene through the binoculars, screamed out, his big eyes full of horror. Is this serious? Didn't Iger have a draw with Kuzan before? It was so fast, and it was just a face-to-face and was sent flying. Is that white mask so strong? In this case, can Iger still defeat the white mask? Iggy. Looking at Iger through the binoculars, Garp's face was also a little dignified, and there was even cold sweat seeping out from his dark forehead. He who had played against the white mask just now knew best that this guy was so arrogant and domineering, so surly and frivolous, not without reason. This guy is quite strong, not only because of his sick style and domineering cultivation has reached an incomparably superb realm, but also because of his incomparably strange fruit ability. And this is the capital that he can run rampant and domineering like this. Should we help Grandpa? Garp was still pondering the ability of the white mask. Xiang Keiru had already dropped the telescope in his hand and ran to Marshal Kong's side, holding the latter's arm and shaking wildly, his big eyes full of prayer. I'm afraid Iger doesn't want us to help him now. Besides, we still have things to do now. Before Marshal Kong could respond to Xiang Keiru's prayer, the Sengoku general turned his head. His tone was filled with helplessness. Their bodies were rolling frantically in the sea, and blood flowed from their bodies one after another, and the people who created these wounds were the CP0 members led by Irene. The purpose of these guys is not just to clear the way for that ship. I am afraid that after finishing these Sea Kings in the sea, they will go directly to the base. These things today, no matter what, have come to this point, and Iger has now started with the white mask. If this kind of thing is passed back to the world's official government, I am afraid there will be some results. You will all know how it will be. When the Warring States General arrived, everyone's eyes turned away from Iger for a while, and then they all turned their attention to the Warring States General with a trace of thought in their eyes. Yes, today's matter has reached the point where it is now out of control. No matter what the outcome of the victory today, the final outcome will not be good. After all, Iger is a member of the Navy, especially now he still carries the rank of Vice Admiral. This identity directly fights the officials of CP0. If this matter reaches the ears of the world's official government, I am afraid they are the senior Navy will be implicated. In other words, they already belong to the state that they are now, and there is no way to go back. This kind of thing, as long as there is a little bit of wind in the ears of the 5 old stars, they will be finished. So, today's vote, either don't do it, or do it directly to the end. The black round-rimmed glasses of the Warring States period reflected light, and he slowly swept his gaze to every nation Navy soldier on the ship, and every Navy soldier, even the sergeant of the Navy, even Siang Sunkarp who was free, understood him at the same time. The purpose. Then, Warring States said in a deep voice, I don't need to tell you what to do. Marshal, what do you think? He. Hearing Warring States asking for his opinion, Sara just showed a ruthless smile. Of course, he knew that Warring States didn't care what he thought at all, because he knew that he must be on his side and would say so. I just wanted to seek my own authorization. I just responded lightly. You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. However, we still have to do what we should do, right? Whoa. Just when a group of people on the dog-headed warship reached a consensus, when they were preparing to collectively attack CP0, the battle situation between White Mask and Iger on the other side became more and more nervous. The salty sea water was slashed by Iger's heels. The water walls on both sides turned up high, and in the middle of the two water walls, Iger's figure flew out like a cannonball. The mouth is quite beautiful, but the actual ability is really worrying. Seeing that Iger flew a few hundred meters away in an instant, the White Mask still mocked him casually, and then the long legs took another step forward, and the whole body was like passing through the tunnel of time and space, and in a flash, he caught up with Iger, and even came to the place where Iger's flight path must pass. Immediately afterwards, the white light flashed again on the palm of the White Mask, and then aimed at the head of Iger, who was rushing fast in front, and slashed down. This time, Iger also made preparations early, although he still did not perceive when the White Mask was catching up, but as long as he needed time to attack, Iger could make an absolutely tough defense. As soon as his mind moved, Iger didn't have any dawdling. His domineering was fully opened in an instant, and a transparent barrier was formed directly in the distance of a punch or so from his head. After this attack and defense just now, Iger had clearly felt that the ability of this White Mask was really strange. The barrier fruit was a veritable absolute defense, able to resist all explosions, shocks and even slashes. But just now, Iger felt that part of this guy's domineering could actually hit his body directly through the protection of the barrier. This ability also makes Iger have to guard against it. If this kind of power penetrates the barrier and hits his brain again, then this is a defense. However, in the face of Iger's defense, the corners of the White Mask's mouth also showed a disdainful smile, and with a flash of the palm of his hand, he actually penetrated the barrier in a weird way, and patted Iger's head angrily without any hindrance. Chapter 654 Strong, Offensive, Laugh. The palm emitting a gleaming white light seemed to have disappeared from the space strangely before touching the barrier, and then drilled out from the other end of the space. Although there is no such terrifying power that makes the world shake, but with the domineering sense of seeing and hearing, Iger can feel that on the white palm of the White Mask the gathering is able to give all defenses shredded terrifying destructive power. Even his own barrier fruit can penetrate, not to mention his own head. The scalp exploded in an instant, and a sense of danger that had never been seen before filled Iger's heart. His pupils had already shrunk to the size of pinholes when he saw the palm of the White Mask penetrate the barrier, but between the lightning and flint there was not much time for him to be amazed why the palm of the White Mask could directly ignore Iger's defense and penetrate it. If the dodge was not timely enough, his head would be bombed directly. Without any hesitation, a trace of black lines emerged directly from under Iger's cheeks, and then it seemed to be a terrifying gravitational force that could attract everything in the world, and a small area around Iger's head burst open. Under the tyrannical gravitational force, even the space itself was distorted beyond recognition, and at the same time, the white palm of the White Mask froze for a while. In such a short time, a silver-white dazzling light flashed in Yiji's pupils, and then the surging thunder light lit up from his body, and the whole body turned into a flash of lightning in a flash, and it was very fast. Running away, a distance of hundreds of meters flashed in the blink of an eye. At the same time as Iger's figure flickered out, the palm of the White Mask also successfully broke through the shackles of gravity, and rudely ripped apart the space again. It is to tear open a crack. The pitch-black space cracks spread along the palm of the White Mask like a wandering dragon. It crossed a distance of several hundred meters in an instant, chasing straight in the direction of Iger's dodging. Scoff. The crack in the dark space is like a pure black lightning, but this lightning does not directly blast the air, but absorbs all the air in the sky. Whoa. The air that fills the sky is like water flowing out of a cut bottle, leaking crazily from the cracks in that space, and in just a short moment it turns into a turbulent wave, and even the sea water under tens of meters. They were sucked up and then poured into the huge crack. Even Ig was no exception. The air behind him seemed to suddenly incarnate into invisible Hercules one after another. Ig densely lined up behind him, condensing an incomparable force, turning his body towards him. Push in the direction of the crack with all your strength. The figure that was originally shot out suddenly slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, there was no longer any speed relative to the ground. After that, his body began to move towards the ground completely. In the opposite direction, slowly accelerate. The direction is exactly the direction in which the dark crack spreads. Swish. The dark cracks spread very fast, and they approached Iger almost instantly. The dark nothingness, with an indescribable coldness, stimulated Iger's cells all over his body to be a little stiff. What the hell is this white mask's ability? It's so weird. Ig couldn't help roaring in his heart, but he sighed and sighed. He really wanted to keep himself standing. He didn't have the courage yet. This was a crack in space. If he got involved in it, no matter how strong his body or domineering was, will definitely be crushed to pieces. This kind of thing can definitely be regarded as the ceiling of destructive power in the pirate world. He doesn't have the guts to contaminate it with his mind like electricity. Iger didn't have any time to think about countermeasures. Under this situation, all the defensive methods he relied on were almost ineffective. Just like the white mask directly penetrated his own barrier just now, it is essentially a spatial phenomenon, and it will not even be judged as an attack by the causal law of the barrier fruit. Including this crack is also a phenomenon of nature itself. If your own barrier is placed here, it will also be penetrated, or it will be directly torn apart by the dark crack. In this case, it seems that all he can rely on is still gravity. After thinking about the countermeasures quickly, Iger didn't dare to delay any longer. The two pupil cores instantly turned into pitch black color, and then clumps of viscous black matter began to seep out of his body again, almost completely covering his entire body. People are all wrapped in it. Immediately afterwards, Iger's thoughts moved, and the clumps of black matter were quickly peeled off from Iger's body and merged with each other to form a larger mass of black matter, as if a black sun was slowly rising above the sea. And then that round of black sun rushed directly towards the space crack under Iger's instruction. Although it looks like a big and dark heavy black sun, in fact its speed is not slow at all, and it is almost only an instant from start to arrival. In an instant, black sun had left Iger far behind, rushing towards the crack with a tyrannical attitude, and just 1 second before black sun was about to collide with the crack, black sun was an instant changed the direction, stepped horizontally, came to the side of the crack, and then the heavy gravitational force broke out without reservation. Squeak. The heavy gravitational force exploded, and the turbulent air mass that was originally rushing towards the crack also slowed down slowly, and then slowly returned under the action of the extremely strong gravitational force. At the same time, the air mass that was originally heading towards the crack, Iger, who came flying, also gradually stopped his figure. It wasn't over yet. After the air stopped flowing, the space crack that was rushing towards Iger also made a creaking sound under the effect of the terrifying gravitational force of the black sun, and then in the astonished eyes of the white mask, abruptly deviated from the original track, turned directly toward the sky and spread in the past. Scoff. The pitch black crack rushed directly into the sky, tearing the sky a huge hole, and then slowly healed. However, as soon as the blow was resolved, Iggy's eyes could not relax, but they became solemn again. Chapter 655 All-Out War, Navy, and CP0. The terrifying space crack in the white mask was transferred to the sky between the lightning and flint under Iger's quick response. However, although it was said to have successfully defused the blow, Iger's heart was it didn't just put it down, but it was hung in the throat like a pulley again, because just when he took back "Hey son" to stabilize his figure, a certain voice full of sneer and ridicule sounded like a ghost behind him. He. The reaction is really fast. Can this kind of attack be resolved in such a short time? The white mask almost seemed to be against the back of Iger's neck. If it wasn't for him wearing the mask, Iger estimated that the airflow he spoke could be sprayed on himself, and even if he was wearing a mask at this moment, the mask, the coldness hidden in those words, still made the hairs on Iger stand on end. This guy, how is it so fast? Can you hurry? As long as this guy takes one step, he can directly cross the distance of several hundred meters, and the time he spent dealing with the cracks in the space just now was enough for him to go back and forth several times. He is quick to let him be quick, and it is really impossible to be a fish and meat that is slaughtered by others. The white mask that suddenly appeared behind Iger not only did not put much pressure on Iger's heart, but aroused the anger in Iger's heart even more. Iger didn't even think about it. The viscous red-black liquid seeped out from the pores instantly, followed by a layer of dark substance covering the surface of the skin. His palms clenched into fists, arms like hammers, and he turned around fiercely. Punch yourself behind you. Boom. Obviously it was an arm made of flesh and blood, but in the process of Iger's swing, there were thunderous sounds, and the sound of air explosions exploded at the same time, and the air explosions did not wait for the air to disperse. Iger's arm has already swept them all away, and then slammed the white mask behind him fiercely. In the face of Iger's ferocious blow. The white mask did not dodge or evade, so he stood there quietly, looking down at Iger, and then let the man who could directly smash the seafloor stone make a mark. His hand hammer swung to his body. Laugh. The next second, a jaw-dropping scene happened. The white mask did not dodge or evade, and watched Iger's arm swing, and Iger's arm also slammed into the white mask in a flash. However, just like the punch from Garp just now, Iger's arm actually penetrated directly through his body. No. Seeing that his arm passed through the body of the white mask but there was no feeling on the arm, Iger's pupils immediately shrank into a ball, and then he felt an extremely dangerous feeling from the front. I've watched it so many times, but haven't I learned it yet? The white mask is still in a calm state. It is estimated that the face under the mask is also sneering, and the effort of speaking did not delay him from organizing an attack. With a wave of his arm, the white palm once again pierced directly into the space. Twisted. The next moment stabbed out directly behind Yi. Hey. Lieutenant General Iger seems to be in a bad situation. At the same time, on the dog-headed warship a few hundred meters away, Brother Will, Adjutant Paquito and Tom are also holding binoculars, staring intently at the battlefield of Iger and White Mask. Holding binoculars from time to time turn the angle. Tisk amazed. I've never seen such a fast-paced battle. It's only been so long, so many moves have been passed. Maybe it's the special ability of Lieutenant General Eagle. Brother Will stared at the eyes in the telescope. His rough voice seemed a little envious. If you don't have the ability of the dark fruit, I'm afraid it won't last for so long. In general, the members of the CP0 are a little too strong. Adjutant Paquito also stood in the middle of the crowd, and his tone was a little less optimistic. I've only seen this kind of combat power in the officers above Lieutenant General Sakaski. Would a normal CP0 be so strong? If so, Marshal Nakong and the others. When everyone heard the sentence, they couldn't help but cast their eyes in the direction of the bow of the dog-headed warship, and a burst of worry appeared on their faces. Just now, the leadership of their navy issued an order that everyone could understand even though they didn't say anything. It's time like this. Just do what you need to do. As soon as these words came out, as long as the navy on the whole ship reached the rank of lieutenant general, all of them were led by the three giants of the navy, jumped off the dog-headed warship and moved towards the direction of the official ship. Those CP0 members rushed in the direction of slaughtering the Sea Kings, and there was another team that was directly preparing to board the main ship. I have to say that the Sea Kings summoned by Iger are really popular, which makes the navy soldiers regret having eaten their companions before to satisfy their hunger. These big guys have a tacit understanding and are also quite smart. There are two Sea Kings with broad and flat backs to carry these admirals who go out to fight, and the other Sea Kings give up two paths respectively. The two Sea Kings were transported to the battlefield unimpeded all the way. CP0s that these generals faced, all of which were as strong as the White Mask, Marshal Kong, Admiral Sengoku, and Lieutenant General Garp are nothing, but among them there is also a naval regiment pet that all naval soldiers will miss, Colonel Siang Keiru. This guy, when he heard that his grandfather and the others were going to do this kind of thing directly, he was quite excited for a while, clamoring to keep up, and also said that he had a guy who would definitely make a break their side of the boat. Marshal Kong couldn't beat her, so he had no choice but to let her follow. I don't know if Colonel Siang Sun will be safe. Just when the navy soldiers were all thinking about Siang Sun, this person also just jumped up from the back of the Sea King class and started a few months, and then the whole body fell steadily on the deck. These bastards are actually doing something in our naval territory. Siang Sun landed on the deck and muttered to himself, but the sight suddenly moved, and then a familiar voice came over. Oh, Sister Siang Sun, they have been waiting for you here for a long time. Chapter 656. Bear with you, it's been a long time. Boom. Laugh. Whoa. On the back of the government ship, several figures in white suits and various fancy masks are shuttled among countless Sea Kings. It will leave a deep blood stain on the body of these behemoths. The bright red blood rose into the sky and fell like a torrential rain, dyeing the riotous sea water into patches of red, and the whine of the Sea Kings resounded through the sea, and the whining sound was full of pain and unwillingness. With anger, this kind of action of the CP0s not only did not deter the Sea Kings and scare them away, but also stimulated the blood in the hearts of this group of Sea Kings. Each Sea King made a high roar in the sky, and the next one, staring at scarlet eyes, madly pounced on those white figures. However, although it is said that the more the Sea Kings fight, the higher the morale, but after all, the gap in combat power is here. Even if thousands of Sea Kings swarm up, it will not have any effect. The Sea Kings, who are huge and have a single attack mode, have no way to face these rigorously trained government spies. They can trap the main government ship here. Doesn't seem to do anything. Hey, Huang, why are these big guys gathered here? Battle is really not difficult. A guy in CP0 with a blue pattern mask laughed at his companion, and his Iger's laughter was filled with a strong disdain. Who knows, according to the boss, it should have been summoned by that kid named Yi. Huang pointed out a finger, and the tyrannical finger gun combined with the domineering directly turned into an invisible cannonball, sprayed from his fingertips, and jumped out of the sea next to him, ready to swallow him in one bite. Overturned it for life. In short, the purpose of these sea kings is to trap us here, and what we are doing now is also saving ourselves. The ability of the boss can make him safe even if he is besieged by a group of people, but we can't do it, so this kind of course, the simpler the better. Huang is right, Ah Ching, just have fun. On the other side, a man in white with a red mask on his face also spoke from a distance, and while speaking he kicked a kick quite casually. The class is split in half. Although these sea kings didn't overturn our ship, it should be because of Iger's order. We can't slack off. After all, we don't have the ability of the boss to walk 1 kilometer in one step. Today, I am afraid that even if you have that kind of ability, you will not be able to leave. Before the voice of the red mask could fall, a sneer sounded abruptly behind the group of CP0s. Hearing this voice, everyone was startled, and then the moon stride together, directly raising the height of dozens of meters, completely eliminating the possibility of Sea King type attacks, and then just lowered their heads and looked down at themselves. It doesn't matter, everyone's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Look who these people are. Naval Hero Garb, Warring States of Buddha, Cyborg Kong, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, one by one wearing quite conspicuous Navy uniforms, but anyone with a little common sense can recognize it. However, after recognizing these CP0s who were hidden in the ship at first do not understand at all the motives of these guys appearing here, and the words that I don't know who said it just now. Why are you Navy here? The brows behind Awang's mask slowly wrinkled, and he asked condescendingly. I have heard from the boss for a long time that today's mission will probably make the Navy angry for a long time. In fact, they also feel it. When the government ship is about to set sail, these admirals are all one by one. He looks like he's been slapped in public, so he can't wait to swallow the boss. And I have never heard of it. The ships used by CP0 to carry out the mission are sailing and need the Navy to protect. But judging by intuition, these guys are unlikely to be here to help. Judging from the sentence just now, these people are more likely to find fault. Why? Hearing Huang Mask's question, Warring States also sneered. The black round mirror frame reflected a chilling cold light, and his face that looked quite friendly was full of scorn at this moment. Since you have taken action against the sea kings we raised in the sea, then we have to take action against you. As a think tank figure in the entire Navy, there are countless blood on the hands of the Warring States period. In these years, countless people can disappear from this world just by moving their mouths. The accumulated murderous aura is also quite terrifying. You can directly see these CP0 members. A chill in my heart. These guys are not here to help. Not only are they not here to help, but they are also here to take action against themselves. You dare to attack us? Hearing the words of the Warring States period, everyone in CP0 was also a little surprised by these high-ranking naval officers. When did not see them before they became quite cautious. CP0 has been established for hundreds of years. No matter which admiral in history, when seeing CP0, they are absolutely polite, and I have never heard of anyone who dares to make a mistake. This is good. This guy even directly threatened to do something to himself. Is this not a precursor to rebellion? I have endured you for a long time. If afraid that these CP0s wouldn't understand, Garb, who was standing behind the Warring States period, also gave a savage smile, his gloomy eyes staring at these masked guys like hungry wolves. Don't you dare. It's not like you don't know what our Navy has done these years. After all, you have ordered many deeds. Compared to those poor people, dealing with you is really a little bit of guilt. None at all. Before he finished speaking, Garp couldn't hold back the surging arrogance of the riot, and every inch of the skin on his body instantly turned the color of black iron. Figure burst away. On the other side, on the main government ship. You really are still on this ship? Xiang Sun's pretty face was cold, and she quietly looked at Irene, who came out of the cabin with a chill in her voice. Yeah, I don't know why, but I always feel that Sister Xiang Sun will come to me. Irene also smiled softly, but the domineering arrogance on her body slowly surged, and in those long and narrow eyes, a touch of ruthlessness quietly emerged. Since it's here, let's make a break, shall we? Chapter 657. Still too naive. In the distant sea several hundred meters away from the naval headquarters, the palm of the white mask glowed with a gleaming white light, and then fiercely pierced the space in front of him. Immediately afterwards, I only heard a humming sound in the space, and then a strange scene happened. It was clear that the mask was standing in front of Iger, but after his palm was pierced towards Iger, it was quite strange. Iggy's back emerged with a situation that could tear everything unstoppable, and pierced into Iggy's back hard. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that he had already reached a certain peak, he would have been killed on the spot by the palm of his hand. And even if the sight and hearing have reached the realm of transformation, Iger still has a solemn face, and the cold hair on his back stands up in an instant as if he was pressed against his back with a black muzzle. More urgent, yes, that bullet has been shot out of the gun chamber at an explosive speed. He cursed secretly, but Iger's body reacted before his mouth. Facing the palm that appeared almost against his back, no matter how confident he was, it was impossible at this time. Dodge, there is no way. All he can do is to use all his strength to stimulate his domineering laugh. Just when Iger held his breath and tried his best to mobilize the domineering arrogance in his body, the piercing hand in the white mask that penetrated the space, already carrying an absolutely sharp wind, stabbed it hard on his back. Puff! The ying white palm was like a red-hot iron knife thrown on the tofu, and Iger's body, skin, muscles, and even bones were stabbed in the opposite direction in an instant. However, once the blow was successful, the expression of the white mask was not very good looking. Instead, he slowly narrowed his eyes, because in the wound poked by the white palm, it was not yin hong that flowed out the blood, but the gurgling yellow sand. This blow seems to have hit his body, but in fact this guy has already made a prejudgment by seeing and hearing, and directly elementized his body one step ahead of time to avoid his own attack. There are really a lot of means. The white mask smiled lightly. I wonder if it was a compliment. And then the palm of the hand turned from vertical to horizontal and rotated 90 degrees in place. The force erupted violently, and then it cut horizontally towards other parts of Iger's body. He. It's not thanks to you that I just remembered that this trick can be used. Iger also sneered without showing weakness, and the domineering all burst out, and inside his body, the red-black viscous liquid visible to the naked eye seeped out, wetting the yellow sand, and then in the interior of the body. Under the manipulation of the white mask, it quickly broke into two pieces along the direction of the white mask palm knife. Boom! The ying white palm flashed past, directly cutting off half of Iger's body horizontally, but this time, it was still not blood and internal organs that splashed out. It was still stained with red and black, domineering into a black and gold color. The black sand. Puff! And Iger didn't miss this opportunity. His body directly followed the strength of the white mask palm knife, and the whole body exploded into a cloud of sand. The body turned into black sand, and Iger's body was directly like a sandstorm, slowly spreading directly on the ocean, forming a big black mouth and swallowing the white mask in one bite. Whirring. After swallowing the figure of the white mask, the black fog that filled the sky was not satisfied, but continued to expand rapidly with a rather terrifying momentum. The surrounding area of dozens of kilometers was completely submerged. What's the matter? What's wrong? What happened? Even everyone in the Navy headquarters, yes, everyone in the Navy headquarters, suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing, and then the entire vision became blurred like black sand. Everyone raised their heads blankly, as if they wanted to take a look at the situation, but it didn't matter when they looked at it. It made everyone gasp for a moment. Originally, there was still a giant behemoth flashing red and black lightning in the sky. However, at this moment they all saw the same thing. It was completely covered up. The sea breeze that swirled wildly on the sea also seemed to be unable to blow into the endless black sand fog. Since the moment the black fog rose, the dog-headed warships and the main government ships that had been swaying were blown away. Turned out to be eerily calmed down. It seems that all the restlessness has been swallowed up by the black sticky substance that adheres to the sand. The black sand mist drifted above the ocean, and in this, Iger's figure had completely disappeared, leaving only the white mask alone floating on the sea. In the diluted black, only his figure was quite conspicuous. Have you been able to use your abilities to such an extent? What an awesome guy. Seeing this situation, White Mask was not very surprised at first, but when he spread his domineering arrogance slowly until he spread all his knowledge, he still couldn't cover it. When he was in the full range of the black mist, his expression finally became a little serious. This guy has some patience. Being able to use his natural ability to dilute his body to such a level. Not only that, his own knowledge and color can also cover an island level, and can cover the entire range of his own knowledge and color. This guy is estimated to have to cover the surrounding area of dozens of kilometers. And the most important thing is that this guy used sand to create a big fog, and his breath has become everywhere, which means that he is not everywhere, and his knowledge and color are even affected by this to some extent. The guy is blocked. This kid's learning ability is really quite terrifying. In just a few short moves, he used his limited ability to imitate his own moves. In this sand fog, the figure of this guy can appear almost anywhere, and he can also teleport because the entire sand fog is equivalent to his body. However, if you think you can beat me like this, that's too naive. Chapter 658. This is Schrodinger's sand. What if you can come up with the same moves as me? Didn't your attack hit me? There was a trace of disdain in the words of the white white mask, but his heart was slowly tense. Although it is said that Iger's move is only to bring back the situation that he has been pressing and beating, but in fact he has never even heard of this method. It's a strange feeling to dilute your entire body and turn it into such a huge sand mist. He is obviously everywhere, but he is not anywhere. He can appear anywhere in this area. It's all up to him. In other words, for himself, this guy has become a kind of existence with a general probability that is evenly distributed in this fog. No matter where you go, where you appear, or what direction you attack, even if the speed is extremely fast, it is the kind of attack that must be hit, and there is only a poor probability to hit this Iger. As for his own abilities, White Mask is also quite aware of it, let alone in this situation. Even if Iger is still alone, his attack has not really been done so far. Hit. One's own ability is to operate in space. If you can see the other party, then the effect of suppression is absolutely outstanding, and there is really no one who can become like this. When the White Mask was facing the black fog that wrapped his entire being, and when he fell into a brief moment of deep thought, Iger's sneering voice suddenly sounded behind him. The hairs all over his body stood on end in an instant, and the White Mask turned back almost in an instant. However, what greeted him was still only the long black sand, and in fact he didn't sense him at all. There is no one behind. Good guy. What a slick guy. While White Mask was sighing silently in his heart, Iger's voice came wafting again. This time, he also carefully identified the direction, and found an even more bizarre thing. That is, this guy's the sound came from all directions. Although you said nothing, but looking at your reaction, you seem to be more nervous than me. Iger's voice was intangible in front of the White Mask at this moment, and behind the White Mask at the next moment, and after a moment he could even stick to the ear of the White Mask and make a sound. This move of mine is also inspired by your move just now. What do you think? This move, in order to pay tribute to a great scientist, I named it as Schrodinger's sand. Doesn't it sound good? Schrodinger's sand. This is indeed the name that Iger came up with, but it has nothing to do with the White Mask. As a good citizen of the Red Flag who has lived in the 21st century for a period of time, Iger has earnestly learned a lot of advanced knowledge, and in that textbook called Modern Magic Book, IG once met the wizard who kept a half-dead cat. Yes, that person is called Schrödinger, one of the founders of quantum magic. According to that magic book, this guy once used a cat as a metaphor. Lock the cat in a box with a poison gas device, close the box, and the switch of the poison gas is connected to an atom that may decay. Because the atom decay is a matter of probability, so the life and death of a cat is also a matter of probability. After an atomic half-life, only by opening the box can we know whether the cat is dead or not. And this metaphor has become a classic in the Modern Magic Book, and revealed that there are some things in this world that completely violate the common sense recognized by human beings. That is to say, it was inspired by this great wizard that Iger got this kind of inspiration. It happened that he also possessed the power of a natural devil fruit, and his body itself could be dispersed into a cloud as long as this guy did not attack. You never know where you are. After his godhead belief system has risen to the flood level, Iger, who can use the power of sea water for his own use almost any time and anywhere, will gradually discover advanced uses of many abilities, such as changing his entire body form a probability cloud. This kind of operation can be called an absolute evasion. After these few tricks with the White Mask, Iger also gradually found out how this guy's ability works, nothing more than using the bending of space to attack regardless of distance, and in the end, it is still necessary to pass perception to determine the location of the other party. For this ability, no matter how fast he runs, or how hard his barrier is, he has no choice but to suffer under his attack that ignores the distance. But with this trick, it is completely different. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, every point is me, but at the same time every point is not. In this case, it is impossible for the White Mask to determine his position through pure perception. Although it was said that there was no way to start, the White Mask seemed to have no signs of moving at all. It was still standing there, and even a mocking smile appeared on the face under the mask. Yes, in your thick fog, I really can't attack you at all, but you can't trap me at all, right? Isn't your purpose to kill me? Wait until you can get out of my fog. Your ability range is only a few hundred meters at most, right? Iggy's voice seemed indifferent, and he didn't stop him or speak. The voices of the two fell, and the White Mask did not dawdle one step, and the next moment his figure appeared several hundred meters away, and after appearing several hundred meters away, his figure briefly stayed in place. After a few seconds, he stepped out again, and the figure appeared several hundred meters away again. At the same time, the fog that Iger had transformed into was not noticed by the Navy soldiers inside, but in fact the black sand fog followed at an alarming speed. The footsteps of the White Mask drifted farther and farther. Chapter 659 Between Women. War. Did you find out out. On the dog-headed warship, Brother Will held up his telescope and looked around, but he couldn't see anything. He simply put down the telescope in his hand and then looked up at the thick black fog that permeated everywhere. Although he doesn't know why, but his own domineering looks just give him an intuition. He always feels that this cloud of black sand is quite friendly, although it looks scary. But even if he is standing there breathing, absolutely no difficulty. It was as if someone was deliberately manipulating the black sand particles in the air so that they would not be moved by their own breath at all. And just now, he suddenly discovered that these black sand particles floating in the air seemed to be moving in the same direction little by little. Found what? Beside him, Tom, Adjutant Pocketto, Old Jack and others also came over. They are also holding binoculars now, but they can't see anything clearly. Almost everything is covered by these tiny objects floating in the air. The grains of sand were tightly covered. Hearing what Brother Will said, they also came over. It happened that they also had some discoveries and wanted to share them with these companions. Do you feel that these sands are like a living thing? When Big Brother Will saw these companions gathered, he also cleared his throat and said seriously, well, aren't these Lieutenant General Iger's abilities? It seems normal to have some spirituality. Tom looked at Brother Will with wide, curious eyes, as if the latter was saying something rather strange. As a young Navy, although he is usually receiving harsh training in the Navy due to his own talent, this guy has not awakened his sense of domineering, so there is some feeling about the certain feeling that Brother Will mention. Confused. Compared with Tom, the others present nodded in unison, and seemed to feel the magical feeling that Brother Will said. Not sand. Adjutant Pocketto squinted, staring at the black sand particles floating in the air, his eyes focused as if to see them all through. It's the whole sand fog that the sand forms, and it feels like a living thing to us. And Old Jack also came over and interjected, and there was a kind of surprise in his cloudy eyes. This huge living creature with the size of dozens of kilometers seems to be moving. Yes. When Big Brother Will heard that both of them expressed the same feeling as him, he nodded immediately and talked about his discovery. There is also a rather strange feeling, that is, it is obvious that this fog is moving step by step, but the speed, it's amazing. Old Jack and Adjutant Pocketto answered in unison. Tom looked left and looked again, watching these seniors discussing there. His small eyes were full of big doubts. He couldn't understand what these guys were saying, but he didn't stop there, but looked around. Look around and see if anything changes. And it doesn't matter at this sight. Tom's chin suddenly loosened. I saw that the black sand fog that was still firmly wrapping the entire naval headquarters, even in the blink of an eye, had already rushed out for a few seconds. Kilometers away, the red and black thunder dragon, which was completely covered just now, is now showing half of its body again. What is this scenario? Tom couldn't understand how the scene happened. He obviously didn't feel the slightest breeze. How could the sand fog disappear? Unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes and looked up again, but this time it made him even more stunned. The thunder dragon, which only showed half of its body a second ago, is now showing the whole body. That crazy. He was all too familiar with the flashing thunder, and he watched it come along the way. How could it be? He murmured and involuntarily glanced around, and finally understood what Old Jack and the others were discussing just now. At this moment, less than a minute ago, the thick black fog that had locked everyone inside had appeared several hundred meters away, and I didn't feel the wind at all. It's as if this mass of fog has grown legs and is striding into the distance. Oh, it's their level of battle. We people still can't understand after all. Beside Tom, Adjutant Pocketto seemed a little helpless, sighed faintly, and said slowly, at the same time, on the ship of the world's official government. Well, it's not bad. The black fog that is annoying to the eyes has finally gone away. Irene glanced back at the rapidly drifting black mist and said casually, otherwise, how can I see the beautiful face of our sister Siankaeru? Hey, after so many years of training in CP0, do you only say these useless trash talk? Opposite her, Siangsun was also looking at the slowly drifting black mist with a faint trace of worry in his eyes, but then the distracting thought was thrown out of her mind, and then a sarcasm rose. Looking at AI coldly, Lin sneered in the direction of Lin. At this moment, Irene has changed her white coat and ponytail. The white slim suit outlines her slender figure, and her jet black hair hangs down like a waterfall, which sets her off even more. Charming. Maybe this is what she used to be. Looking at Irene's appearance, a trace of disappointment rose from Siangsun's heart, and he couldn't help recalling the Irene he knew before. What's the use of talking about it now? Irene pouted, as if she was not in a hurry at all, as if Siangsun in front of her was not worthy of her concern at all, and there was a hint of coldness in her long and narrow eyes. What's the use? Siangsun seemed to be pissed off. I rescued you from the sea at the time and recommended you to enter the scientific research department until you became the most potential scientist, and did everything possible to cover up your identity. That's how you repaid me. It's really useless to say that. he. Aaron also sneered. Do you think you are kind to me? Actually, I have long disliked you. Chapter 660 Siankaira vs Irene. When I came to the Navy headquarters, I was originally pretending to be a rich girl who was still in trouble. This kind of identity can make your Navy accept me gladly, right? Irene's tone was full of contempt. There seemed to be a touch of sarcasm, and there seemed to be a little disdain. Isn't it the Navy you are so proud of? If on the first day you picked me up and brought me back, you found that I was just a beggar floating from nowhere and would never accept me. She shrugged and looked calmly at Siang-sun opposite. Every word was bloody truth. Irene is not a pure girl who doesn't know anything about these things. On the contrary, she has a clear understanding of the twists and turns in the army of the official government. After all, she has also grown up in CP0 for so many years and has received countless the latent mission of, has a deep understanding of the inside story of each agency. And these things Siang-sun will not believe at all, because she is like that. She has always been so naive to the point that she doesn't want to believe that these things are real. What does this have to do with the Navy? Siang-sun pouted. We used to be so good, weren't we? Why are we like this now? Why? Could it be because of something a few months ago that made you betray our friendship? Although Siang-sun's reaction was expected in Irene's eyes, when Siang-sun's voice came, Irene paused for what she was about to say. It's true that it started at that time, but is it really because of that? I'm afraid it really isn't. Just as Irene hesitated, Siankaira's voice sounded like a barrage of cannons. We have always been as good as one person. I never thought that things would turn out like this. At that time, you were already the most promising scientist in the Naval Research and Development Department, except for Vegapunk. Your IQ simply amazed me. You just told me directly that you are a CP0 agent, and I don't believe it. I contacted you at that time, and tried my best to keep you in the Navy. Even any resistance you encountered, I tried my best to help you overcome it, but you actually... Siang-sun's voice became more and more trembling, as if he was thinking of something that was absolutely impossible to look at directly. Seeing Siang-sun like this, Irene also sneered and took over what she didn't finish. You actually used the executive you introduced to me as my test, right? Yes, that kind of guy. Even if he used it as a test, I'm afraid there would be no one at all. Will you care? Do you still have humanity? When Siang-sun thought of the scene in the laboratory that Irene showed him at that time, he couldn't help feeling nauseated in his heart. Hearing Irene mention it again, he started to rage on the spot, and his face suddenly swelled. Turning red, he scolded directly at Irene. I was about to tell you these stories, but you just ran away. You don't even know what you missed. Without caring about any of Yikaira's emotions at all, Irene said something lightly, but when she seemed to say these words casually, pictures flashed in her mind involuntarily. Even though she grew up in the harsh environment inside CP0, she has never seen such a disgusting face. Maybe at that time, he didn't want to break up with Siang-sun at all, did he? If you really want to say why, maybe it's because of that person? Irene involuntarily turned her eyes to somewhere, then quickly turned back, and then let out a long sigh, as if to calm her mood, and then that charming face was completely gone. The expression, just cold indifference. She raised her eyes and looked at Siang-sun, who was already gnashing her teeth in anger, and her big eyes were about to burst into flames, and said lightly, now you must have hated me too much, right? Then don't say so much useless. Just do it when it's time to do it, or you'll have no chance at all. Shave. Before he finished speaking, Irene's white figure disappeared instantly. Without any preheating, the battle started without warning. When Siankaira was immersed in the past and it was difficult to extricate himself, Irene had suddenly launched an offensive. Swish. The distance of more than 10 meters was skipped by Irene almost in the blink of an eye. At this moment, her seemingly soft and slender figure actually exploded with a terrifying speed, and even the air behind her was shaken. Burst. Finger gun. Appearing in front of Siang-sun in a blink of an eye, Irene stared straight at Siang-sun's pretty face, and then a slender index finger popped out, and a black iron color instantly filled it. An indestructible feeling suddenly infiltrate from it. Call out. It seems like a bullet pops out of the chamber. It is hard to imagine that on the slender arm of Irene there is a ripple of strength visible to the naked eye flowing along the texture of the muscle, and the finger covered with the color of black iron is pushed out like a rocket. Boom boom boom. The air along the way exploded instantly, and the blasting wind exploded in front of Siang-sun one after another, and the violent air wave directly cut off a strand of Siang-sun's forehead. It wasn't until this time that Siang-sun seemed to have reacted. An incomparably exquisite small harp flashed out on his abdomen, and then the green jade fingers quickly formed a strange gesture, which quickly twitched the strings. Zheng. The crystal-like sound of the piano exploded instantly, and an invisible ripple formed in front of Siang-sun in an instant. The tip of his nose collided fiercely with Irene's finger gun that seemed to be able to pierce every everything. Clank-on-kong. Wave after wave of sound waves swept out, and the energy ripples that were almost visible to the naked eye slammed round and round on Irene's finger gun, and there were bursts of gold and iron clashing. At this moment Nikankan resisted the energy ripples of the finger gun, and unexpectedly, in waves of waves, strangely crossed Irene's arm and slammed straight towards the latter's abdomen. Boom. Irene is also quite familiar with Xiang Suan, who has been a close friend for several years. She is very familiar with this attack method. Immediately she condenses the domineering arrogance in her body in her abdomen, and the color of black iron quickly emerges. Resist this blow. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 661-680. Chapter 661. Schrödinger kill the formation. On the distant sea surface, in the black mist, a white figure was taking a light step forward in front of him, and then his figure appeared in a flash a few hundred meters away. Outside, at the same time, the black sand mist that firmly enveloped this figure was also following the footsteps of this white figure at a very fast speed. Even though this white figure would move hundreds of meters above the sea every few seconds, it was always shrouded in a thick black fog that seemed to be invisible at all. But in this black fog, the murderous intent is fully displayed. In the black sand mist that seemed to be uniform and nothing at all, the white figure had just stepped out of the silver vortex. But just as he stepped out of the vortex, he suddenly felt the entire scalp blast. Everything happened in an instant. The figure in the white mask had just taken a step out of the vortex. The black sand mist around him suddenly wriggled, and then in the darkness, an arm seemed to appear out of thin air. Ruthless. He slammed into his face fiercely. The fist appeared extremely abruptly, and before it appeared, even if the white mask kept the state of seeing and hearing all the time, there was no way to predict this guy's shot. Rumble boom. The fist wind is strong, and it is covered with red-black viscous liquid. If you don't look carefully, you will think that the entire arm is made of that kind of liquid. And for the current white mask, he doesn't have any time to care whether the fist is solid or liquid. Damn. The hairs all over his body exploded in an instant, and the heartbeat of the white mask accelerated to 200 in just 0.0001 seconds. Without any hesitation, he could only subconsciously use the maximum limit. Mobilize your domineering arrogance and summon the white light. There seemed to be a humming sound in the space, and then a gleaming white light lit up from the head of the white mask, and an indestructible feeling penetrated from it. Almost at the same time, just when the gleaming white light just lit up from the body of the white mask, the red-black fist with the power that can shock everything smashed the temple of the white mask fiercely. Superior. Boom. The sound of the explosion exploded in an instant, and the terrifying air wave directly shook the black fog into a vacuum in an instant, and even the black sand that adhered to the power of the dark fruit was all grains of terror. It was annihilated into powder under the power of the fist. However, the place where this air wave exploded was 108,000 miles away from the head of the white mask that the red and black fist hit. That scene was really weird. It was as if a certain macho punched the wall in front of him, but the fist directly penetrated the wall and hit the buttocks of a beautiful woman 800 meters away. Tisk tisk tisk. What a troublesome ability. The black mist that was blasted into a vacuum in the distance slowly returned to its original state, and there was a faint sigh in the black mist. Then, the red and black fist slowly dissipated, and with the disappearance of this fist, the heart of the white mask suddenly mentioned the throat. The perception, which has nothing to do with seeing, hearing, and color, is purely the keen intuition he has developed over the years. When the red and black fist was still there, he only had a vague sense of danger in his heart, but when the fist disappeared, the tension in his heart suddenly rose to a certain extreme, such as mang on the back. Iger didn't let the white mask wait for long. Almost at the moment when the dangerous intuition of the white mask rose, there was a faint sound in the black fog. Originally, these small voices should be completely ignored on the noisy sea, but in the ears of the white mask now, it is like a death knell. There was no time to delay, and the white rays of light lit up again. This time, they rose from the back of the white mask. Chi. Between the electric light and flint, just as the white mask was urging the gleaming white light to light up, something in the darkness had already burst like a dense rain of arrows directly from the gleaming white light. Go through it. Scoff underscore. As if everything was an illusion, what had just been shot like a rain of arrows seemed to be slowly annihilated in the sand and fog, and it wasn't until this time that the white mask's sense of sight finally gave a reaction. The pair of things that almost turned themselves into a sieve just now were black marbles. This guy. The white mask looked around in this black fog, but after exhausting his eyesight, he still couldn't feel any aura. It's getting weirder here. Ever since he decided to move and started to take a step toward the distance, every time he stepped out at the other end, he would be attacked by Iger. At that time, he could still predict Iger's actions quite punctually, but as he walked farther, the more he realized that his time seemed to be slowed down. It is easy to to deal with it using the color of seeing and hearing, but now it is possible to rely on some kind of intuition. Even it seems that there is a delay in what I see and hear, and I don't start to react until the matter is over. If it goes on like this, sooner or later, I will die here. Not good. Before the white mask's thoughts were over, his body sent a warning to him again. This is an intuition that has been trained in countless life and death adventures. At this moment, he even felt that the pores on his chest opened instantly. This time in front. Whoa. At the moment when the pupils of the white mask were formed into a ball, a knife light as clear as running water suddenly erupted at the position of a punch in front of him, and then mercilessly slashed towards his chest. This knife light appeared extremely hastily, but its magnificence was completely inversely proportional to the speed at which it appeared. From his point of view, he couldn't see the clear knife light like running water at all. Where is the end? Not only the light of the knife, but the breath of it is even more chilling. Just looking at him, the white mask felt a chill in his heart, and as this spatula light traveled in the black mist, it was actually stained with black patterns within an inch of distance. The light of the knife, which was dyed by the black pattern, not only did not become turbid, but instead appeared clearer and smoother, with a sharpness that seemed to be able to directly tear apart the space and slash towards the chest of the white mask as fast as lightning. Chapter 662 White Mask Big Move. How much means does this guy have? White Mask roared frantically in his heart, and then he didn't dare to show any negligence. As soon as he stepped on the moon, the whole figure burst out in an instant. However, just as he felt just now, his time seemed to be slowed down by a big hand that he could not see at all, and even his figure that was supposed to be ejected like a cannonball turned out to be like a quagmire, stagnated in mid-air, becoming extremely slow. And one thing is changing, the other is growing. That majestic sword light is like a duck in water in the dark, chasing it like lightning. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! The white mask kept roaring in his heart, and at the same time, his body flashed a silver white light that was completely different from the lustrous white light. The silver white light grew little by little, and then gradually spread behind the white mask. Swirl, laugh! The majestic knife light pierced the sky, splitting the black sand mist in an unstoppable manner, and saw that the body of the white mask was about to be cut in half. However, just when the knife light was about to catch up with the body of the white mask, the silver vortex behind the latter finally spread to the maximum, and the figure of the white mask disappeared instantly. Boom! Jianguang fluttered into the air again, splitting the black sand mist in the distance, and the clear Jianguang like autumn water exploded once again, blasting a cloud of sand and mist into nothingness. Hey, this guy runs really fast. The white mask once again disappeared in place. At the same time, Iger's sense of sight told himself that this guy had appeared a few hundred meters away, and he could not help but sigh. This is my last chance. The black sand fog is not just a pile of sand formed by Iger, but Iger is wrapped in the power of a dark fruit on every grain of sand. As time goes by, the gravitational pull of these black substances on the white mask will become stronger and stronger, and in the end, it will slow down his time unknowingly below a certain limit. This is also Iger's calculation. When this guy's time slows down, his space ability will not be so useful. At that time, he can use all available means to kill him directly. However, after all, he still underestimated this guy's ability to adapt, as well as his intuition in the realm of life and death. This guy was stunned to make adjustments in advance when time was slowed down, and at the last moment the ability was forcibly activated directly and moved directly to a few hundred meters away. This flash, directly out of the range covered by the black mist. It's so slippery. Iger sighed inwardly, sensing the position of the white mask in the distance, and quickly approached it. Meanwhile, on the other side, it has almost come to the edge of another island. A silver-white vortex suddenly appeared on the sea surface where there seemed to be nothing. Then, the silver-white figure in the white mask appeared on the sea surface above. At this moment, the white mask seems to be a little messy, and the white suit is also dyed red by the huge wound that runs across the entire chest. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes were a little gloomy as he stared at the cloud of black sand that covered the sky, earth, and ocean in the distance. However, after he took a few deep breaths, the face under the mask was lifted a proud smile. Boy, you failed to kill me just now, but now it's my turn. At the same time, the huge sand mist that Iger had incarnated into quickly shrouded him. Only this time, White Mask did not choose to continue to move forward, but finally stopped his unhurried steps, turned around and stared silently. This piece is slowly floating over to him. Black fog. He quietly stared at the seemingly defenseless sand mist, and a mocking smile appeared on his face under the mask. Okay, let's go here. Your body that is so big and cumbersome should have been far away from the sea, right? Although he seemed to be talking to the air with no one at all, after a few seconds after his voice fell, the black sand mist slowly wriggled a few times, followed by Iggy's voice. It came from somewhere. Yo, it turned out to be be targeted. I thought you were running out of steam. Why, what big move is there that you can't hold back? He. In the face of Iger's habitual ridicule, the white mask did not respond to it and still just gave a faint smile and did not take Iger's words but put his eyes through Iger, straight looking into the distance. He seemed to be talking to himself. Although it is said that it is a few kilometers away from your naval headquarters, your body is really too big. I am afraid that people over there can still see you, so that's fine. Let them take a look. It has become their spirit. How did Lieutenant General Iger of the Pillar disappear? Really? Iger, who turned into a black mist, has no expression, but anyone can imagine the expression on his face at this moment. I've only walked half a step from the Navy headquarters, to tell the truth. Of course they can see it. What are you talking about with these useless things? Are you trying to delay time? Iger's keen perception ability, even if it has turned into a cloud, is still not weakened in any way. He can feel quite sensitively that the guy in front of him is full of arrogance and is frantically restless, although he said it's still in the stage of being induced but not released. But that wave of energy fluctuations can't be hidden anyway. Is it procrastinating? That's it. The white mask slowly raised his palm, and the direction of his fingers passed through the black mist formed by Iger, pointing precisely in the direction he had just walked. Or, just when you followed me for half a step, it was already done. With such a finger of the white mask, Iger suddenly felt that just in the area shrouded in the black mist, one after another luminous white light group slowly lit up, and then a thin gleaming white line suddenly appeared from the light. The group shot out suddenly, and over the winding distance of several kilometers, it connected into a broken line in the distance. Chapter 663. With ease and ease, the mind is divided into two uses. Chi. From the moment when the white mask used his ability to move to the distance to the current position, at least there is a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and at this moment, in this distance of more than 10 kilometers, anyone who has ever been where the white mask settled, a gleaming white spot of light emerged from the depths of the space. Buzz. With the high-pitched humming sound in the space, the white light is getting brighter and more dazzling, and it is even more conspicuous in Iger's Schrodinger's sand fog. One after another, the lights lit up, and in the black sand mist above the sea, it was like stars in the depths of the universe, and between these stars, thin lines were stretching out from each other towards the two. The ends extend straight out, connecting these sea stars one by one. What is that? Look, what's in that black fog? It's so bright, it's like a star. Even if the battlefield between the mask and Iger is more than 10 kilometers away from the naval headquarters, since Iger's body is too large, it is not too far away on this scale. In the same way, the traces left by each flickering of the white mask connected in series slowly formed a huge pattern, which was still clearly visible even from a dozen kilometers away. For those who understand Lieutenant General Iger's ability, they naturally know that the large mass of black sand fog that covers everything inside is the handwriting of Lieutenant General Iger. The white spot of light is naturally the name of the white mask. Bang 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 bang. All of a sudden, the Navy soldiers who were originally standing on the dog-headed warships performed the moon steps that they finally learned after hard training day and night. Between collapses, he aimed the telescope at the white spot of light wrapped in a thick black fog, and this condescending look, all the Navy soldiers widened their eyes at the same time. The white light spots in between, quietly suspended in the black sand mist, a streak of light. Although the dao is thin, it is a very conspicuous and shining thin light extending from the light spot, slowly connecting to each other. The speed of the thin lines is not slow. The Navy soldiers who have studied the moon steps here have not yet risen to a high enough altitude to be able to see their whole picture. These thin lines have already connected all the light points one by one together faintly. No, it's quite obvious that they form a constellation. That is. Among the crowd of dog-headed warships, old Jack looked down at the pattern formed by the gleaming white light spots from a high altitude. Immediately in his mind, he would go to the observatory to watch the starry sky for several hours every night. The pupils also involuntarily tightened. That's dragon. This guy, is he still in the mood to draw a constellation at that time? As a veteran and astronomer who has been in the Navy headquarters for decades, old Jack is simply too familiar with this pattern. For many years, every night, old Jack would open the door of the observatory of the Navy headquarters by himself, walk in slowly, light a cigarette, and quietly enjoy this place bathed in starlight and moonlight. A feeling. After he finished smoking a cigarette, he slowly walked to the astronomical telescope and started his own research, and it was precisely because of his own research that he finally turned from a young and strong recruit to gradually become a young man, a well-known astronomer who has considerable voice in the World Astronomical Society. Just yesterday, he was still giving a lecture to the group of recruits, teaching how to judge the direction through the constellations at sea. Don't look at the fact that human beings now have such superb advanced technology, but the Navy soldiers are still in the process of sailing, still need to rely on the power of nature, and in this, the role of constellations is absolutely indispensable. It was also during the class yesterday that he just told the group of recruits, this dragon constellation. This is a constellation that is deeply loved by Tianlong people. Even the constellation movement charts that are popular in the world today are made based on the movement of this constellation. There is no other reason but because of the shape of this constellation. It is very noble, yes, in the shape of a dragon. This is a constellation that can be seen all year round in the night sky. Just to the north of the northern Corona constellation, it twists and turns like a big dragon between the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and Hercules. Dragon body, and even dragon teeth. Almost all the organs on Tianlong can be found in this constellation. According to legend, this constellation existed as long as 1,000 years ago, and it was with the discovery of this constellation that the 20 royal families that originally formed the world's main palace began to grow gradually. All in all, this is a constellation that symbolizes the absolute divine power of the Tianlong people, and the reason why it appears on the sea is undoubtedly the handwriting of the white mask. This dragon constellation. There's nothing wrong with Draco. I went to old Jack's class yesterday. It's Draco. Good guy. That CP0 official really knows a lot. Have you got the point wrong? Shouldn't the point be, this guy can still draw the pattern of the dragon constellation under such circumstances? Adjutant Paketo's remarks directly made all the naval soldiers miserable, and they all realized the seriousness of the matter. Yes, judging from what everyone observed on the ship just now, this white mask has been in a state of escape. Although I don't know what kind of attack Lieutenant General Iger has launched, the white mask is quite conspicuous in the black fog, but getting more and more embarrassed. And it was not until this moment that everyone finally realized that this guy, even the escape trajectory just now was carefully planned. He was hit hard, and he even drew a constellation on the sea with ease. Everyone knows what this means. That is, this white mask from just now until now has been dealing with Iger in a dual-purpose way. Chapter 664 Constellation Great Rift Dragon. No way. Is this guy really like this? Can he be entangled with Lieutenant General Iger, and at the same time be able to take into account the direction of his own movement? If that's the case, it's really scary. This white mask. Above the sky, a group of Navy soldiers stepped on the air, beating up and down, but the telescope in their hands was always firmly locked in the thick black fog. Inside, there are dots of light shining with white light, and the positions and proportions are quite accurate to form a fairly vivid constellation. And this turned out to be when he was immersed in the thick black smoke released by Lieutenant General Iger just now. When he separated his mind to fight the attack of Lieutenant General Iger, he accurately drew it with his own position of, don't look at this as just a constellation map, but to complete the arrangement of these light spots, you need to worry about it. But it is definitely not only these. Not only do you need to skillfully find out the position of every star in the constellation Draco between those kind of electric and flint battles, but you also need to accurately reach those nodes every time you flicker. And this, in battle, is almost absolutely impossible to do. After all, Lieutenant General Iger's black sand mist has wrapped the entire body of the white mask in Tuan, and as a natural fruit person, theoretically he can appear anywhere, which is why Lieutenant General Iger's attack can be launched from any direction. In fact, this is exactly the case. As they saw, every attack of Lieutenant General Iger took good care of this guy's vital points, covering almost all directions of his body. Under such an attack, even if it is a normal dodge, it is absolutely necessary to calculate the direction of the opponent's attack. In this kind of battle, the position of the foot must be taken into account. Break into pieces. But the result of the fact has been put in front of everyone's eyes like irrefutable evidence. This guy is not only not defeated, but even energetically motivates this piece of star map drawn by himself. The strength of this guy is so terrifying. Something is wrong. Old Jack's eyes were full of solemnity, and his turbid eyes stared at the gleaming white dragon constellation map, and a trace of worry rose for no reason. Looking at the white mask that had always acted with ease from the beginning, and the hand he was showing now, old Jack felt a touch of unease in his heart. The strength of this white mask is really quite terrifying. Eat the old man's punch. On the battlefield between the big three of the Navy and the members of CP0, boom, the hard fist filled with the color of black iron exploded the air in an instant, and when one punched down, even the sea water under him shook, and even the thunder and lightning dragon that had been entrenched in the sky was under this punch. It seems a little stunned. A fist blasted the air, and the fist did not slow down immediately. With an unavoidable posture, it hit the white figure on the opposite side. Boom. The surging domineering instantly poured out along the bones of the fist, and the surging domineering was like a violent wave, swallowing the yellow mask on the opposite side in an instant. Iron and steel. Facing Garp's punch, the yellow mask did not dare to show any negligence at all. The corners of his mouth under the mask only pursed into into a thin line. After a shout, the color of black iron immediately followed every inch of his skin. It spread, and at the same time he also compressed the muscles all over his body into a ball, and the whole person became a hard rock. Click click. However, under Karp's surging punch, the iron block of the yellow mask did not seem to have the effect he imagined. Instead, it cracked open inch by inch under the surging punch. Boom! The violent force exploded, and the defense of the yellow mask was blasted by Garp with a single punch. The terrifying power is not blocked by domineering, and the destructive power to the body is simply an increase of geometric multiples, and the yellow mask is shocked to vomit blood on the spot. However, although it was said that he showed fatigue in the battle, the yellow mask was not afraid or angry at all. Instead, he laughed strangely. He looked down at the sea in the distance, and the huge Tianlong constellation was slowly moving. Rising, there was even a hint of smugness in his tone. It seems that even if you do it yourself, Lieutenant General Iger is still not very good at it. Even in such a pressing situation, the boss can still make the dragon seat. This battle, it seems it will be over soon. What? The words of the yellow mask instantly hit the string in Garp's heart, and he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the dragon seat. At this moment, on the sea that is not far away, the dragon seat's regiment has been completely completed that day, and the white light suddenly brightened, and then a heart-pounding shock spread out in the depths of the space. Vaguely, Garp felt a surge from the shock, and even he felt dangerous energy fluctuations. What happened in that black sand fog? He. At the same time, in front of the black sand fog that everyone cares about, a slender white figure with a white mask stands on the sea surface with his hands behind his back. Although the huge wound that runs across the entire chest really looks a little embarrassed, but this does not affect his current state. After holding back for so long, he finally let him out. This move, facing a physique-type warrior like Garp, he can even release it without taking any damage, but facing Iger, who has the same strange ability, he has to spend a lot of effort. Fortunately, even if Iger's combat intuition and fruit development have reached a superhuman level, he still has not been able to prevent the formation of his own dragon constellation. Then, next, it's my turn to perform. The white mask smiled lightly, but the coldness that permeated through the laughter could even penetrate the mask as if the surrounding air was frozen into ice. The voice is cold. I have to say that you are really a fighting genius, but next, you have no chance. It's not a pity for you to die under this move. Constellation Great Rift Dragon. Chapter 665. The world is falling apart. There is so much nonsense. You are an espionage organization. In the black fog on the opposite side of the white mask, Iger's figure also condensed a phantom, which seemed to be a little disdainful, but no one could notice that there was also a trace in the depths of his pupils. It flashed solemnly, and then the sarcasm in the words became more intense. Agent, you even have to call the name of the move in a fight? Childish or childish? Hehe. The white mask is obviously not a good-tempered person. Faced with Yike's deliberate provocation and complaints, the icy color in the eyes of the white mask completely dissipated all the temperature, but when he thought of the dragon star map in his hand, he immediately, you can send this guy to the west, and he just sneered and didn't reply. I don't know how high the sky is. The brat dares to challenge Tianlong and CP0 in front of the world's official government without letting you pay any price. It is definitely a humiliation for his CP0 title. When this trick solves you, those naval soldiers who dare to attack CP0, your grandfather, your grandfather's friend, your friend, and your friend's grandfather will definitely be worse off than dead. Just be stubborn. When you die, those who dare to do it will definitely be worse off than dead. The white mask sneered, and then the domineering arrogance that was already used in the body like a torrent suddenly burst out. Buzz buzz. In an instant, everyone, pay attention to everyone on this entire ocean, everyone in the entire world at the same moment felt an indescribable heart palpitation. Perhaps in some backward villages tens of thousands of kilometers away, the children playing on the ancient rural roads just felt an inexplicable and uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. Perhaps thousands of kilometers away, on a certain skeleton island on those great routes, a giant with dragon scales tattooed on his body, holding the curved dragon horns on both sides of his forehead, put down the big bottle full of wine in his hand, gourd, and then looked at the distant sea in silence and muttered in his mouth, "This kind of feeling is that guy. Someone actually fought against that guy, and he can still force him to do that kind of trick. Who could it be?" The giant looked at the wall in front of him with pictures of everyone he wanted to challenge, and these pictures, if seen by the Navy, would definitely be a shock. There is Edward Newgate with the white beard, Rayleigh the Hades, Charlotte Lingling, Shanks with red hair. Without exception, they are all super powerful, comparable to generals, and even Fane, a super fierce man who surpasses the line of generals. But among this group of ferocious pirates, there is one person whose photo looks out of place. That is a handsome boy in the uniform of a vice admiral with a knife stuck in his face. It may also be hundreds hundreds of kilometers away on the red Earth continent that divides the entire world into several parts. In a tall and gorgeous office building, there are 5 old men. All felt their hearts shrunk suddenly and then hurried to each other. They looked at each other. After confirming that the other party felt the same feeling as him, the surprise in his eyes instantly became extremely intense, and even the pupils were shrunk to the size of pinholes. As for everyone in the tens of kilometers closer to the battlefield of White Mask and Iger, they all felt at the same time that their body was born with a strange sense of dislocation, followed by an indescribable heart palpitations, and the nauseating feeling just came up. It was as if there was an invisible big hand that grabbed all of his internal organs fiercely, and then pulled hard, almost pulling all his internal organs out of his chest and abdomen at once. However, the strange thing is that at the moment when his internal organs are about to be pulled out, the big hand seems to be joking, and he pushes the whole set of internal organs in the completely opposite direction without any precaution. There was about a half-second interval between pushing and pulling, and then started to repeat the original process. This time, all the Navy soldiers who were holding binoculars and stepping on the moon to watch felt a violent burst at the same time. The feeling of dizziness hit, and then the whole person lost control of his body and fell from the air. Only a person with a body as strong as that of Adjutant Poketo can forcibly hold back the feeling of spinning around the world, and with some difficulty he controlled his body to slowly land on the dog-headed warship. But until they landed on the dog-headed warship and felt the violent shaking from the inside of the dog-headed warship, they finally understood that uncomfortable feeling that made them want to vomit out their hearts. Where is it? What an invisible big hand! But the whole space is shaking violently. In this huge shaking that covers the whole world, all of their bodies are caught in a crazy dislocation. What a terrifying power this is! At the moment when the IQ of the Dragon Zodiac's star map soared, it shook the entire space. In the whole world, perhaps only the current Iger is different from others because his body has become a sand mist, and any part of his body has become a grain of sand floating in the air. That's what saved him. And even if he looks like this now, he can feel a burst of pain coming from all over his body. Every grain of sand that he has turned into, there is a small creaking sound inside at the same time, and then quietly turned into a pinch of powder in the series of subtle sounds. These are all parts of Iger's body. At this moment the sand is crushed just like the punishment of crushing flesh and bones is imposed on Iger's body abruptly. It's not over yet. Seeing that Iger stopped making a sound, White Mask also seemed to feel Iger's state at this moment, but he didn't plan to stop there. Instead he let out a faint laugh. My constellation is a big rift. Why is it called a rift? But it has not been shown to you clearly. White Mask said something lightly, and then slowly raised his hands. A vast and mysterious ancient force slowly spread from his palm, and almost at the same time, everyone was horrified to see that in the midst of the extremely dazzling gleaming white light spots in the huge black mist, the gleaming white thin lines that were supposed to connect the light spots turned out to be very dazzling. It fades and darkens at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turns into a pure black gap. Immediately afterwards, it turned out to be slowly cracked in the violent shock. Chapter 666. It seems that your Lieutenant General can't do it. Creak. It is as if an exquisite and tall building was shaken wildly by the power of the entire earth in a huge earthquake. At this moment, everyone can feel at the same time the entire space, whether it is at sea or under the sea, whether it is the boat and the boat were shaking violently, giving off an indescribable shaky feeling. If the space itself is compared to a building, then it is now being held by a certain huge force, and then swaying wildly from side to side, and its own structure is almost completely unable to support it. At this moment, everyone present clearly knows that this terrifying force that is enough to shake the entire space itself comes from the huge Tianlong constellation formed by the white light spots in the black fog. Then, what is that? When it comes to the Tianlong constellation, many people's eyes are naturally involuntarily looking at the huge constellation above the sea, linked together by thin lines. And it doesn't matter at this point, everyone's faces can't help but show thick panic and horror. The white thin line that originally stably connected all the gleaming white light spots together, in one after another, among the fearful eyes, it slowly cracked from the middle. It was as if someone, with the big knife in his hand, slowly cut the entire space along those white lines, and every inch of darkness, which was extremely dense, slowly emerged from the cut. Although it is described in this way, everyone knows that the cracks in this space were simply torn apart by the power of the huge dragon constellation summoned by the White Mask. 10 meters, 100 meters, km, 10,000 meters. The huge crack that was tens of thousands of meters long and nearly 1,000 meters wide burst out in the eyes of everyone in horror. It seems that the gate of hell is open. The endless darkness, with the cracking of the thin white line, the terrifying void hidden under the space is also completely exposed to to everyone's eyes. Click click. One after another, the sound of a huge crystal cracking sounded in the depths of the space. The sound obviously sounded extremely distant, but it seemed to be resounding directly in everyone's mind. The moment the voice was remembered, a thought involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. It seemed that something quite important had cracked. Boom. At the moment when this thought emerged from their minds, everyone felt their eardrums at the same time and received a severe impact. Then, their bodies involuntarily fell in the same direction. Whirring. Not only his own body, but the surrounding sea has always been boiling air. At this moment, it seems to be pulled by some kind of huge gravitational force, rushing wildly in a certain direction. Just on the sea, a huge air tsunami was formed directly above, and the direction of the rushing past is exactly the dragon constellation painted on the sea by the white mask. Following the footsteps of the surrounding air, after less than a second, the people standing on the two boats were all nervous, and then the body that had been blown by the strong wind turned out to be another time upright on the deck. However, before everyone had time to rejoice, they immediately saw an even more frightening scene. Even the sea water carrying the dog-headed warships and the main government ships did not dare to be lonely, and they all followed the huge gravitational force. The direction of the waves converged into one wave after another, surging away. For a time, whether it is air, sea water, or warships and sea kings in the sea, not to mention those who are fighting on ships at sea, they are all strangely caught in a relatively static state, and this short-lived state of stillness did not make everyone feel relaxed, but made everyone's scalp numb when they saw the situation they were facing at this moment. Everything, the dust in the air, the silt in the sea, even the huge dark cloud in the sky that covered the entire sky, but also the guys who were temporarily stuck in relative stillness, everything, all in a strange calm, pouring into the Black Dragon fissure without hindrance. Even the naval headquarters and even the islands below it began to shift in the same direction. Any struggle seems to have no effect because this is the collapse of space. Even the Navy soldiers who reacted used their lifelong skills and moved frantically toward the distance, but in fact they were still moving there. Advance in the rift. The big fissure in the dragon seat is like an abyss that no one can escape at this moment. All the space flows toward it and then leaks out from the huge black fissure, enters the void, and turns into nothingness. No one would have thought that this battle, which should be a dozen kilometers away from the headquarters of the Navy, would have such a wide range. A constellation rift could take everything more than a dozen kilometers away to attract the past. At the same time, everyone's battles are interrupted. Everyone can only watch themselves in a very calm state getting closer and closer to the big black mouth, but there is nothing to do. This is completely beyond the scope of battle or even war. I am afraid that this state can be called a disaster directly. At this time, everyone is completely in no mood to pay attention to the battle between Iggy and the White Mask. Who will win and who will lose? It doesn't make any sense to think about it. The trick of the White Mask is already a disaster. At this level, no matter how capable Iger is, it is impossible for him to win. What's more, the naval headquarters that is more than 10 kilometers away has no ability to resist, and Iger, who is close to the White Mask, may have already disappeared. Oops, it seems that your Lieutenant General Iger is not very good. At this moment, on the main government ship, the battle between Xiangsun and Irene was also interrupted because of the big rift in the dragon constellation of the White Mask was dyed red, but that didn't stop her from looking at the huge black crack in the distance and mockingly said in a frivolous tone, "I'm afraid you'll be able to see what another world looks like later." Chapter 667. No one can survive. He who goes to see another world, maybe. Hearing Irene's words, Xiangsun also gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but at this moment his pretty face was covered with a cold smile. Her current state is definitely not good. She can clearly feel that her breathing has been a little difficult and the muscles all over her body are beginning to feel sore. The most important thing is that the burning pain above the wound makes her unable to do anything. Concentrate. This made it impossible for her to use her abilities to the fullest, but despite this, she also has self-confidence, and the opposite Irene is definitely not much better than herself now. And after the fight just now, Xiangsun finally understood that this woman really wants to kill herself. She didn't hesitate in every move just now, even more decisive than a pacifist. Every attack was directed at her own weaknesses and vital points, cunning and ruthless. So now, Xiangsun is also really angry and has completely forgotten about Iger's battle. This is actually the tacit understanding that she and Iger have cultivated. Before winning or losing, first do your own thing. If Iger has lost at this moment, then his victory or defeat has no meaning. On the contrary, if he still has a chance to win, then he needs to win. So even if she knew that the current situation of Yi might not be ideal, she definitely did not intend to give up this battle. Thinking of this, her white jade-like hands hooked on the strings that reflected the glazed light, and a pair of big eyes only locked on the opposite Irene, and the surging fighting intent came from her. A body that looked even a little thin broke out. "Are you sick? You still have to fight?" Seeing Xiang Sun's appearance, Irene couldn't help frowning. Her tone was a little more angry. "The battle is already like this. You still want to fight? The boss has already won. The rift in the dragon seat will devour everything here, and everyone here will not survive. What else is there to win or lose? What does it mean? Who said your boss was going to win?" Before Irene's words were finished, Xiang Sun's eyes glared, abruptly interrupting what Irene was about to say. "I believe in Eagle. He will definitely have a way to deal with it, and until his victory comes, everything is far from over." I don't know why. The light in Xiang Sun's eyes suddenly became quite bright as soon as Iger was mentioned, so bright that Irene felt a little dazzling. If she was about to fight back, she swallowed it. She had seen this kind of look before, and at that time, this ray of light lit up for herself. That was because he had just received the lurking mission, and it was not long before he was picked up by Xiang Sun, and he just showed his talent in the exam. At that time, the girl in front of him seemed to have said the same thing to him. "I believe in you, although I can't learn it, but I think you are someone who can stand beside Burgapunk." She will always remember the light in the girl's eyes at that time, and she, who has been growing up through cruel and inhuman training, may have changed a little at that time, but now, it seems that the light no longer belongs to him. A trace of bitterness actually permeated her heart, and a bitter smile appeared on Irene's beautiful face, but this bitterness was controlled by her superb expression, and it just flickered for a moment, disappeared completely. She looked beyond Xiang Sun, looked at the huge crack in the dragon seat that day, and shook her head gently. "The boss has already used the dragon throne, which means that these guys in front of him have been listed as enemies that must be eliminated by him, and every time he uses this move, he will never leave any living holes." The reason why Irene knew so well was because she had seen the old ambassador make this move, and at that time, whether it was a member of CP0 or the entire country he defined as an enemy, it was all in this move. Under the dragon throne, life was swallowed by the void, and she, relying on her natural ability, was able to survive this kind of catastrophe-like trick, which is why the above will arrange for herself and the boss to act in a group. In short, when your boss makes this move, everyone, except yourself and the boss, will die. So fighting or not fighting is meaningless. Same idea as Irene was their CP0 companion. Everyone, when they felt the crack in the dragon seat appeared that day, their expressions changed drastically, and then they thought about showing their fastest speed. They want to frantically get rid of the displacement of this space, but no matter how hard they struggle, it is in vain. In the eyes of the Navy, these agents dressed in white flew around like headless flies, and finally fell to the ground slump, and announced a truce with Capcom, Sengoku, and others. "No one will survive, all will be devoured." This sentence, in just a few seconds, quickly spread among the Navy. Everyone can't live. A huge panic spread in an instant, and the faces of the Navy soldiers were involuntarily full of horror, and they tried to imitate the actions of the CP0 agents just now. The result was that they found that no matter how they tried, there is absolutely no way to escape from this displacement of space. What these agents said was true. Of course, even if this is the case, the Navy giant will never allow such disturbing words to come out. Carp immediately picked up the yellow mask, and the color of black iron on his fist instantly filled with a bad tone. "I advise you not to play tricks. I won't believe it." The warring states on the side also rushed to the Navy soldiers, scolding everyone not to disturb and maintain order. For a time, the vicinity of the main government ship and the dog-headed warship became eerily quiet, and the voice of the yellow mask was clearly audible. This guy didn't struggle, he just smiled bitterly. His tone was a little helpless. "Ha ha ha, it's normal that you haven't heard of this move. After all, the ability for the old ambassador to use the skill is absolutely confidential to the Navy. In short, it doesn't make any sense to fight it now. Anyway, we're all going to die." Chapter 668 Big Move. Black Sun. "No one will survive, give it up." The red mask on the side also sat down without any scruples, and even took off his own mask, and then slowly lit a cigarette and smoked it on his own. The white smoke rose, and the bare, unshaven face of the red mask also showed a hint of relief. The boss's trick once directly erased an island country on the map. In just a few hours, the originally rich and powerful country completely disappeared. Speaking of general, the red mask let out a breath of smoke and continued. "The whole country, that's right, even the lively media didn't have a chance to call out, and were swallowed up by the dragon constellation. This is not something that can be dealt with by domineering or physique, it is from the world. The power of Ah. If you are the ceiling to deal with him at the beginning, there may be a chance, but after letting him use this move, there is no chance. Even if you rush over and kill him now, the cracks in this space will not disappear, but will persist until everything is destroyed. After they are completely swallowed, they will slowly heal." So, Ah Huang also said that everything that has been attracted by the rift in the dragon constellation can't escape, including these poor sea kings. It's a pity I'm with the wrong master. The red mask looked into the distance. There was no big three of the navy in his eyes. His face and tone were full of helplessness. At this moment, everything in the space is still rushing towards the huge dark crack in the middle with a trend that is absolutely impossible to resist. Gradually, everyone seemed to be able to see that on the huge crack, like the gate of hell, air, sea, water, and even dark clouds, everything was twisted into a ball in that black fog and then completely disappeared in the darkness. If it weren't for the sun in the distance that you could use as a reference, everyone would think that nothing happened. In fact, the destructive disaster happened in an orderly manner in the silence. It is this kind of disaster in peace, that kind of quietness, but it is the horrible mouth that grinds everything close to him into rubbish and then swallows it into the stomach, which makes everyone's heart feel cold. This kind of great terror, although not saying a word, is indeed as described by the red mask. There is an absolutely unstoppable feeling. Fuck off. Seeing this guy just gave up. Carp's eyes didn't change at all. He appeared in front of the red mask with a flash, and then he waved his iron fist and hit the red mask's head. However, in the face of this almost fatal blow, the red mask just smiled bitterly, but did not evade anybody, and let the iron fist slammed into his head. Boom. After a muffled sound, the body of the red mask fell to the ground, which was particularly abrupt in this quiet sea area. I've said it long ago, even if that's the case, it doesn't make sense. Being held by Kobo in one hand, the yellow mask is neither angry nor annoyed, like a dead fish left to Caputo, without even the slightest struggle, and even chattering there. It's useless. Shut up. Garp was really inflamed by the ink marks of these guys, and he punched it again, and the yellow mask also closed his mouth at the time. The scene suddenly fell into a kind of silence. I said you bastards are not always alive and kicking in the navy. How come you can't get up at this time? You're all pretending to be dead for me, right? Looking at the silence below, Carp was simply out of anger. As a soldier, his will and belief were so easily shaken. However, even if he reprimanded so harshly, the group of navy soldiers below still did not respond. Their faces were still as dark as gray, and there was no reaction. Seeing the appearance of these navy soldiers, Garp was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But to be honest, the appearance of these CP0 agents really made Garp feel a little worried. After all, their reaction was too negative. This kind of negativity even affected himself, and even his almost unconditional strong trust in his grandson Iger began to shake. The big crack in the dragon constellation, even the big three of the navy are helpless. Ignatius, can you really handle it? The silent people just thought about the crack approaching little by little in the silence, and in this brief calm, these CP0 agents were also taken into custody by the navy. During the process of detaining these CP0 agents, someone noticed something that was not quite right. That is, everything in the original navy headquarters moved towards the 1,000-meter wide crack in a trend that was absolutely impossible to resist. But it has been so long. The huge dragon constellation star map is still firmly wrapped in the black sand mist that pervades the sea, and those of them who are on the boat seem to be farther and farther away from the black mist. It's getting closer. Normally, no one would notice this kind of thing, but when everyone was getting closer and closer to the crack, the black mist that slowly became bigger and bigger in front of everyone seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. The more out of place. If it is a displacement of space, then the black mist that is also in this space should also be swallowed by that huge crack, and it should even disappear completely now. But this piece of black fog seems to be floating outside this space, quietly suspended there, standing still, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding things. What the heck is going on? Not only the navy soldiers, but the white mask on the other side of the black fog also raised a lot of doubts about this situation, and the degree of doubt was even greater than that of the navy soldiers. Just as White Mask's heart was gradually filled with doubts, Iger's laughter suddenly sounded from nowhere. Your move really hurts. Next, let you see my ultimate move. Dark Sun. Chapter 669. There seems to be something, right? Have you noticed anything strange? What? Our entire naval headquarters is going to be sucked in by that big crack. That's the weirdest thing, right? Are you still in the mood to care about other weird things? It was still on the dog-headed warship, and the group of navy soldiers who followed Lieutenant General Garp out to fight, but at this moment the navy soldiers who were still a little excited and nervous were all wrapped up by a feeling of silence. One after another, the dark colors emerged from the faces of the various navy soldiers, making their faces less passionate. This kind of gloom, although it is not heavy, but it is just that, it directly hides everyone's hope. Seeing the huge black crack that looks like the abyss at the end of the world, everyone's heart is a little bit rising. Vague despair. The reason why there is no national riot is just because all this happened too quietly, and it is precisely because of this low-key atmosphere that some naval naval soldiers are disdainful of the discoveries of their companions around them, the world will be destroyed and the naval headquarters will flow out of the space along the crack. What other strange discoveries did you tell them? Only Adjutant Paquito, Old Jack and Big Brother Will, the nerve-wracking veterans, can still retain a spark of faith at such a time. At the same time, this spark also made them discover that in this game everything is something that seems out of place in the catastrophe of immediate annihilation. That was the thick black fog itself. As the White Dragon constellation cracked open under the control of the White Mask, it directly transformed into a black crack in the shape of a giant dragon, pulling everything around him into his black stomach. The air, the sea water and even the black clouds entrenched in the sky were twisted into a ball and then flowed out through the black crack, and at the same time that the things surrounding the crack flowed out of the space crazily, the side of the naval headquarters was also pulled over. It won't take long. I am afraid it will be like what the Red Mask and Yellow Mask said. Everyone will flow out of that dark crack and become the outcasts of the world. This is also the real reason why everyone present fell into a vague despair. However, as the space area where the naval headquarters is located is drawn closer and closer by the black crack, the increasingly bizarre scene is gradually being noticed by more and more people. That is, that from the beginning I gave the black sand fog wrapped in the dragon constellation that day, and after so long, it still stopped there steadily. Even Lieutenant General Paquito, Old Jack and even Big Brother Will, who were sitting on the dog-headed warship, could clearly feel that they were getting closer and closer to that mysterious black fog. This is definitely a rather strange thing, because whether it is the air and sea water farther away from him, or the sea kings just under his feet, they have remained relatively static until now. In other words, everyone stayed where they were and never moved, or in other words, they were always following the space that was gradually flowing out of the cracks, moving together. And it is the state where everyone stays together and moves that highlights the weirdness of this black fog. According to the speed of their movement, the speed of more than 10 kilometers has already crossed over in a few minutes. Press reason. That pile of black mist should have flowed out along the crack long ago. However, in their eyes, these black mists seem to be floating outside the space. No matter how other air, sea water, or even the small island carrying the Navy headquarters moves, it just floats quietly on the sea surface, and while the huge black crack was vaguely shrouded in it, it's obviously just a mist, but it's so powerful. Did you find it too? On the other side, the Warring States General, who had just run down to maintain order, also leaned over to Paquito and the others. His voice was also a little dignified. Like the three of them, he cast his gaze on the black fog, obviously seeing the black fog. It was not simple, and most importantly, from that he felt a familiar aura. Iggy Carp also seemed to be telepathic, and at the same time he looked into the black fog. Compared with the Warring States period, he was obviously more familiar with Iger's breath. As he got closer and closer to the black space crack, I also felt that the black fog was definitely not placed here by Iger, just from the fact that it still maintains this immobile state under the overall movement of this space. We know that it is definitely not ordinary. Clap clap buzz buzz. Just when Garp was staring at the thick black sand fog with a nervous expression, the black fog on the opposite side, which was about 3 kilometers away from them, seemed to be sensing something, and it shook for a while, and then from the inside of it there was a burst of vibrations. They are all quite familiar with this kind of vibration. When the White Mask summoned this big crack in the dragon constellation just now, everyone felt a similar vibration. This vibration is a vibration from the depths of space. Sengoku and others, who had just felt that the black fog might bring them a glimmer of hope, felt the shock, especially when they felt that the shock was transmitted from the black fog. Some of the bright eyes disappeared in an instant. In this case, the black fog is estimated to be unable to hold on. As if confirming the thoughts in their hearts, the black mist that had just attracted their attention just now, at this moment quickly collapsed towards the inside. As if the firmness just now was an illusion. Beyond the collapse speed of the black fog, they were simply stunned. I saw that the huge black fog that was still suffused with a range of more than 10 kilometers, actually in just a few seconds, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly collapsed towards its interior. The large cracks in the dragon constellation that were originally covered up were completely revealed. The huge and crisscrossing huge cracks should obviously be on the sea surface, but the sea water nearby is like a waterfall upstream into that crack. In just one breath, the originally huge black mist disappeared cleanly. Chapter 670 completely. No hell. What's wrong? What happened? Lieutenant General Eagle. Lieutenant General Eagle's black fog disappeared. Did it get sucked in by that crack? Many Navy soldiers just discovered that the black sand fog seemed to be a little wrong, but then, before they could realize why the black fog stayed there so firmly, it had just given birth to everyone. The black mist of a little hope in front of everyone's eyes collapsed crazily. It's like a joke. This This huge black fog played an equally huge joke with them when all the Navy soldiers couldn't escape because of the power of this space and their hearts were desperate. This behemoth was quite strong and firm there. Gradually, everyone's attention was attracted to the past, but that is, when everyone was casting their eyes on the huge black fog, the giant. But it was like a little girl who was standing on the stage and suddenly had stage fright, which was quite shocking. The speed quickly collapsed. This Nima, isn't this a joke? The sudden and repeated twists and turns made everyone stunned for a moment, but after a few seconds, a thick and fundamental darkness emerged from the bottom of everyone's eyes. Even Lieutenant General Iger has been sucked in by the huge space crack, and they have no special ability, and it is impossible to escape this fate in the end. In the end, they can only be swallowed by the man-devouring crack. Clearly, on the main ship, amid the crisp sound of the piano, energy ripples spread out radiating from Siang Keiru's body, and the unimaginable sharpness spread at the speed of sound, directly piercing the metal hatches along the way. They were all cut off in the middle, and the section was as smooth as a mirror. At this moment, Siang Sun's expression was dignified, and her pretty face was obviously pale. Looking down, her fingers that were as smooth and perfect as white jade were now covered with blood-red wounds, and every drop of blood was red, seeping out from her fingertips. The strings in her abdomen were dyed blood red. With her fingers connected to her heart, her hands twitched the strings like fluttering butterflies. Every time it fluctuated, her complexion became paler, and her muscles were twitching incessantly on her fat-free face. However, even so, she still gritted her teeth and fiddled with the strings, letting the sharp and tough strings cut one after another incision on her fingers. Loudly, one after another violent violin sound rioted, and the sound wave also changed into various shapes under Siang Keiru's command. Some turned into lumps, some turned into invisible bullets, and some turned into sharp arrows. All the mighty waves formed a wave after wave of waves, arrogantly crushing the opposite Irene. It's hard to deal with. In the face of Siang Sun's almost lifeless offensive, Irene also frowned. Her figure flashed, and the six-style movement was instantly displayed incisively and vividly. His body twitched in a series of movements that were even more difficult than acrobatics, and finally he was able to evade those sonic attacks. However, even so, the opposite side was after all a ferocious sound wave that rushed over at the speed of sound. Under this high-speed impact, Irene also had a few bright red wounds on her body. After all, she is still a girl, her pain nerves are much more sensitive, and Siang Sun's domineering practice is really not a cover. Seeing the red blood seeping out, Irene can't help but take a deep breath. However, in the past, this kind of wound that completely angered her. Now Irene has no reaction at all, just smiled slightly, and then looked over Siang Sun's slender and white neck, looking at the distant maritime. There, the thick black fog is collapsing at an alarming speed. Is this the Lieutenant General Iger you believe in? Irene raised her chin, and there was an inexplicable complex meaning in her smile. Siang Sun, who had already made up his mind, no matter what Irene on the other side said, he would definitely finish the fight with her. Hearing Irene say the words Lieutenant General Iger, he was about to collapse. The fingers stopped abruptly. The domineering arrogance that was surging wildly in the body also calmed down in an instant. Siang Sun looked at Irene suspiciously. The latter's reaction at this moment really made her feel quite unfamiliar, and the latter's his expression always made Siang Sun feel a vague sense of unease. After being stunned for 3 seconds, after confirming that Irene on the opposite side had no intention of attacking at all, Siang Sun finally turned her head a little stiffly. The black sand fog, which had been quite firm until just now, had completely disappeared in such a short period of time. How is this possible? She couldn't make a sound at all. Siang Sun was completely speechless. She stared blankly at the empty distance. She couldn't believe her eyes at all. How is this possible? Iger, who was so strong just now, is now. Seeing Siang Sun's reaction, Irene also sighed helplessly, and then said faintly, I've said it long ago, everyone can't lie. You Lieutenant General Iger, I'm afraid this will already be. Boom boom boom. However, before Irene's words were finished, just above the sea area where Iger was supposed to be, a huge explosion sounded suddenly. Absolutely not wrong, that is, from the direction of the crack a few kilometers away. It was the firm black mist just now, madly shrinking in that direction. How is this possible? At the same time, the white mask that was several kilometers away, on behalf of everyone near the naval headquarters, spoke out this amazement fiercely, and let out a roar through his own throat, because in just a few seconds, the black mist that had wrapped the entire Draco fissure in it, which was extremely stable, finally collapsed at a very gratifying speed, and it was like flushing a toilet. The speed quickly penetrated from the big crack in the dragon's seat, but just when his grandmother White Mask was ecstatic and thought that this Iger was finally going to be lost in the void forever, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the big rift in his dragon throne. Then, a black pure ball slowly formed formed over the crack. Chapter 671 The Source of Great Attraction. The Black Sun. Half a minute ago, Iger and the White Mask were on the battlefield. It is not so much the battlefield of the White Mask and Iger, but it is the White Mask and a thick black fog that spans more than 10 kilometers. Because Iger's body has become this sand fog, and at this moment this sand fog is churning wildly in it, obviously by the huge black cracks covered under it. Gravity pulls and deforms it. Although it seems from the outside that the Schrödinger fog that Iger's body has turned into is quite firm and certain, but in fact Iger himself has to pay unimaginable hardships to fight against the movement of this space and pain. Grandma, the power of this Nema space is really uncomfortable. After turning into a black mist, his body was scattered into scattered sand grains, especially Yige deliberately covered the surface of each grain of sand with the power of a dark fruit, and even used his own power to deal with sand at the same time. The control of the fruit and the dark fruit has deliberately adjusted the direction of all gravitational forces for the direction of the crack. Pieces of pure black sand floated in the air, and a strong gravitational force radiated out, twisting into each other in the air, forming an invisible stand, separating the black mist from the huge crack in the shape of the dragon. However, this is the case. From time to time, there are some weak places, and their gravity is suddenly disordered, and the black sand grains are about to fall into the cracks and disappear. But at the moment when the sand grains are about to fall, it is another. The gravitational force was transmitted from the surrounding sand, and the mass of sand was barely stabilized. And every time such a disorder occurs, Iger will feel that a certain part of his own body will have a piercing pain. That kind of feeling is like having a hydraulic press that madly crushes any part of your body completely randomly. The essence of gravity is the distortion of time and space. In other words, using gravity, Iger also has the power to distort time and space, but this power, under the big crack in space such as the White Mask, does not seem to be rough enough. In just a few minutes, he already felt that every cell in his body was about to be crushed by the gravitational force caused by the space crack. If the power of these dark fruits is hit together, Iger is completely confident that he can protect himself from being attracted by this gravitational force, but the big crack in the dragon constellation is really too big. So big that if he doesn't pull this gravitational force, the sand fog is completely spread out, so I am afraid that everything within 1,000 kilometers will be completely annihilated. In other words, if Iger didn't do this, then at the moment when this crack was born, the entire naval headquarters and everyone in the vicinity of the naval headquarters would flow out of this huge crack in an instant and become the garbage in the void. Iger's current situation. The White Mask is also in the eyes. The current Iger is almost in a state of vicious consumption. Once this guy can't hold it anymore, then the only thing that greets him and the entire Navy headquarters is destruction. How long can you last in this state? You can't even protect your own, and you still want to protect those guys in the Navy. Are you an idiot? Although he said so, in the heart of White Mask, the evaluation of Iger has risen to a new level. The danger level of this guy has jumped directly from A to SSS. Good guy. When I saw him using black sand to overturn the entire desert, White Mask thought it was him. The limit is reached. Who knows? This guy can still trigger the power of time and space. But fortunately, I am still superior. Hey. Even under this difficult stalemate, Iger was still able to laugh out loud, and listening to that tone, there was no pain in perseverance, but a sense of relief. After all, there is no way for a lonely person like you to understand those of us who are concerned. Companions are just bait that can be sacrificed at any time for you, but to me, their meaning. But more than that, maybe you will never understand the power of belonging and solidarity. Next, let you see my ultimate move. Dark Sun. Buzz buzz. As soon as Iger's voice fell, he seemed to have loosened his grip on his body's gravity, and then the entire black fog instantly lost its resistance to the huge gravitational force of the crack in space, and spun directly on the spot. Whirring. The black sand fog spun rapidly, madly rushing towards the center of the dragon constellation, and in just a few seconds, it formed a huge tornado, like a vortex under the sea, turning into a huge mass. The black eddy current was swallowed by the dark crack of the dragon constellation. Ha. You talk too much. Things have come to this point. Will I still let you turn around at will? Naive brat. White Mask stood in front of the huge vortex, and the pride on his face was finally released completely. He had been waiting for an opportunity from the beginning, waiting for the opportunity to kill Iger with one blow. And when Iger intends to use his stunt, it is an excellent opportunity. His sense of sight is always locked on Iger's breath, and when Iger's domineering loosens, that's when the big crack in his dragon constellation directly swallows this Iger into it. Whirring. The big crack in the dragon constellation directly turned into a huge mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the sky, swallowing everything around, including Iger. The whale swallow, which was like an underwater water vortex only lasted for a few seconds and then gradually stopped. At the same time, the black sand fog that was entangled in the sea for more than 10 kilometers also disappeared cleanly. However, just when all the black fog covering the sea surface was sucked clean before the pride on the white mask's face spread to the maximum, it suddenly stiffened. I saw that the black mist that should have completely disappeared under the crack of the dragon constellation did not penetrate into the world at all, but slowly wriggled on the edge of the crack of the dragon constellation and condensed into a ball with a diameter of only a black ball of 100 meters, slowly rotating just like a real black hole. Chapter 672 tell you don't understand either. How is this Nima possible? The muscles on the white mask's face stiffened at the moment when they saw the dark sun rising slowly from the huge crack in the dragon constellation and then suddenly twisted. He stared blankly at the huge crack that was several kilometers long and nearly a kilometer wide in the dragon constellation. The huge gravitational force that was so terrifying that no words on earth could describe it erupted from it, and it was destroying everything in this world. Air, dust, sea, water, dark clouds, and even life are all swallowed up. And just above the crack in this world there is a black ball with a diameter of only 100 meters. They were all swallowed up by a dark day. This is the big move Iger has been brewing. Although this round of black sun may seem unremarkable at the very first moment of its appearance, White Mask, with his keen knowledge and his connection with the great rift of the dragon constellation, immediately felt the big fissure of the dragon constellation, which he had worked so hard to display, was suddenly under a huge pressure. That kind of pressure is extremely delicate just along the two edges of the crack in the same plane as the crack but in a vertical direction. It is applied to the edge of the crack like a needle and thread. It will give the entire world a huge wound. So the same. How is this possible? The white mask of how the big rift in the dragon constellation is formed is very clear. Even if it is him, he cannot directly display it. Cast successfully. The essence of his ability is essentially an operation of space. For him, space is no longer an unshakable thing hidden in the depths of the world like other people, but more like a manipulative medium. Just like a huge piece of paper, you can poke small holes in the paper and then jump from one small hole to another. And this big crack in the dragon constellation is equivalent to that. He stabbed one small hole after another in this piece of paper and finally pokes out a constellation-like pattern and finally gives a sudden force to the space along this sudden. The small holes that are connected in series are split from the middle. This is the principle of the big crack in the dragon constellation. In essence, this is a trick that takes a lot of effort even for the sender, but at this moment, in his own perception, he has spent a lot of effort to create this huge. The cracks in the space are closing at an extremely slow speed in the middle from the beginning to the end, and the initiator is actually such a black group that looks quite small. How could this make White Mask believe such a thing? This time, it was finally Iger's turn to make this kind of laughter. After dealing with this White Mask for so long, he was almost brainwashed by this guy, but at this moment, Iger's body was completely complete. The whole disappears, or in other words, the whole becomes the black sun itself. Don't you have some kind of wonderful feeling when you can operate on space? Iger's voice came from the depths of the huge crack. To the White Mask, it was like a ghost crawling out of hell, causing cold sweat on his forehead behind him. The reason why he has always maintained a nonchalant attitude is because he has such a domineering and powerful ability as his backing. Even if it is a very destructive attack as strong as Iger, there is no way to hit him at all. From any point of view, he has absolutely no weaknesses, and in fact it is indeed the case. Whether it is before or after the transformation, Iger has not been able to kill him effectively. Even if it is true that he hit himself once and was dodged by himself most of the power. Not only does he not have any weaknesses, but he even has such a big killer, and he can definitely kill this guy. However, until he fully used the entire big move, what he got was that this guy turned into a black thing as if nothing had happened and completely ignored his own cracks and swallowed it. This scene directly let him break the defense. Of course, Iger didn't know what the White Mask was thinking at this moment. He was still sarcastically saying, when you're manipulating a space, don't you realize that next to something heavier, the space is harder to manipulate? What? This sentence really asked about the blind spot of knowledge of the White Mask, and the latter was also stunned by the question. That's because, next to something with stronger gravitational force, the degree of distortion of space-time is more serious, and therefore, it will appear more stable. Ig smiled in the dark. In other words, gravity can distort time and space. Just press your torn cracks together again, won't you? However, even if I say so, maybe you don't understand it at all. There are some things you should still listen to what your subordinate has to say. It's useless to explain to you now. Just watch it carefully. How did I sew up this big crack? After these words, White Mask could no longer hear Iger Iger's voice. However, because of this, the alarm in his heart sounded loudly. Buzz buzz. Crunch. Before Iger's voice fell, the entire space began to vibrate violently, followed by a creaking sound as if a glass shelf was crumbling in the violent earthquake. For the Navy and CP0s in the distance, they did not feel any difference in this kind of vibration, but for White Mask, this kind of vibration was enough to make his heart stop suddenly, because he could I can clearly feel that the space crack that was torn apart by myself is really narrowing bit by bit. Creak creak. The space 1,000 meters away is like a ball of plasticine that can be kneaded at this moment. Under the terrifying gravitational force of the dark sun, it slowly twists into a ball. The edge of the originally sharp crack is visible to the naked eye. The speed became blurred and then slowly moved towards the middle. Immediately afterwards, the black sun shot up directly from the crack, rose up to a height of several hundred meters, and then spread in an instant, directly obscuring the sun in the sky. Chapter 673. Lieutenant General Iger, long live. Huh? Stop. Why did it stop? Could it be that the White Mask stopped? Well, 80% of the time, his target is only Lieutenant General Iger, and Lieutenant General Iger has already been dealt with, so he stopped. What are you thinking? People didn't say that everyone who sees this trick will die. What the hell is going on then? I don't know. Just when the astonishing drastic changes occurred in the battlefield between White Mask and Iger, the naval headquarters in the distance also discovered this anomaly. That is, the space that was slowly moving towards the huge crack suddenly stopped. Sports. This situation is simply obvious, so obvious that everyone can feel it. After all, they are only a few kilometers away from the Great Dragon Fissure, but the super thick fissure is more than 10 kilometers wide. For such a behemoth, it is easy to judge the distance from the visual alone, but it is because of this that the situation can be easily judged, so that everyone understands at the same time the situation has changed again, and at the same time, a terrible guess also rises from the bottom of everyone's heart at the same time. Could it be that Lieutenant General Iger has been resolved so that White Mask stopped this terrifyingly huge crack? However, just when everyone thought that their Lieutenant General Iger might have been cleaned up, another scene of drastic changes appeared in everyone's eyes. Look, what is that? With a scream from the crowd, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards a black spot that quickly flew above the big crack in the Dragon Sea. The speed of the black spot was extremely fast, and it had risen to a height of several hundred meters in almost a blink of an eye. After a few seconds, it was almost invisible in the air. Only the Navy soldiers with particularly good eyesight, or those admirals who have seen and heard domineering and cultivated to perfection, can barely feel its existence. And just when everyone thought that the black spot was nothing more than an unknown substance escaping from the space crack, they only heard a huge knocking sound, and then everyone felt the same. The indescribable feeling of heart palpitations burst out in an instant. At the same time as the feeling of heart palpitations erupted, there was also the black spot that rose up into the sky at an extremely fast speed just now. At the moment when the loud noise exploded, a thick and pure darkness was also in the sky. It exploded in the middle. It was like being splashed with pure black dye in an instant. The black spot that was invisible at first glance suddenly exploded into a huge pure black sphere in the sky. I don't know how high it rose to the sky. In the middle of it, in the eyes of everyone, the huge black sphere almost occupies half of the sky. The sky that was originally clear because the dark clouds were attracted away, was dyed black by the unknown substance at this moment. The sky dimmed in an instant, and even the sun that had just exposed its head was completely obscured by it, as if all the light had turned into flowing water that could be grasped at this moment. The huge black ball in it was pulled, and then turned into a well-behaved pet, circling around it repeatedly. And as the price, it is the darkness of the whole world. The sky and the earth are dark, the air and sea water are dyed gray at the same time, and in sharp contrast to these dim air, it is the huge black ball suspended in the sky, and the silently entrenched sea winding approach. A huge crack of 10,000 meters. Both are almost pure darkness. Huge black balls in the sky, with streams of light swirling around them, as if they are the most mysterious celestial bodies in the universe, suspended there silently and eerily, while the dragon constellation on the sea is large. The cracks are like the gates of hell entrenched at the bottom of the world, deep and terrifying. Everyone stared blankly at the scene that seemed to be a catastrophe. It was unimaginable that in this ordinary sea that could not be seen in ordinary seas, it was possible to see this kind of thing that exists almost only in books and legends. Great horror. But having said that, everyone's eyes are still tightly locked on the two behemoths on the sky and the sea, and vaguely still feel a little difference, although they are both black to the top, but each brings everyone the feeling is completely different. From the big crack in the Dragon Sea, they felt a cold and cruel killing intent, but from the dark sun in the sky, they could feel a kind of tolerance that was hard to hide. But any guy with a little bit of arrogance and domineering can easily feel the difference between the two. This also means the black sun in the sky is the handwriting of Lieutenant General Iger. Lieutenant General Iger, still alive. Not only is he still alive, he can even organize a counterattack. That is to say, this whole moving space suddenly stagnates, which is also the blessing of Lieutenant General To Iger. Lieutenant General Iger. Thinking of this, there is a little light in everyone's eyes. Lieutenant General Eagle, get that guy out. Kill him. Long live Lieutenant General Eagle. There were a few impulsive Navy soldiers who took the lead and shouted with their arms raised. Although they knew that Lieutenant General Iger might not be able to hear them at this time, these roars made everyone seem the heart which couldn't be beat at all, beating again and again. Lieutenant General Eagle, come on. Lieutenant General Eagle, come on. Kill that bastard. For a time, the morale of the Navy soldiers skyrocketed to the peak in an instant. Everyone looked viciously at those CP0 remnants with stunned faces, feeling that they were filled with endless power. First grab these plants and talk about it. Not one of them can run away. Mummy, it's just that they were so bad. Fix them hard. The Navy soldiers who have rekindled their fighting spirit once again aimed at the members of CP0, and each of them drowned directly at the remnants of the party under the gratified eyes of Marshal Karp Warring States and Kong. See. The shouts rose into the sky. Even if he didn't watch the scene, he knew that the morale of the Navy was at an all-time high, and Siang Sun couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. Believe in those who should be believed, and will never be wrong. Speaking of this, she paused for a while, and there seemed to be flames burning in her big eyes. Then should the grievances between us be completely settled? Chapter 674, Draco vs Black Sun. Sentiment. What's there to settle? Irene looked at the huge black sun suspended in the sky, and there was a deep shock in the pair of beautiful eyes. Siang Sun couldn't understand it. As a senior assistant under Vegapunk, she understood clearly. Vegapunk once said that space and time will be distorted due to the huge mass and the root of the distortion, which is gravity. That is to say, the principle of this round of black sun created by Iger is to use the power of his dark fruit to create a huge gravitational group, using the extremely strong gravitational force and Iger's own super control power, forcibly confront the space crack created by her boss. This kind of operation, to be honest, is indeed feasible in theory, but in fact, in order to be able to control this kind of power, the domineering and physical strength required is absolutely a bottomless pit. This guy is actually able to get this thing out, and he can maintain it safely. I have to say, this guy is really outrageous. Iger's hand directly pulled everyone out of the dead, but for himself, this is not a good thing. Don't look at me like that. It's really my intention to be yin and yang to you during this period of time. I killed so many people before, and it was you who came to help me. I also apologize to you. Irene retracted her gaze and looked straight into Siang Sun's eyes. At this moment, looking at the determination in the latter's eyes, she didn't know what it was like for a while, but she still restrained her emotions and slowly put it away. With the domineering arrogance all over his body, he said lightly, "These things are actually destined. Even if there are no grudges just today, let alone the two of us, it is impossible for me to continue to stay in this navy. So those old grudges, forget about it." What a joke. Forget it. I can't. Before Irene could finish speaking, Siang Sun raised his brows, his fingers plucked the strings again, and the sound waves as sharp as knives once again moved towards Irene's figure, rushing away like lightning. At the same time, on the battlefield of IG and White Mask, at this moment, all the air between heaven and earth is silent, and under the almost completely dark skylight, the water that has become eerily calm is also a deep dark blue color. In this darkness, the pitch black space cracks, like the legendary black giant python, twisted and twisted in the sea, rebelliously facing the black sun in the sky. The space shattered in pieces near it, making a cracking sound like the roar of a giant snake. On the top of this terrifying giant snake, a pure white figure is particularly eye-catching, but now, anyone who sees this figure will be afraid because of this terrifying dragon chasm under his feet. It's his masterpiece. However, the current White Mask does not have any sense of pride. Instead, it twists its cheeks stiffly, looking at the black sun spinning quietly above the sky. Its eyes are about to pop out of its sockets. How is this possible? This is impossible. How could anyone other than me be able to operate on the space itself? An unbelievable roar erupted from his throat. He was the one who rummaged through the entire devil fruit book. Among the descriptions of all devil fruits, there was not a single devil fruit that could have the same one as him, the same ability as the fruit, and the dark fruit is simply nonsense. How can a completely irrelevant ability have an impact on the illusory space? This point is completely beyond the cognition of the White Mask, and this guy really works. At the beginning, I was aiming at the absolutely invincible ability of this fruit, and I tried every means to get it. How could someone be able to achieve this effect through other means? I really want to see it today. In the current situation, White Mask couldn't help but feel a rage in his heart. He looked up at the black sun that was floating in the sky. A wave of domineering and violent surges surged, and the terrifying power erupted instantly. The edge of the crack that had been rubbed by the black sun a little blurred became clear and sharp again. It's you, the black sun, that is so powerful, or I, the big crack in the dragon constellation, can swallow you all. The voice with a little anger slowly spread over the sea surface. Although the sound seemed quite slight in front of a distance of several kilometers, the dragon constellation under him clearly showed his intentions. For a time, the violent power of space shook wildly. A few minutes ago, the human beings all over the world felt an inexplicable terrifying shock at the same time, and it erupted again in the depths of space. It was originally supposed to be an ethereal space, but at this moment there was a cracking sound in the depths of the world, like a fragile glass building that was about to fall in the violent earthquake, and finally shattered into wreckage all over the ground. The gravitational force of the black sun was actually torn apart by the dragon constellation at this moment. The edge that had been restored by the black sun began to shatter again, and there was even a trend of further expansion. With this movement, the naval headquarters a few kilometers away is flowing in the direction of the big crack in the dragon constellation. Seeing this scene, Iger snorted coldly. Although he said that he had transformed into a black sun in the sky, he could clearly see everything that happened on the ground. Seeing that the white mask fully activated his ability to tear the power of space, he is even more angry, and the moment is a flash of thought. Buzz Iger, who has now turned into a black Japanese day, has almost no reservations and directly rotates his entire body. His rotation also rotates with the circle of light around him. A dazzling halo formed around. With the rotation of dazzling halo, the terrifying gravitational force on his body also erupted without reservation, spreading out quickly in a gorgeous way like light. A strong gravitational force collided directly with the big crack in the dragon constellation, as if it became an invisible big hand grabbing the two edges of the crack and pressing the crack together. Chapter 675 Celestial Body. Big collision. Buzz buzz. Click click. The dazzling halo emits intricate gravitational lines. Although it is as delicate as silk threads, the terrifying power contained in it is such that even the big crack in the dragon constellation feels a considerable pressure. This is the real reason why Iger dares to use the dark fruit to fight against the white mask. If Iger's ability is due to the black hole-like gravitational force generated by supermass, then he would never dare to do so. Fortunately, with the development of Iger's dark fruit ability, he gradually discovered a bug-like ability of the dark fruit, that is, he can manipulate pure gravity. Especially when this dark fruit has been developed to this level, it can basically perform any operation on gravity. It is precisely because of this that he dares to directly use the super gravitational force of the dark fruit to fight against it. Otherwise he will create a gravitational force that is enough to fight against space cracks. The black hole, the Earth was drawn into it first. Although the gravitational line has no shape and no color at all, due to its powerful gravitational force, the surrounding time and space are distorted to a considerable extent, so in the eyes of everyone, they are all in succession. It can be seen that the areas where the rays of light are obviously distorted, and at this moment the strands of tyrannical gravitational force, like sutures in the hands of a doctor, split into thousands of strands in an instant, and then centered on the great fissure of the dragon constellation, quickly dispersing toward both sides of it. Drive away, half and half, and each stopped at the edge of the crack. Immediately, those twisted gravitational lines entered the cracks with incomparable precision and evenness under everyone's horrified eyes, and then, as if being pulled by a crochet needle, drilled out from the intact space. Repeatedly turned several times. After wrapping every part of the crack, the lines of gravitation did not stop at all, and pulled straight towards the center of the crack to sew up the terrifying crack that was several kilometers thick. Do you think I'm playing some doctor-patient game with you? Seeing this kind of operation of Iger, the white mask immediately showed a touch of disdain, and then raised his hands over the top, and the turbulent domineering like the ocean spurted out without reservation. Bang bang bang. With the force of the white mask, the tearing force on both sides of the crack instantly soared, and the huge distance spurted from the center of the dragon constellation, and then only a few crisp sounds like a broken string were heard from the depths of the space. The gravitational line that was supposed to sew together the big crack of the dragon constellation broke down. Today I'm going to swallow everything. White Mask's smile at this moment is particularly fierce, and it is obvious that Iger has aroused considerable anger. After the counter-attack succeeded, he did not dare to relax. It rushed out like a tide, and it stood on the edge of the crack, and a more powerful tearing force broke out. Rumble boom. The large crack in the space that was already quite terrifying became even more hideous under the tearing of the white mask. More and more space collapsed with his tearing, and then became part of the space crack, and with the widening of the big crack in the dragon constellation, the terrifying suction force that was temporarily suppressed by Iger is about to explode again. But this time, Iger warrior was fully prepared. Facing the groundbreaking means of the white mask, his heart was extremely dignified. Boom boom boom. For a time, the gravitational line extending from that round of black sun swelled at almost the same moment. The gravitational line that originally appeared to be only 10 meters wide from a distance, like a sudden burst of air, directly bang, it skyrocketed to more than 100 meters thick. Not only that, but everyone could clearly see that among the gravitational lines that distorted space and time, it should be better to call them gravitational ropes, there were faintly red and black colors that were born between them. Within a short period of time, these gravitational ropes that can distort time and space have completely turned into red and black colors. Buzz buzz. The color of red and black seems to give these gravitational ropes a shot in the arm. Thousands of gravitational ropes radiate out directly in the sky, like a huge palm with countless fingers. Hesitantly, he grabbed the big crack in the dragon's seat that day. Whirring. The two exerted force at the same time, and the time-space distorted by gravity and the crack in the original space suddenly erupted into a fierce collision. The people on the dog-headed warship and the main ship were stunned to see the space that stretched for dozens of kilometers at the same time. It turned out to be a frantic struggle between distortion and anti-distortion, making bursts of sour sounds. The sea water and the air are shaking wildly, and the original form has been completely lost in the distortion of time and space. The sea water not far away is rolled into a spiral shape that changes repeatedly. The huge bodies of the sea kings swimming in the sea water are twisted into the shape of fish that cannot be seen at all, as if they have become pieces of bizarre rubbish. Ho. These sea kings roared uncomfortably, even though their bodies had been twisted into such a shape, but they were still not fatally injured, but twisted their bodies uneasily in this twisted space, telling their feelings to the pain. The sea kings are still like this. Those Navy soldiers who boarded the main ship and the dog-headed warship have an extremely uncomfortable feeling in their bodies. It feels like there is an invisible big hand. He grabbed all his internal organs fiercely and then twisted it mercilessly. Nausea, dizziness, and even want to vomit violently. These two guys. In this chaos, I am afraid that only the big three of the Navy and those lieutenant generals can barely stabilize their state, endure the nausea in their hearts, and stare blankly at the far away that has been given to them from the sea level. It rolled up and twisted directly with the air into a giant pillar of sea water. There was no response other than exclamation. It's really not human. Boom boom boom. The fierce confrontation between the gravitational rope and the big crack in the dragon constellation, as if the whole world is going to be completely destroyed under this confrontation. But in the scene of catastrophe, a white shadow skipped the sky and rushed straight towards the black sun in the sky. Chapter 676. You two look up to yourself too much. Call out. In this terrifying catastrophe that seemed to be the collision of stars, everyone saw at the same time in that distorted space, the sea water and the air were twisted into a mass of space that was tucked in the air, an incomparable line. The conspicuous white figure rose directly into the sky, and in an instant it was a full several hundred meters away. At this moment, the white mask has left all the abilities to the big crack of the dragon constellation. In addition to applying a layer of protection to his body with his abilities, he can only rely on pure physical strength. However, even the white mask, who can only rely on physical strength and grew up in a harsh environment like hell since childhood, still has the super combat power to crush the vast majority of people in the world. Just from the speed at which he burst out, one could see a glimpse of his terrifying strength, and it was such a white mask that was still full of strength, and in just a few seconds, it was like a bolt of lightning in the eyes of everyone, and it was directly cut through in the sky, rushing straight to the huge black sun suspended in mid-air. Look at me, directly smashing your black and not garbage. The roar of the white mask erupted from the throat. The ferocity in it was hard to conceal, or there was no concealment at all. When the mind moved, the slender but seemingly tough fingers suddenly bounced. The white light almost it is instantly covered on it. Immediately afterwards, a scene that caused everyone to take a deep breath happened. Everyone was no stranger to the six forms, and when the white mask flicked his fingers and reinforced it with his abilities, everyone was stunned. I didn't care too much. It was just a normal finger gun. But just when everyone thought that white mask would use his fingers to stab into the black sun without hesitation, the white light in white mask's hands rose against the storm, not just covering his fingers, but instantly filled the entire palm, wrist, and even the entire arm. The air seemed to vibrate suddenly, and then a white light shot into the sky from his hand. His entire arm was engulfed by the gleaming white light, and then a huge sword with a length of 1,000 meters. It slowly condensed and formed from the gleaming white light. The white giant sword is a few hundred meters wide, and the figure in the white mask is just a dim dot compared to it. Numerous dense mysterious runes are engraved on the gleaming white blade, as if representing the devil, the mysterious source of power in the fruit. Even the huge black sun suspended suspended in the sky is only a few circles larger than it. If everyone thought that he could not have any influence on the dark sun when the pointing gun appeared just now, then the birth of this long sword has completely shocked everyone's attention. No one would doubt that without any response, the black sun would definitely be split in half. The strength of this white mask can hardly be described by human beings. Although he is an official of the world's official government, even if he stands in front of the 4 emperors, I am afraid that he will be able to retreat. Even while maintaining such a terrifying big crack in the dragon's seat, he was able to separate himself and attack Iger's body. Surround way to save Zhao. This guy is just trying to distract Iger, or he will be distracted, and the control of the big crack in the dragon constellation will be weakened, or it will lead to the loss of suppression of the big crack. The control of the big crack in the dragon constellation, while fighting with the white mask, was defeated because of the scattered power. This guy, what a ruthless tactic. For a time, everyone's hearts were slammed fiercely. Iger, can he really be distracted and fight against the white mask while taking into account the big crack? Laugh. Just when everyone on the boat was for Ige and their hearts were clenched, the huge space sword in the hands of the white mask had already cut through the space and moved towards the dark sun like lightning. Hit hard. Such a huge giant sword was swung down, but it didn't make any sound, not even a little bit of wind. But this didn't mean that the slash was completely powerless, because in front of this giant sword, even the air and the space itself were cut into pieces, and a faint black mark appeared after the trajectory of the giant sword. Although it was silent, it made everyone feel it. Feels like the scalp is tingling. This cut can cut everything. It is directly cut off with the space. Even the armed color or even the overlord color is a slash that cannot be completely resisted. The sword light flashed, and in just a blink of an eye, the sharp blade had shattered the circles of dazzling brilliance, and it was on the verge of the surface of the dark sun in an instant. In the next moment, it will be smashed hard. Grumpy. At the critical moment, the surface of the dark sun, which had been calm without any waves, suddenly burst into bursts of bubbles, as if it were boiling. A burst of boiling emerged. First is the sharp tip of the sword, then the body, the frame, and finally the hilt, and above the hilt there is a red-black palm tightly grasping it. That is, at this time, the huge white sword light has already slashed over Ken. The white light flashed, but in everyone's imagination, the scene of the dark sun being split apart did not appear at all. Instead, there was a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing, and it exploded. This rather bizarre situation made everyone stunned for a while, staring at the dark sun in the sky for a long time, and finally saw what was going on. The huge white sword and the darkness in the middle of the sun. There is a palm that looks as tiny as an ant holding a pure black sword, blocking the huge and incomparable white sword. In front of the white giant sword, the pure black sword is obviously inferior to a cold hair, but it is such an insignificant cold hair. But it is a slash that can't wait to split the whole world. Hit it, and it was blocked alive. How is this possible? Not only the Navy soldiers watching the battle above the sea, but even the white mask was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine that such a trivial sword could actually block his slash. You look down on yourself too much. Chapter 677. You are big. I am bigger than you. In a sneering voice, the dark sun that was supposed to be directly split in half by the bright white giant sword in the white mask's hand was actually a wave of ripples and ripples on its surface, and then the palm holding the sword was like a torch. It is usually lifted slowly by people, rising slowly from the surface of the dark sun. Although the scene was weird, everyone knew what was going to happen next. Iger, who had never shown up much until just now, finally showed his true body. The surface of the dark sun was like ripples in a black ocean, and a human figure holding a pure black sword slowly emerged from the circle of black ripples. Looking at it like that, it was Iger who hadn't revealed his true body for a long time. Lieutenant General Eagle. It's Lieutenant General Eagle. He just came out like this. Is there really no problem with the big fissure in the dragon constellation at sea? Who knows? You see now, the dragon seed hasn't gotten any worse. It should be able to hold on. Not necessarily. Don't look at it without any problems now, but with the battle between Lieutenant General Iger and that guy, the physical energy is being consumed, and it may not necessarily collapse. After all, this situation, come on, Lieutenant General Iger's consumption is much greater than that guy. Seeing that the figure of Lieutenant General Iger finally appeared from the dark sun, the eyes of the Navy soldiers also lit up. Unconsciously, this man who looked only in his teens, but his actual age was only 8 years old. Lieutenant General Iger has actually become everyone's hope. As soon as I saw him, the tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, as if all the problems would be solved as long as that person was there. Of course, among the Navy soldiers, there are also people with vicious eyesight, especially a group of admirals headed by the 3 giants of the Navy, who can immediately assess the current situation. Although Iger is even showing his true body, Tianlong the big crack is still very stable, but there is no way to hide the feeling of emptiness in the dark sun. There is no dispute that, under the current circumstances, the consumption of Iger using the dark fruit to repair the space crack is far higher than the physical energy consumed by the white mask to tear the space crack. That kind of consumption can even be used in geometric multiples to describe. At this moment, this act of coming forward to attack on the one hand admits that he has no way to let the white mask attack, on the other hand is completely dragged into a state of vicious consumption by the white mask. This point is also clearly understood by the white mask, who is also battle-hardened and murderous. It can even be said that this is one of his calculations, especially when he felt that the moment Iger appeared, the dark sun behind him gave birth to a feeling of emptiness, and the smile on the face under the mask became more intense. He. Finally you are willing to face me with your own person? The white mask looked at the emerging Iger, and the laughter seemed to be cold enough to form icicles, and the white light on the giant sword in his hand was brighter. You can appear. Does that mean that the dark sun behind you is not as strong as I thought? Without your support, how long can you be a dark sun? In other words, you came out to fight with me. Can your dark sun still support the great rift in the dragon constellation? You take care of your own cracks and be careful not to be pulled directly by me. Facing the ridicule of the white mask, Iger was neither angry nor annoyed, just smiled quietly and responded gently. At this moment, every inch of his body is black, whether it is hair, cheeks, neck, chest, abdomen, back or arms and thighs, and even the long sword in his hand is completely black, pitch black. If it weren't for the sound of the dragon's roar and the tyrannical sword intent that even the dark sun couldn't hide, I'm afraid that even Iger himself would not recognize it at all. A pure black sword is Ryoma, just like the analysis of the navy and the white mask. If I don't show up, I am afraid there is no way to resist the destruction of the white mask. Similarly, I want to keep the big crack in the dragon seat from expanding, and even a little bit. The physical strength that it needs to pull back on the right track is definitely several times more than that of the white mask, but if these people really think that they will hand over the victory of the battle in this vicious consumption, it can only be said that it is not so easy. A dead duck has a tough mouth. Seeing Iger's indifferent reaction, the white mask seemed to be unable to control the killing intent in his heart and snorted coldly, and then the gleaming white giant sword in his hand shone brightly again. The opposite is obviously a dark sun that can even swallow the light, but under this powerful gravitational force, the light above the gleaming white giant sword seems to be unaffected at all, as if it has risen in the sky again. The second sun, the white light became extremely dazzling in an instant, directly illuminating the entire sky. Without any hesitation, the white mask's eyes flashed fiercely, and the giant sword in his hand, with a terrifying wave that could destroy everything, aimed at Iger, including the dark sun behind him, and slashed straight down. I'll let your dark sun go to hell with you. Laugh. The gleaming white light instantly drowned the entire sky. Among the gleaming whiteness, only the dark sun and the big crack in the dragon constellation above the sea barely maintained their true colors, while everything else seemed to be submerged in the infinite, in endless white. Hey, such a big knife. Do you like it? Are you big? Mine is bigger than yours. I don't know if it was a hallucination or what, but next to everyone's ears, a gentle and slow laughter could be heard, and that voice was the hope in their hearts, Iggy's voice. Not a hallucination. In this piece of white light that drowned everything, just when the white light was about to split the whole world in half, everyone only felt the whole space vibrate, and then only saw the pure white. A gigantic black light directly and arrogantly tore a piece of white into the sky. The black light that appeared was extremely abrupt and domineering. Everyone only felt that the vision originally occupied by the white light was torn apart by an absolutely domineering black light. Then, a sound of dragon roar resounded through the sky. Chapter 678. Your sword. No. The huge dragon roar resounded through the sky in an instant, shaking the air of the whole world in an instant. Everyone only felt that this roar was like a thunder that slammed the entire sky, making everyone's ears numb. It was buzzing for more than 10 seconds. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a domineering black light which burst out from the side of the dark sun, like a huge black dragon, tore apart the white light that almost drowned the entire sky, straight up into the sky. Boom boom boom. The air exploded in an instant, and the sea also swelled on the spot, and the echoes lingered repeatedly between the vast world, making everyone feel that they were above their hearts, as if they had been smashed by a heavy hammer. An indescribable feeling of suffocation flooded into my heart instantly. Whoa. It was as if a piece of cloth covering the entire sky was torn apart in an instant. The gleaming white light that almost drowned the entire world at first was hit by that terrifying black light that shot up into the sky in an instant, gotta fall apart. The white light scattered like pieces of catkins flying, slowly falling from the sky. The dim sky, the dark ocean, the pure black dark sun, and the big crack in the dragon constellation reappeared in everyone's field of vision. At the same time, time. The white light that was broken into pieces all over the sky, like the white snow that encountered the flames, slowly melted under the dim light. This finally made the situation of IG and White Mask in the sky reappear in everyone's field of vision. And this does not matter. An uproar suddenly resounded through the entire navy. I saw that above the sky, beside the huge black sun that completely covered the sun, the White Mask was still holding the huge gleaming white lightsaber in his hand, and the whole body maintained the slashing towards IGE just now. At this moment his entire body was shaking violently because of the force, and the white giant's sword could not move forward at all, because right in front of him, between IG and himself, his white giant sword, which he wished to split the whole world in half, was being held tightly by a ferocious dragon claw. The bright white giant sword with the White Mask is 100 meters wide, and the dragon claw that holds it in its entirety is nearly 1,000 meters long. On each dragon finger the joints are vigorous and powerful, and the pitch black dragon scales like huge shields cover it neatly. The naval soldiers with excellent eyesight can even see the muscles of the chew knot under the scales. Crazy surging. It was as if the door of the legendary fantasy world burst open, and a super dragon that only existed in ancient legends suddenly protruded its palm from the door of the world. However, after everyone saw the sturdy dragon arm behind the ferocious dragon claws, and the incomparably huge figure hovering around Iger, it all vanished. At this moment Iger was clenching the sword in his hands with both hands, and a tyrannical and domineering arrogance like the waves of the sea emerged from his body, as if he was madly pouring into the pure black sword as if he didn't want money. After accepting the domineering arrogance of Iger, who seemed to have no restraint at all, the sword seemed to possess intelligence, and bursts of high-pitched sword sounds erupted, and the steady stream of sword energy evaporated from the blade, come out and then wriggle at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, around Nag, entrenched into a truly complete black dragon. This one is entrenched in the sky, and just one dragon claw already has a huge dragon that is nearly 1,000 meters long. It turned out to be the sword intent condensed by Iger through the sword in his hand. On the dog-headed warship of the Navy headquarters and the official ship, the Navy soldiers who were still a little worried about Iger's state, the worried eyes suddenly turned into shock and horror. This giant dragon, with its huge body winding for 10,000 meters, could not tolerate it at all when it was entrenched by Iger's side, and turned its dragon body around the dark sun, even if it was several kilometers in diameter. The dark sun, in front of this black dragon, looks like a toy, guarded by the latter in his arms. This kind of terrifying thing turned out to be the sword intent condensed from that sword. It simply shattered everyone's worldview. Even the White Mask that had seen countless world-class secrets was immediately stunned. He stared blankly at the black giant dragon entrenched in the sky. There was nothing but horror on his face under the mask. Other emotions. No matter how he wanted to break his head, he would never have imagined how this guy could create such a behemoth once again when a dark sun had already been created. White Mask's brain is completely in a state of downtime at this moment, and he has no idea how this situation happened. Lyoma, it seems that you have become a lot stronger. In the midst of this shocked gaze, Iger lowered his head and glanced at the pure black sword in his hand with a faintly reassuring smile on his face, and whispered softly. Everyone was stunned by their own hand, but only Iger knew that the reason why this move could become so powerful still had to rely on the famous sword in his hand. Ryoma. Unlike any other knife in the world, the sword soul in this famous sword is a real soul, and due to the systematic craftsmanship, the will of this ancient swordsman is almost without waste. All are preserved in this sword body. During the period of being by my side, this knife can be said to be getting stronger every moment, because it does not need to exercise the body, it only needs to make its will tougher and better integrate into the new one in the body. And over the past period of time, as Iger himself has become stronger, the strength of this famous sword has also risen by a big step. The current Ryoma, I am afraid that its own ability can no longer be evaluated by the so-called Big Quick Sword. The strength of this guy may already be among the ranks of the supreme Big Quick Sword. Hey. Thinking of this, Iger couldn't help but laugh twice, then raised his head and looked at the White Mask not far from the opposite, who didn't seem to react at all. His tone was cold. Looks like your big sword can't do it. Chapter 679. No one can live. It wasn't until the opposite Iger spoke the whole brain fell into a White Mask that was in a state of downtime, and he finally reacted. The blow that he thought was a sure kill was unexpectedly hit by this guy, just like this. Way to block it. And looking at it like this, the black giant dragon's body is solid as if it really exists, and this guy's body reserves are not empty at all. Looking at the dragon's body, the dragon's scales were like a shield the size of a human head, glowing with a cold sheen, and the White Mask could even see his own reflection on it. Between the contractions, the power of terror surged in it like an undercurrent. Look at the dark sun protected by the dragon in his arms. There is no no sign of dissipating. Even the huge crack above the sea, where there is any looseness, is still firmly bound by the gravitational rope emanating from the dark sun against the power of its own tearing space. The physical energy left in this guy's body is so terrifying. Don't say anything, even if it is just to create such a huge group of sword intent. I am afraid it will be more laborious than releasing the gravitational ropes. That is to say, this guy's reserves are far beyond the level of a dark sun. Is he a monster? How could someone be able to fight against the power of the entire space and still have spare power? And it is not a single star, but at least half of the power to create such a huge and terrifying sword intent. Even putting aside the issue of physical energy reserves, this black dragon, if you say that you summoned him from another world or cultivated and transformed him with biotechnology, he thinks it is quite incredible. In the end, you told him that this giant dragon, which was so huge that he could directly reach out and grab the giant sword in his hand, turned out to be the sword intent condensed by a knife. What an international joke. After all, the White Mask is someone who has seen the world. Whether it is physical or swordsmanship, he has seen the world's first-class masters. Sword intent is indeed extremely important for a swordsman. A strong swordsman can condense a rather terrifying sword intent, he also knew, but this Nema directly created a flying mountain, which is too fake. Is this something that humans can do? What's the matter? Too scared to speak. Seeing the reaction of the White Mask, Iger also sneered, and then sneered. He. The White Mask on the opposite side obviously stuttered, but he still refused to show weakness and responded without hesitation. What if you still have the strength to condense sword intent? At the same time support these two big consumers? How much time can you support? And you really think that I gave it for nothing? Unwilling to show weakness in the slightest, the White Mask retorted Iger, and then a violent force was exerted on his arm, trying to pull out his gleaming white giant sword from the huge dragon claw. But when he pulled it out, he was completely stunned, because he had already exerted his full strength just now, but the bright white giant sword that the black dragon held tightly in his palm remained motionless. This black dragon has such terrifying power. Not moving once, the White Mask was quite unwilling to try several times in a row. However, no matter how much I tried, my very mighty looking white giant sword was firmly grasped by the black giant dragon. In the hand, there is no looseness at all. Seeing this situation, White Mask only felt that his heart shrank fiercely at that time, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a pinhole in an instant. A thick ominous premonition instantly filled his heart. When he cast his somewhat panicked eyes on Iger again, he saw the latter's eyes that were as cold as ice and snow. You're right. I really am. I'm very strong. The time is very long, and it looks very good. Iger responded unhurriedly, and then his mind moved, and the giant dragon behind him immediately exerted force, and the gleaming white giant sword in the huge dragon claws, which was originally considered to be absolutely murderous. Suddenly there was a creaking sound, like a crumbling space at this very moment. Not good. An indescribable sense of danger rushed into White Mask's heart at this moment. He immediately threw his arm, and cut off the connection between himself and the Yingbei greatsword in an instant. At the same time, he stepped into the void. The shape suddenly collapsed. Boom. At the moment when the figure in the White Mask burst back towards the back, the gleaming white giant sword in the dragon's claw suddenly looked like a balloon that had been squeezed. Once again, it slowly melted in the dark air. Don't run away. I'm afraid you are the real physical emptiness right now. The giant sword that burst the White Mask with one palm. Iger looked at the White Mask that did not choose to move in space, but directly used the moon step to spread the distance. He couldn't help laughing. The dragon roared loudly, and then dashed towards the pure white figure that had retreated. Roar. It has to be said that the huge body of the black dragon moves in the sky. It has a very visual impact. Everyone just feels as if a demon god suddenly stretched his arm, and then straightened to the White Mask that was trying to escape. The time difference in exchange for abandoning the giant sword in advance allowed the White Mask to use the movement technique to open a distance of nearly a kilometer. However, this distance, in front of the huge body of the dark dragon, seemed to be insignificant at all. It was just swimming. Move a few levels. Swish. The dragon's body hadn't even stretched out yet. He just stretched his head and neck forward a little, and the bloody mouth that opened was already close to the body where the White Mask burst out. Damn it. Smelling the breath of death exhaled from the giant dragon's mouth, White Mask felt that his entire body was immersed in an icy stiffness. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the dragon, a flash of madness flashed across the face of the White Mask. Then, a gleaming white light lit up again in his hand, and then a gleaming white ball of light quickly formed in his hand. Ha. I said no one wants to go back alive today. Yang Tian roared, and without any hesitation, the White Mask directly threw the light ball in his hand into the crack above the sea. Chapter 680 Crazy White Mask Call Out. It was completely free fall. The white light in the hands of the White Mask was like raindrops falling falling from the sky. Fall down. However, with such an inconspicuous shimmer, the Navy soldiers in the dog-headed warships, the main ships and the naval headquarters did not even see the small thing that was falling at an extreme speed. But this thing was what made the victory just now revealed. Iger, who was smiling, changed his complexion in an instant. "You bastard, are you going to destroy the whole world?" Without any foreshadowing, Iger, who was still quite calm in the sky and had the chance to win, suddenly roared at the white mask in the distance, and at the same time his mind changed, and he ordered the black dragon to immediately change the target. Stop chasing the white mask, but immediately chase the spot of light below. Hoo 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 hoo. The dark dragon screamed high, staring at the white mask that was close at hand with a very unwilling face, and the black dragon's eyes radiated the same anger as Iger, and the big bloody mouth was only a few meters away. "You can swallow that white mask in your mouth." The white mask, just like that, quietly watching the angry and terrifying mouth of the dark dragon, flew over with his mask on and turned sharply down in the air. The entire dragon body turned a 90-degree in the air, the bend, and swooped straight towards the falling spot of light below. Ha 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 ha. Underscore. The huge head of the black dragon flew past the body of the white mask, and the heavy body brought a huge wind pressure, and the whole body of the white mask was violently lifted out. However, even in this turbulent air, the white mask did not make any response, but let his body float with the wind like a kite, and even spread his limbs directly in the air, the whole posing in the shape of giving up resistance, and the cheeks covered by the mask burst into a crazy smile. Damn it! Looking at the lethargic appearance of the white mask, Iger's lungs are almost bursting with anger, from creating a dark sun to forcibly pull the big crack in the dragon constellation, to luring this guy to attack him, to calling directly at the moment with a super strong sword intent. He devoured the white mask in one fell swoop, and he thought clearly about every step. But after all the calculations, the only thing that was missed, or something he didn't know at all, this white mask actually has the ability to directly oscillate space. The little bit of light that he just dropped, although it looks insignificant, but Iger, who has the dark fruit, can feel that in the seemingly insignificant little light, it is actually quite confusing and hidden. Rampage of space power. Space, when we talk about this concept, it seems to be illusory, invisible, and intangible, but in fact, space also has its own structure. Only when it has a complete and perfect structure, space is space, and it can be used by people. Torn apart, can be twisted, can be loaded with matter. However, the thing thrown down by the white mask, Iger couldn't feel any neat arrangement in it at all. It was pure explosive power. This is a miniature nuclear bomb that can directly oscillate space. The purpose of this guy was not to solve himself from the beginning, but to drop this nuclear bomb when everyone could not react, and then directly blast the entire dragon throne. Frenzied, he actually wanted to die with everyone. Quick 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 quick. Iger's face was quite ugly, and the hand of the white mask was completely beyond his expectations. Who would have thought that this guy would not even run in the end, and would rather die together and kill himself? Staring at the black dragon that was swooping down vertically, Iger clenched his teeth tightly. Various countermeasures flashed through his mind, but the final optimal solution was still yes, chase back that shimmering nuclear bomb that fell at a very high speed. Hoo 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 hoo. The black dragon is condensed by the sword intent, so it is completely moving in the state of the spirit body, and the speed is hardly affected by the air resistance, but at the same time, it seems that there is no gravity to accelerate, and all the speed can only rely on the urging of Iger. Move. And now, Iger already feels that the blood vessels in his body are about to burn. The impetus for the dark dragon has reached the extreme. Soon, soon, coming soon. It's getting closer and closer to that little light. Hurry up, hurry up. After the glimmer has dropped a certain distance, the acceleration of gravity has been offset by the air resistance, which makes the speed of its descent into a uniform speed, and the dark dragon above it is always accelerating. km 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Coming soon. The distance to that spot of light is only a reach away. With a thought, Iger told the dark dragon to stretch out its huge dragon claws downward, trying to grab that little light in the palm of his hand. Soon catch it. However, just when the dragon claw of the dark dragon was only a short distance away from the shimmering nuclear bomb, that comedic scene finally happened. Just in front of the vigorous and powerful dragon claws of the giant dragon, in the eyes of Iger, in the mad smile of the white mask, that little shimmer finally passed through the cross of the gravitational rope, slowly into the black crack of the dragon seed. All of this, in the eyes of everyone in the distance, when the black 10,000-meter giant dragon was only a stone's throw away from the white mask. The dragon suddenly turned around and dived madly right below. This kind of behavior is simply confusing to everyone. How can a good dragon suddenly rush to the sea? However, when they looked carefully at the bottom of the dark dragon, there seemed to be a small spot that was flickering slightly before someone finally finally reacted. It seemed that the shimmering spot was more dangerous than the white mask itself. And just when all the talents just reacted, the body of the dark dragon has been accustomed to the entire mid-air from a height of 10,000 meters, like a long snake that reaches the sky, reaching out to the low-light nuclear bomb above the sea. Out of its vigorous dragon claws, that is, at this time, that little ray of light gently sank into the big crack in the dragon constellation that was heavily bound by the intricate gravitational rope of the dark sun. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 681-700. Chapter 681. White Mask Give. Ha 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 ha. IG, you are still a step. The whole body of the white mask stretched out in the air as a big character, and it also fell into the sea along with the falling light and the black dragon that rushed down. Of course, it was so small that there was no any compared with the shimmer of resistance and the black dragon, which is completely in the presence of sword intent and has no entity at all. It is still too slow after all. So this guy just saw that little glowing nuclear bomb and fell lightly into the big crack of the dragon constellation above the sea. A proud and crazy smile instantly flooded his face, and he immediately directed at the sky in the air. Iger in madness grew up in size. The goddamn guy. Iger's face was ashen, staring fiercely at the rapidly falling white mask under him, only to feel that his brain was about to explode. It turns out that this guy is still hiding such a hand. Maybe from the beginning to the end, this guy is holding such a calculation and showing a feigned appearance, but in fact he is holding the idea of directly blowing up the big crack in the dragon constellation behind his back. Originally, he was still full of disdain. This guy left all his strength behind to tear open the cracks. It is impossible for him to have any extra strength to fight with him. So my old god is there, just waiting for this guy to take the initiative to attack. But who would have thought that just when he was about to kill this guy, his grandmother's hand was still hidden behind his back. He didn't have time to react at all. After he reacted, even if the black dragon swooped down at the fastest speed, he still couldn't catch up with the speed of the shimmering light. Done. Late. For a moment, even with Iger's tenacious spirit, he was absent-minded for a few seconds at this moment, completely stunned by the hand of the white mask. And in just a few seconds, that little gleaming white nuclear bomb has completely disappeared into the big crack of the dragon constellation. Buzz buzz. It is worthy of the evaluation of the miniature nuclear bomb at all. That little light nuclear bomb has just entered the big crack of the dragon seat, and the extremely violent and chaotic space force that was deliberately compressed in it by the white mask suddenly exploded. Although it was said to have exploded, the Navy soldiers standing by watching the battle did not feel the slightest explosion wave at all, and the shimmering nuclear bomb that made Iger suddenly change his color seemed to have not played out at all. Deterrence. However, just when this thought just came up in everyone's mind, an indescribable feeling of heart palpitations suddenly filled everyone's heart. Click click. Almost at the same time, one after another, a crisp sound like a crystal cracking suddenly sounded quietly in the depths of the space. Hoo 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 hoo. That is, at this time, the black giant dragon that made everyone gasp in admiration also opened its own bloody mouth and rushed towards the big crack in the dragon seat that was entrenched on the sea. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. The dragon's teeth are sharp, the dragon's claws are dancing, the dark dragon's beard and hair are all open, and the pair of dragon eyes are full of anger and domineering look, as if the ruler between heaven and earth is about to stand up to protect his territory. Rushing down, and just at the moment when the dark dragon was about to collide with the big crack in the dragon constellation, there was a sudden burst of violent vibrations in the big crack in the dragon constellation, which was originally bound by countless gravitational ropes. At first, no one could detect the vibration, but if it doesn't move, it's gone, and if it moves, it's like thunder. There was no preheating at all, just like the sun was detonated without warning. It was just a trivial shock, and it turned into an earth-shattering shock in an instant. Boom boom boom. The whole world was swayed violently, and then, like a volcanic eruption, a black light of nothingness spewed out directly from the huge crack in the dragon seat. Call. The dark dragon and the black light that spewed out of the crack are both black, but the feeling that black brings to others is quite different. The black dragon is contaminated with the power of the dark fruit, so it presents a black and pure color, and that black light is a kind of black that cannot be identified from this world at all. The black dragon and the black light collided fiercely, but the expected burst of energy did not happen at all. The originally aggressive giant black dragon with a full body winding for 10,000 meters turned out to be in contact with the black light that soared into the sky. The moment they collided, they were corroded into nothingness. It may not be accurate to describe it as corrosion, because it is actually just the energy condensed on the black dragon, which was smashed in the void. But this scene fell in the eyes of everyone. That is, the entire black dragon's head was alive. The corrosion goes on, and this is just the beginning. Bang bang bang. With the arrogant black dragon in the sky. It was completely destroyed by the black light rising from the sky in just one encounter. Bounces up. Although everyone couldn't hear what was breaking, but out of intuition living in this space, they felt purely instinctively that there was something protecting them. Breaking it. That's the gravitational rope that Iger set on both sides of the Great Rift in the Draco constellation. Broken. And at the moment when the gravitational rope was broken, everyone felt as if they were suddenly stabbed by a sharp knife, and they felt as if something extremely important had been completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. After completing this move, I have no regrets in my life. In the face of this kind of catastrophe, the whole world can still laugh. I am afraid that there is only one person with a white mask. He stared straight at Iger in the air. His face was full of crazy laughter, and the hysterical general, this last word remains in the wind. Iggy, just enjoy my gift. Ha 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 ha. After speaking, the whole person took a posture of folded hands, like a holy believer, and plunged into the blackness of nothingness. Boom boom boom. It seems that the creator's will was sensed, and the entire Tianlong fissure suddenly rioted. Chapter 682. The world is collapsing. Click click. The crisp cracking sound no longer sounded faintly in the depths of the space at this moment, but really resounded in everyone's ears. Whoops. As the pure white figure in the white mask was completely submerged by the black light of the void, it was like turning on some kind of magical switch, or it seemed to completely stimulate the fierceness of the dragon constellation in general. The entire dragon constellation cracked like a giant dragon sealed in the shackles finally noticed the rust of the shackles. Wake up suddenly. The endless suction burst out once again from the emptiness, black light rising from the sky. After swallowing the dark dragon, this black light went all the way up, and in the blink of an eye, it swept the entire body of the dark dragon. They were all swallowed up, and then the trend continued unabated, directly rising into the sky along the vertical body of the giant dragon, until a big hole was pierced in the entire sky. Whirring. The terrifying pressure difference pushed everything between heaven and earth, madly rushing towards the Optimus pillar that glowed with nothingness and black. It seems that there is some kind of extraterrestrial power, and a huge turbine is installed on the entire sea, so that all the air in the whole world is madly revolving around the dark giant column. The indescribable terrifying wind pressure erupted directly in the space of the naval headquarters. Everyone, including Carp Warring States and even Marshal Kong, had no way to control their bodies at this moment. Even the dog-headed warship carrying a group of Navy soldiers and the main government ship were swaying far away in this violent hurricane, and they would be completely overturned in almost the next second. A hurricane that can be described as maddening, just like the legendary giant who directly split the entire ocean with one palm in the super ancient times. After possessing such super high kinetic energy, the hurricane itself also possesses superpower, and directly rolled up all the sea water in the surrounding area of dozens of kilometers. Whoa. Wave after wave of sea water was thrown directly from the sea into the air by the terrifying force of the hurricane giant, and then it was carried away by the hurricane tornado, and then surrounded by a radius of dozens of kilometers. The crazy spin begins. The sea water as high as 10,000 meters suddenly rose from the ground, forming an absolutely terrifying water wall, surpassing the dark sun that was originally looking up at almost in an instant. In an instant, all the sea areas within a radius of dozens of kilometers were almost completely drained, and all the sea water was madly swept up by the storm giant raging in the sea area, directly surrounding the sky-piercing blackness of nothingness. The column turned into an incomparably huge waterspout, wrapping everything in it. Help! What the hell is this, Nima? Is it the end of the world? Everything. Dog-headed warships, main government ships, groups of giant sea kings in the sea, and even the islands that carry the entire naval base were all involved in that giant sea tornado. All the Navy soldiers used all their strength to hold tightly to everything they could hold, as if they didn't want money at all. Shouts burst out from their throats. One after another was a feeling. The adrenaline surged all over my body. The whole world is spinning, and in this huge centripetal force, everyone feels that all the blood in their body is about to be squeezed out of the pores and scattered into this hurricane that can roll up everything. And that's not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that the sea water tornado is still spinning while slowly rotating towards the black pillar in the center. Everything contained in this gigantic sea tornado, air, sea water, sediment, sea kings, and even dozens of hundreds of thousands of tons of ships and islands will be in this crazy dragon. In the volume, I was involved in the black giant pillar in the center. If you want to escape from here, I am afraid that you must at least get out of the huge sea tornado that is tens of kilometers in length and width. If you want to escape from this huge sea tornado, you must first leave the ship or island that is carrying you. And everyone has no doubts. When they let go of those railings in their hands, no matter how domineering or seeing, no matter the level of military rank anyone everyone will definitely be stunned by this terrifying moment. The hurricane giant throw it directly into the black pillar that reaches the sky. Of course, the Navy side has at least railings and buildings fixed on ships and islands to rely on to ensure that they will not be blown away by the terrifying hurricane. And Iger, who was originally quite close to the great crack in the dragon's seat, was fundamentally there is no such assistance. All the Navy soldiers have no time to take care of anyone other than themselves at this moment, but among these Navy soldiers there are no individuals. Iggy. Even in this terrifying wind pressure and gravity, the Navy hero is still a Navy hero. He can still barely open his eyes, and he can even find his direction in the absolutely high-speed rotation, staring at the center of the tornado, Nag's direction. At the same time, there was another person who also recovered from the initial shock and then opened his eyes with difficulty, trying to find Iger's figure in this hurricane. Finally, at the very center of the storm, next to the giant pillar, the dark sun that could barely stabilize itself with its super gravitational force finally saw that figure in a Navy uniform. It's Ignatius. At this moment, even the dark sun that is enough to stabilize the big crack in the dragon constellation in front of this giant pillar can barely maintain its own shape and will not be swallowed by the crack in that space. But even so, the dark sun was still pulled and deformed a little by this terrifying force, and Iger was also clinging to the surface of the dark sun with difficulty, so he was not sucked in by the black pillar. Fortunately, it's okay. Seeing that this figure has not been swallowed up by the giant pillar, the clear voice is also murmured. Xiang Sun finally let go of the worry in her heart. However, the stone in her heart has just been put down. At that time, the pores all over her body exploded instantly. The iron railing that she had been holding tightly in her hand was torn apart under the tearing force of the hurricane. Chapter 684. Well, live on. This humming came from Xiang Sun's mind. At this moment, she only felt that all her thoughts had disappeared. Only a blank done. Two big words completely occupied Xiang Sun's mind. On this official ship, the special metal railing that tightly connected itself to the hull was torn apart by the violent roaring hurricane giant. She has never felt that time has been so slow, like honey so thick that it can precipitate sugar crystals flowing down the rough tree trunk. Just for a moment, it seems that the perception of countless thoughts skipped her mind. In her spread throughout the body, she felt a mass of heat like an electric current bursting out from the top of her heart, then slowly spreading to her stomach, liver, and gallbladder, and slowly spreading along her spine, every vertebra, every rib, as if they could feel the numbness of the current flowing through, and the warmth that followed the dilation of blood vessels. She had never felt so clearly. The pores all over her body were completely opened up, as if at that moment her whole body became a sponge full of holes, and gusts of cold wind passed through those tiny cells. The tough wind shuttled through every inch of his body. So cold, bone cold. What makes people feel quite strange is that this kind of bone-chilling cold actually exists at the same time as the warm currents that spread within the body. It turns out that people can be hot and cold, she thought to herself. This was her first thought, so absurd that it had nothing to do with the current situation. But she seemed to have suddenly forgotten what kind of dangerous situation her body was in at this moment, and there was no such idea born at all. On the contrary, more and more strange thoughts came from her. Emerges in his mind. For example, when Iger was about to rest this morning, he said he was resting, but in fact he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Leaning on the experimental bench, only one head supported the body, but he spent a lot of effort. Just put him down so he can get a good night's sleep. However, after laying him down, he seemed to have drained all his strength and fell asleep instantly, and when he woke up again, he was lying beside Iger, his whole body still like a tree lazy hanging on him. I don't know if this guy has found it. For another example, I have always had an inexplicable feeling of indebtedness to Iger in my heart. After all, I have been burdened with an unspeakable task from the beginning, and the goal of the task is Iger himself. At that time, when I told my grandfather that I wanted to follow Iggy's command, my grandfather was shocked. What kind of wind was driving him crazy? And he actually took the initiative to go to someone's house and serve as his deputy. She couldn't forget the look in the eyes of her grandfather when she looked at her at that time. There seemed to be a hidden gratification in the confusion. It seemed that she had misunderstood something. Time was stretched again, and her thoughts drifted further away. It was a few years ago, but even after so long, she has always been impressed by it. It can be said that this has always been a piece of her heart. This piece of heart disease is about Irene, about the relationship between the two women who suddenly broke up for no apparent reason. Well, don't know why. Seems to be able to find the reason. I can't remember how long ago, but Irene was just picked up by myself in the Navy headquarters not long ago. No, it should be said that she took the initiative to sneak in the Navy not long ago. I once found a position in the scientific research department for her. I once went to ask a scientific research coder for help, but I don't know why. The helper I found for her after all my hard work until the next day, it became a living specimen soaked in formalin. I have no way to believe that this kind of thing will really happen in the Navy headquarters, but Irene herself is dismissive of it and even gave this guy takes the initiative to be his own experiment. This kind of thing sounds like a pretty unreliable explanation. The two even had a big quarrel over this. No, to be precise, it was their own quarrel, because this Irene didn't seem to bother to explain to herself. She just looked at herself coldly and waited until she found out. After a tantrum, he turned around and left, and after that incident the relationship between him and her has become a little more delicate. I don't know how long it took. It seemed that the two of them had forgotten about this matter, and before they knew it, they regained a trace of their usual intimacy. But at this time, Irene suddenly seemed to be a different person. I don't know if it's intentional, but it's just that I'm deliberately targeting myself. I'm always against myself, using malicious words and the most extreme actions to target myself, as if I'm deliberately trying to distance myself from myself. Over time, I've forgotten about this. It feels like she has completely become an enemy with her. It seems to be paving the way for today's scene. Did she do it on purpose, or was she really unable to go back? A hint of doubt emerged from her mind, but then she reacted, and thinking about it now seems meaningless. Whirring. That is, when she realized this, the terrifying wind that was violent like a dragon's roar woke her up. It was like a dream that time stood still in a lifetime, and it was fragmented in an instant. Time returned to its normal flow in an instant, and at this moment she felt her body like garbage thrown out by a giant. Suddenly, I'm about to be caught in this tornado of air. It's over. Xiang Sun slowly closed his eyes and happily accepted his ending. At this moment, I'm afraid it's useless to think about anything. Can death be accepted so easily? Snap. Stinky girl, giving up so easily is really like your style. Just when Xiang Sun closed her eyes and accepted her own death, a strong and slender palm grabbed her arm with a snap, and then she heard a very familiar voice that rang in the wind. When he looked up, it turned out to be Aaron's face. Eileen. He didn't realize what was going on at all. Xiang Sun stared at her with wide eyes. Before he could ask a question, he felt a huge force erupt, and his entire body was directly blown away. Get up and throw yourself into the cabin directly. Kang. At the same time, there was a sound of metal tearing, and then Xiang Sun saw that Irene and the iron railing in her hand disappeared into the wind in the blink of an eye. Live on. Don't give up. The words came faintly in the wind. Chapter 684 Dark Fruit Dark Sun Ultimate Edition. Eileen. In fact, everything happened between lightning and flint. At the moment when the iron railing that Xiang Sun was pulling in broke, she just accepted in her mind that she was about to be swept into the black column by the hurricane. In fact, she was grabbed by a strong hand, followed by a flick, throwing her whole body into the cabin. It wasn't until it inexplicably knocked open the door of the cabin and flew in through the door that she finally woke up from the ignorant state just now. And then the owner of the hand just now was also suddenly in her mind. Clear up. The one who saved her was Irene. Is her. She actually saved herself, but compared to her own reasons, at this moment Xiang Sun is more concerned about the current situation of Irene. This guy was more than 10 meters away from him just now. If he catches himself before he is blown away by the hurricane and tries to throw himself back, he will definitely expose herself to considerable danger. Xiang Sun didn't know what happened to him for a while. An indescribable and inexplicable feeling suddenly flooded into his heart. He had been fighting with a lot of passion just now, but now he suddenly felt his heart was twitching. That kind of it feels as if something extremely important is about to be lost. Without any hesitation, she used both hands and feet to open it together with domineering, and hung herself at the door of the cabin almost in the blink of an eye, sticking her head out at her fastest speed. It made her heart pound violently. At this moment there was no one on the iron railing of the government ship. There is no one. Only next to the railing that I held tightly but was broken, there was another railing that was also broken. A feeling of spinning around like a nuclear bomb exploded in Xiang Kairu's head. Xiang Sun only felt his mind buzzing, and then he fell into a blank space again. What about that guy? Don't think about it. The ghost knows where to go. There are only two of them on this ship, and the person who rescued her just now, except Irene, is absolutely impossible to have anyone else. Deceiving yourself. I clearly saw that guy's face just now. She even said something to herself. It's really her. Whoa. The violent hurricane set off a huge wave, slapped on the flank of the Genfu ship, and splashed a high water splash. The water droplets splashed on Xiang Sun's face, blurring her vision instantly. Why is this guy trying to save himself? It was obviously still a fight just now, wasn't it? It was obvious that 1 second ago they thought that each other was their worst enemy, didn't they? Why did it suddenly disappear like this? An extremely sharp sourness surged up from the tip of Xiang Sun's nose, and hot tears seeped out from around her eyes, slowly mixed with the cold cold water droplets on her face, and then followed the pretty face rolled down and was instantly torn apart by the frantic hurricane. But this didn't concern Xiang Xuan, because at this moment she has completely fallen into a kind of downtime. Why? She looked at the endless sea tornado and murmured. At the same time, in the center where everyone is the most concerned and also the most feared, in the middle of this huge sea tornado that is tens of kilometers vertically and horizontally, rising to a height of 10,000 meters, that one the huge black pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth is spreading rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black giant pillar of nothingness represents the negative force outside the space. For things within the space, it is an absolute low potential energy area. Therefore, everything, air, sea, rock, islands, and even Yig is now. The dark sun that is squatting will be attracted by it and move towards it little by little. And as the black column thickens, its attraction to the surrounding things is getting stronger and stronger. Damn it. Among these changes, Iger, who is the closest to the black pillar, bears the brunt. Looking at the thicker and thicker black pillar, Iger also gritted his teeth and stared at the nothingness in the middle of the black pillar, as if he had been just staring at it can pierce the white mask that has been submerged in it. This guy in white mask is simply crazy. If you can't beat it yourself and you have no ability, you will use your ability to forcibly perish with everyone. This method is really disgusting, but because of the particularity of this guy's abilities, he really had to pay attention to the battles this guy created. This black pillar has just been born, and it has already rolled up the surrounding dozens of kilometers. If this thing is allowed to expand, it will eventually tear a huge crack on the Great Root, and eventually it may even lead to the collapse of the whole world. What a fucking lunatic. In my heart, I wanted to scold the entire family tree of the white mask over and over again. Iger was still puzzled, and in this little time, the black pillar had already expanded a few meters away. Click. Once the black column thickens, the gravitational force transmitted from it suddenly expands again, and some of this increased gravitational force is like the last straw that broke the camel, making the surface of the sun dark. It cracked open a tiny crack. It was this crack that sounded the alarm in Iger's heart. Damn it. With another fierce spit, Iger finally didn't dare to be slighted anymore. Just now, he also relied on the tyrannical gravitational force of the dark sun to be able to be stable here, so as not to be directly involved in the void. Go. And now, as the big crack in the dragon constellation below expands, this black pillar is also more and more terrifying. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that I will become the first victim of White Mask's men. How can this be? As of now, there is no other way. Iger looked at the black pillar, and a determination appeared in his eyes. Iggy just now was not just scolding the mother, but he was also thinking about various countermeasures quickly in his mind. However, he thought about almost all the solutions he could think of, and he never found a perfect solution to this matter. There is only one, and even he is an unsure adventure. But in this situation, even if you don't take risks, you will definitely die. Come on. Dark Fruit Black Sun Definitive Edition. Chapter 685 Eagle Fell. The Last Rescue. Iger stood on the dark sun on the verge of rupture, and seemed to have no fear at all. Slowly raised his hands, and then stood in the hurricane that could set off the entire ocean and roared. The voice just burst out of his throat, and it was drowned in the violent wind in an instant. But his thoughts, no matter how violent the hurricane giant was, could not be blown away at all. The powerful will spread rapidly along the space, and it was transmitted to the dark sun under his feet in an instant. At the same time, the terrifying domineering contained in Iger's body also rioted without reservation. In this situation now, even Iger, who has reached the disaster level, does not dare to have any reservations at all. In this short 0.0001 second, he simultaneously controls all the power he has mastered. They all exploded. Chi chi chi. A cloud of red-black aerosol slowly evaporated from his pores, and then slowly condensed into lumps of viscous red-black liquid when it was only about half a meter away from Iger. A liquid cocoon, wrapping Iger in it. Immediately afterwards, there was a touch of black iron, which quickly emerged from Iger's body, and a metallic texture was revealed with the luster, and when the black iron color just emerged, in the blink of an eye it was as if it had melted from a hard texture to a fuzzy shape. After that, something quite incredible happened. The armed color of the black iron color also slowly melted and sublimated into a cloud of iron gray mist, and then slowly rose up. Then, without any hesitation, directly did not enter inside a layer of red-black liquid cocoons outside. With the integration of the iron gray mist, the red-black liquid cocoon, like lava poured into basins of cold water, slowly solidified, and the fiery red was sealed in the color of black iron. It seemed a little weird. The red-black viscous liquid cocoon has turned into a red-black eggshell. And this is not the end. When the red-black eggshell was formed, the sea tornado that had been overturned by the storm giant and had no card surface revolving at a high speed around the black pillar of the sky was also quickly evaporated evaporated. White water vapor. The concentration of this water vapor is several times stronger than that of Iger just now. The most exaggerated one is a sea spout spanning dozens of kilometers and a height of 10,000 meters. On its inner surface, every wave, the sea water in each ripple vibrated violently at the same time and then boiled at the same time. La 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 la. A clump of white water vapor crazily burst out of the sea water. Almost in just 1 second, the space between the sea spout and the black pillar was filled directly, and these escaped out. As soon as the white water vapor evaporated, it was instantly swirled by the high-speed rotating hurricane. However, at this high speed during the rotation, the direction in which these white water vapors finally converged was not the black pillar in the center, but the dark sun that was about to be attached to the black pillar. If the dark sun and the black pillar are two giant beasts competing for food, then under the current situation, the black pillar will be killed almost immediately. Those massive white vapors that evaporate from the sea water was also slammed into a circle by the giant storm, but the direction of the fall was the quiet dark sun beside him. As if they didn't want money, all the power in the entire huge sea tornado was under the control of Iger in just a few seconds, and all the brains were poured into the dark sun. It seems that after a full meal, the dark sun also hiccups very anthropomorphically, and even the entire space vibrates with a buzz, and in this seemingly insignificant vibration, the dark sun, but a rather strange change has taken place. The dark sun, which was originally more than 1,000 meters in diameter, actually shrank slowly after shaking it. The speed of the contraction is simply weird, and it is not enough to describe it with the naked eye. The size of the tiny black ball can only accommodate the red and black eggshell that wraps Iger on it. The huge dark sun that was enough to cover the sky suddenly collapsed. The sun that was supposed to reveal its true body was still hidden in the darkness at this moment and couldn't see any outline at all. It was all attracted by the black ball that was only a few meters in size. It turned into a dazzling halo around it. After the birth of this black ball, Iger, who was wrapped in the eggshell, slammed into his side, and the hard eggshell that wrapped him, that is, under such a collision, quickly went from black to black. The ball rolled down, and it fell straight from the 10,000 meter altitude to the bottom of the sea, which has become a sea tornado. This is my last resort. If I still can't restore the space, then there is really no way. I don't know who he was explaining to. Iger muttered something, and then shrugged his shoulders in the eggshell, and then with a thought, he directed the tiny black ball suspended in the sky take the initiative to slam into the center of the dark giant column. This happened a few seconds after he fell. The red-black eggshell that surrounded him had already fallen 100 meters away. The black ball, which was only a few meters wide, had now turned into a ray wrapped around him a little bit. Compared with it, the huge black pillar that penetrates the sky and the earth connected to the big crack of the dragon constellation above the seabed below is simply a colossus. And it was in this extremely strong contrast that the small, almost invisible light spot slammed into the center of the huge black pillar without any fear. The seemingly insignificant light spot just touched the surface of the black pillar. It did not disappear in a flash as imagined, but a terrifying wave erupted, and in an extremely domineering attitude, like the gun nails shot into the wall, they were nailed in it fiercely. Chapter 686. Big Tear. Desperate to remedy. That spot of light, which was almost invisible to the naked eye, flutteringly collided with the huge black pillar that penetrated the sky. However, a scene that was completely contrary to everyone's expectations happened. It was just a slight vibration, and the light spot that seemed to be extinguished at any time was actually nailed into the black pillar without hindrance, and after the breakthrough of the surface of the black pillar, the trend was still unabated, and it drove straight in to the center of the black column. As far as this process is concerned, the whole process is relatively smooth, but this has already caused Iger's forehead and temples to seep with cold sweat, because this is only the first step. This light spot was formed by Sun after absorbing the most powerful force that Iger could gather, because it could not bear the collapse of its own mass, and the density and mass had reached a rather astonishing level. Under this super powerful quality, the space around it is severely distorted. When it slowly approaches the black pillar, it also distorts the original space of this world. In other words, what the black sun just did was like mixing the normal space with the void in the black pillar. In this way, it was guaranteed that the black sun would not be caused by the void. The mysterious power of it was completely torn or submerged, and at the same time, it was connected with the original space, so that the black sun was stabilized in the black pillar. And this kind of operation is obviously quite dangerous. If you are not careful, your black sun will be completely annihilated, and it may even directly cause the collapse of space. At that time, there is no need for the big crack in the dragon constellation underneath, and he will collapse the space first. So now is the time that really matters. And the foolish thing is that he still has to control that light spot in such a rapid fall. Iger was tense all over the mountain, and the high-speed fall made his adrenaline soar so that his limbs were shaking slightly and layers of cold sweat seeped out from his chest and back. But even in this situation, Iger still forced himself to concentrate, tightly locked the tiny spot of light in the giant pillar of the void with a domineering look, and controlled it to fall down quickly. And the target is just below the giant pillar, on the exposed seabed, that huge and dark dragon chasm. Buzz buzz. Iger, seeing and hearing, just tried to follow the space distorted by the black sun, infiltrating the side of the black sun. As soon as the invisible seeing and hearing color came into contact with the distortion of the void and space, a heart-piercing pain smoothed out. Seeing the tentacles, he came back in an instant, and a terrifying destructive force exploded directly in the depths of Iger's consciousness. Boom. For a moment, Iger only felt that 10,000 suns were exploding in front of his eyes, and the terrifying pain swept through his entire mind like a storm, as if some extraterrestrial power had forcibly opened a huge hole on his head. I still don't know where to get a spoon, and frantically stirs it back and forth in my mind. The blood flow surged in an instant, and Iger's entire head blushed directly. His veins opened like an angry dragon, and the muscles on his face twisted crazily, all exposing his extreme pain. And even in such pain, Iger still stared at the scarlet eyes. At this time, it can no longer be described as scarlet. A pair of eyes turned into blood eyes, still staring at the black pillar, the direction of the light spot in the middle. And then I saw the domineering look and turned back again, and even mixed some overlord colors in it and slashed hard into the black pillar. Squeak. Knowing that the domineering look has the bonus of the overlord color and suddenly becomes quite tough. With this ruthless chisel, it directly breaks through the twisted and mixed space and directly penetrates half of the radius into it. But such a crazy intrusion, the pain of backlash, almost made Iger faint on the spot. This time it is no longer a spoon, it is simply a hydraulic press. Just put my brain on the stage and crush my brain with that incomparably huge pressure. Although the overlord color and the armed color can protect him from the hurricane and the impact, they cannot resist the tearing of the consciousness by the tearing force of the void. Everything can only depend on Iger's patience. Puff. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of his mouth like an arrow, and at the same time, even his ear canal, nose canal, and even around the corners of his eyes were oozing blood. In just a few seconds, Iger had almost become a brain-damaged patient, and his state was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for his strong physical domineering and the dark fruit that was absorbing the surrounding energy all the time, I'm afraid it would have been early. It has become a vegetative person who does not know how to live or die. I still don't believe it today. If I don't screw you up, how can I be my general? Iger, whose face was covered in blood and his heart was full of evil fire, stood in the red-black eggshell, pointed at the huge black pillar that penetrated the sky, and roared hysterically. Immediately afterwards, he didn't hold back anymore, and all the arrogance in his body erupted wildly. At the same time, he squeezed out all the remaining tyrannical colors in his body and injected all his brain into that invisible wave. In the arrogance of seeing and hearing, compared to the sight and hearing that had been chiseled into the middle of the black pillar just now, it has expanded tenfold. Then, without any hesitation, Iger manipulated that incomparably powerful sight and once again ruthlessly chiseled toward the light spot in the center of the black pillar. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, but this time, all the muscles in Iger's body were violently spasmed due to the extremely cruel pain. But this time, a very ugly touch appeared on his twitching face. Smile. Because he clearly felt that in the throes of pain that almost annihilated all his consciousness, the domineering arrogance he unleashed was cut into the depths of the black pillar. The twisted space and the void are mixed into a twisted vortex shape, but the color of his own seeing and hearing is in that twist, changing the shape flexibly, bypassing the void, walking in the curling space, and finally tearing in waves. Under the power, it is connected to the light spot. Hey, I'll just say, even if I risk my life today, I'll definitely sew up the big crack of your shit. Chapter 687 Fading. The last struggle. Whirring. Whoa. The gust of wind turned into a storm giant, waving his gigantic brothers and feet to rage wildly in this huge sea tornado, burying everything in a terrifying hurricane. And in this world-destroying hurricane, there is a huge black pillar that runs through the whole world like a needle of the sea, standing between the sky and the earth. No matter how the hurricane blows, it is unmoved. Even the hurricane of the hurricane infiltrated into the center of the black pillar in a maddening manner. It is in such a terrifying scene, like a natural disaster. There is a red and black eggshell floating repeatedly in the palm of the hurricane giant, like a leaf thrown into the turbulent flow, disorganized in the whole space. Floating, no one can predict where this red eggshell will appear in the next moment. And in this elusive red-black eggshell, Iger's vision is even more swirling. The whole world is spinning wildly in his vision. No one can know where he will appear appear in the next second, and he himself is not at all know which direction the hard eggshell that wraps itself will turn in the next second. Damn it! Iger gritted his teeth, and before the blood on his face solidified, there were blood stains running down his cheeks again. Even under the circumstance, Iger still let his knowledge lock on the condensed version of the black sun in the black pillar, and manipulated it all the way, quickly moving towards the one directly below, falling from the rapidly expanding fissure of the dragon constellation. However, this kind of operation for him now is undoubtedly more unbearable than the terrifying punishment in hell. Every time the condensed version of the black sun moves down an inch, Iger can feel a backlash from the void that is transmitted back to his mind like a hammer after another, ruthless all the time. He slammed it on his head, and with every hammer it almost completely shattered his soul. At the same time, while he was enduring this severe punishment, his body itself, in the red-black eggshell, was thrown around like a juggler by the giant storm outside, accelerating abruptly. Slow down, so that his body is bearing 10 times or even dozens of times the gravity almost all the time. Just the last second, he felt the blood all over his body squeezed into his head, almost bursting his head, and his stomach was tumbling, and he was even about to put everything in his stomach. It's all sprayed out. Even his own bladder protested against him. He would soon be unable to withstand the pressure and wanted to release it. If it wasn't for his firm willpower, I'm afraid that his white uniform would be completely gone now. Was dyed yellow by some filth. In the next moment, Iger suddenly felt that the blood in his entire brain had been drained, and his heart was bulging to the point of exploding, but it suddenly became dark in front of him, as if he was about to lose it. The connection with the whole world is about to faint. This feeling is not over yet, and before he can recover from the state of ischemia and hypoxia, he suddenly feels that the blood flow all over his body has gathered in the body's lungs again, and he is even the most basic I can't even breathe. I can only feel the smell of blood surging from my mouth. No one knew what Iger was going through at this moment, and no one heard his hoarse roar. Even in the toss that the most elite naval soldiers would instantly lose consciousness, Iger was desperately biting. Hold your teeth, your gums are about to bleed. In this turbulent world, although his sight did not know where he was heading, his vision was always firm as steel. Entangled in the condensed version of the black sun in the black pillar, and dragged it, madly fell towards the big crack in the dragon constellation. 10,000 meters, 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1,000 meters. Give me in. The condensed version of the black sun quickly approached the big crack in the dragon constellation, but at the same time, Iger's state also experienced quite terrifying fluctuations. Puff puff puff. Almost every time it fell, a mouthful of blood would be ejected from Iger's mouth. Because of the protection of the red-black eggshell, the blood did not scatter everywhere at all, but was surrounded by the red-black eggshell. In this high-speed rotation, it condenses into a group. Look at the bright red liquid, almost filling 2 mineral water bottles. And as Iger spewed more and more blood, his vision became more and more dim, and the sight, which was still as hard as steel, actually began to soften. He looked at the bright red liquid. His face became obviously pale, and he felt dizzy, like a visit from the god of death knocking on his skull one after another. But for this, he felt dizzy. Can only laugh bitterly. The entire human body, although it looks quite huge, except for the giant, no matter how tall or strong he is, in fact the blood running in the body is only 5 or 6 liters. When a human loses 20% of its own blood, shock occurs. All organs will not receive fresh blood. The body's circulatory system will be paralyzed. Without blood flow, the whole person will become a cold corpse. A cold feeling spread from his limbs, and he gradually felt that his consciousness was about to be disconnected from this world, but he still used the last bit of consciousness to maintain the last glimpse of what he saw associated with that condensed version of the black sun. Damn, give it to me, come down. Iger didn't have the extra strength to roar, so he could only mutter a sentence out of his mouth like a gossamer, and he couldn't even feel the power of the void's anti-shock hammering into his mind again. What a pain. The only thing he felt was the cold, but this was his last motivation. It was just for a few seconds when no pain was felt, and the black sun in the black pillar finally landed in the great crack of the dragon constellation. Chapter 688. Cracks close. Everything falls back. Blow it up. If it doesn't explode, there will be no chance. This was the last sentence Iger said before he lost consciousness. As a devil fruit ability person, even if the means of combat are sky high, when he loses consciousness, his ability will definitely disappear. Therefore, before ensuring that this condensed version of the black sun plays its due role, it is absolutely impossible to lose consciousness. Fortunately, the little guy finally arrived at its destination, so that after he gave it the final order, he no longer had to maintain the sight that was so fragile that it shattered at the touch of a touch. Yi forced his eyelids to open and tilted his head with difficulty, trying to see the big crack in the dragon seat, but he still failed. Like an angry dragon, the big crack in the dragon constellation. On the other side, he steadily controlled the condensed version of the black sun, floated to a suitable position, and then gently released the repressed gravitational force. Hum 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 hum. As the force that bound the gravitational force of the black sun was gradually unsealed on the condensed version of the black sun, waves of subtle fluctuation slowly erupted from the big crack in the dragon seed. Although it felt only a slight tinge, but in fact, after feeling this slight tremor, Iger's already pale face but a gratifying smile slowly emerged. Finally caught up with, Iger thought in his heart, then closed his eyes gently, gave up all his perception of the outside world, fully recovered his mind, and only maintained his last bit of consciousness. Yes, for this big crack in the dragon constellation, there is only a slight vibration, and it is enough, because the condensed version of the black sun exploded in the great crack of the dragon constellation. In other words, my current round of black sun was liberated in the void, and myself in this space can feel this shock, which means that the condensed version of the black sun, the strong gravitational force is enough to allow it to change the shape of this great rift in the dragon constellation before it is torn apart by the force of the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As if it was deliberately trying to confirm Iger's idea, the tiny vibrations that were originally confined to the dark void in the great rift of the dragon constellation seemed to have triggered some kind of mysterious resonance, and gradually began to expand up. Every second is definitely more violent and more manic than the previous second. It was like the terrifying heart of a certain void beast that was gradually awakened. After more than 10 seconds, the originally subtle vibration that seemed to be inaudible at all suddenly turned into a thunderous and violent drum sound, as if in the void Ming Ming has a pair of incomparably huge hands holding a rather heavy drumstick, frantically hitting the huge drum surface that spans 10,000 meters in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the heavy drumming became heavier and denser, and in less than half a minute it had already oscillated wildly on everyone's eardrums. Everyone obviously shouting madly in this high-speed rotation, but this kind of mad roar still can't cover up the heavy and crazy drum sound. This drum sound seemed to be hitting directly in the depths of space. Every time it hit, even the inner surface of the sea tornado, which was as high as 10,000 meters in diameter and more than 10 kilometers in diameter, burst into towering waves. The storm giants who were raging in the sea tornado were all mourning in these waves of drums. Click click, accompanied by the sound of concussion. The sound of crystal cracking, which is small but quite crisp, rang in the wind. Although it was torn to shreds by the furious storm giant in an instant, it was really true. It was delivered to everyone's ears. That is, warring states Garp and Marshal Kong, these naval giants, can still maintain their own safety in this shaking, and even have the energy to observe the surrounding situation. But when they inadvertently cast their eyes on the big crack in the dragon seat at that time, all the wrinkles on the old faces suddenly opened up. I saw that the large black crack in the dragon constellation was placed on the sea surface, which was originally drawn carefully by a white mask, and its proportion and position were extremely accurate. Like a serious wound on the earth, it almost separated the entire sea surface. At this moment, under some extremely powerful force, it was twisted into a vortex shape. What the hell is going on here? Not only the big three of the Navy, but also the members of the lieutenant generals who managed to stabilize their bodies finally saw the situation above the sea, and some guys who were not determined were almost thrown out by the hurricane, because at this very moment, right under them, the fold line wound that seemed to have been neatly drawn on the sea surface by a large knife, at this moment turned out to be crumpled by a child. The paintings are generally twisted into a ball, although it can be vaguely seen that it still has the shape of a dragon, but on the originally straight body, it seems that a malignant tumor has grown, and its entire shape is completely destroyed. At the same time, the dark sun that was originally suspended in the air has long since flown to nowhere. The black void and the flat space are mixed together, and under the terrifying gravitational force that comes from more than where, it continues to twist toward the center. A powerful spoon twisted wildly, and then slowly merged with the surrounding brown coffee. I don't know how long it took, 1 minute or 2 minutes. The original shape of the big crack in the dragon constellation with sharp edges and corners could no longer be seen. Even the dark void seemed to be diluted by the surrounding space. It turned into a pale gray suspended in the air. At the same time, the dark giant pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth slowly became thinner and eventually dissipated without knowing it. The dark giant column dissipated, and the sea tornado and hurricane giant also calmed down strangely in just a few seconds. The islands and ships that were swept up into the sky stagnated in the air for a moment and then landed with a bang. Puff. 10 seconds later, one after another, the water splashes exploded on the mountain of the Great Root. Chapter 689. Iggy, where are you? One after another, high-pitched and sharp screams seemed to be able to penetrate the sky. They quickly landed from an altitude of 10,000 meters and pulled out a long soundtrack in the air, and with the countless overlapping 10,000-meter soundtracks, the heavy sea water that carried the island, the air, and the ship finally gave up the insistence on waltzing with feet like a sea. The giant, from the height of standing on tiptoe, lay down directly on the spot. Boom, 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 boom. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Without any buffer, the heavy sea water with a weight of several trillion tons fell directly on the seabed from a height of 10,000 meters, and it almost collided and cracked the entire seabed. However, this is the only tossing the seabed can be considered solid. The magma buried in the ground did not burst out because of this. It just chugged the sea giants a few times, setting off waves of terrifying waves that are thousands of meters tall. Every giant wave is one head higher than the tallest human building just now, and all the way along the body cast by the fluid. The terrifying and heavy kinetic energy is transmitted to the distant island hundreds of kilometers away, and finally it is considered a give up. As for the ships and naval headquarters that fell to the sea with the sea giant, it is even more difficult to survive this wave after wave of huge waves. Of course, at this moment no one cares that their whole body is completely washed with salt water, because now everyone is caught in a collective downtime under the impact of falling from a high altitude. The terrifying impact swept through everyone's bodies in an instant, causing everyone's brains to shake violently. It was not until the blue sky had recovered and the gradually westward sun shone on their faces again that some people finally slowly recovered from the kind of concussion dementia. Whether it was the General Sengoku, the naval hero Garp, or the Admiral Sara, in the first moment of waking up they all groaned softly in their throats. But then, the three people's reactions were different. Is completely different. That great fissure in the dragon constellation has been repaired, disappeared. The first person to stand up was the Warring States General. He rubbed his neck, which was a little stiff from the impact. After several attempts, he finally stood up from the deck where countless twisted cracks had been cracked, and staggered to the side of the ship, pushed his black round glasses that had been shattered, and looked around. At this moment, everything seems to have returned to its original state. The sea water is swaying quietly under the breeze, and from time to time it rolls into small waves, which softly hit the edge of the naval headquarters not far away. Simply unbelievable. I thought I would never see the Navy headquarters in my life. Sengoku twisted his neck and looked around, but he didn't find any shadow of the big crack in the dragon constellation at all. Everything seemed to be back to normal. The calm sea, the naval headquarters that landed steadily again, the main mansion ships and dog-headed warships lay sailors one after another. In particular, the sunlight fell from the sky again, which really made him feel that everything seemed to be back to normal. Just what the hell is going on in all this? Really, did he do it? Iggy's face flashed through Sengoku's mind. At this time, Marshal Kong finally reacted. He seemed to have finally remembered something. After a brief ignorance in his eyes, a thick layer of worry and anxiety emerged from the depths of his eyes. Xiangxuan. Where's Xiangxuan? Even Marshal Kong, who had just come back to his senses, didn't forget how to use domineering. Almost in an instant, all the sights and sounds on his body erupted, and in an instant he gave the entire sea area to him. It was included, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have found something, and then the figure quickly disappeared in place. The next second, Marshal Kong's burly figure like an iron tower appeared in the cabin of the main government ship, Xiangkeiru. As soon as Marshal Kong entered the cabin, he saw his granddaughter. He hurriedly shouted, but then fell silent, looking at her figure in a daze. At this moment, Xiangxun seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Leaning softly on the handrail of the stairs, the already yellowed sunlight shone on her hair through the porthole, splashing beautiful circles, the halo. But unfortunately, the person who has this beautiful halo has a blank face. She had clearly woken up, but the pair of big eyes that were supposed to be bright didn't have any look. She glanced at her grandfather, but there was no trace of happiness in the rest of her life. A little bit angry. Xiangkeiru, how are you? On weekdays, Marshal Kong, who was in charge of the naval headquarters, would take care of anyone he saw, but at this moment the naval marshal did not know what to say when facing his granddaughter, or rather, Xiangxun. This look really frightened him. Eileen. Hearing Grandpa's question, Xiangxun seemed to wake up suddenly and answered two words, but then there was silence for several minutes. She stared blankly at the remaining sun outside the porthole, as if it was the silent statue. Without saying a word, didn't seem to remember something until a few minutes later, and turned his head suddenly. Iger, how is Iger? Iger. At the same time, Garp, who finally recovered, was standing on the dog-headed warship, holding the railing with both hands, looking around at the boundless ocean. In the blue sky with no wind and no waves, the setting sun shed some yellowish rays of light. Come down and give everything to the radiant vitality. Yes, vibrant. After all, there is nothing more joyful and exciting than seeing the sun again after after a dark night like that. However, at this moment Garp is completely in no mood to care about the excitement of seeing the light again. Instead, his entire face is hardened into a piece of iron, and his eyes are full of anxiety. Somewhere in the long waves, I can find the shadow of my grandson. However, his eyes swept across the sea, but he didn't even see the shadow of a ghost. Iger, you have solved the whole big rift in the dragon constellation. Why haven't you come back? Chapter 690. Congratulations, Master. Reperfusion is successful. Dark. The entire field of vision was dark. Iger doesn't know where he is now. He only knows that he seems to be alive, but even this kind of feeling is gradually becoming blurred. All the feelings are gradually being submerged by the sea water that is getting darker and colder. The body seems to be completely out of his control. Although it is said that he is wrapped in a certain hard eggshell, his body for the palm of the sea giant, there is still no ability to resist. He can only follow the flow with the beating of his fingertips. Even his own don't know the end of his trip, because now he can't even open his eyes, let alone release his knowledge and domineering. The only thing he could feel was that he was moving, drifting along with the red-black eggshell, and the ice-cold and dark sea water swept across the red-black eggshell, sending this foreign object in the sea into the air to the distance. Cold. It's so cold that you can't even tremble. Although he said that he had made domineering into an eggshell-like cocoon in advance and sealed the air and temperature inside the eggshell, the inside of the eggshell was completely warm air, completely isolating the coldness of the sea water. But he still feels that his body temperature is decreasing a little bit. That feeling, as if his own vitality was leaking out of his body little by little. Those organs that felt cold, as if they had died, began to become weak and numb. Gradually, even his own could not feel the existence of his limbs, fingers, and toes. Slowly, it seemed that only the head was left on the entire body. No body exists. The cold and numb feeling is like the sea water that is gradually rising. It drowns the self lying on the beach inch by inch. As the sea water rises, his consciousness is gradually blinded by darkness. Finally, the sea water rose up completely submerging his entire body. That is, at this time, Iger felt it should be said that his perception at this moment is also completely submerged in darkness. That feeling is like a drowning person. His whole body is pinched by boundless water, but there is still a little bit of air in his lungs, allowing himself to retain the last trace of strength. For Iger, this breath is obviously quite long. He knows that he has not fainted, but at the same time, he has no power at all to wake up by himself. He has completely entered a state of standby. The world seems so far away that it has nothing to do with him, but at the same time, he can vaguely feel something. It is obviously a soul that longs for freedom, but it is forcibly nailed to this world by a nail. It can only drift with the waves in the forces that seem to be felt, but do not know anything. Yes, only able to drift. I don't know how long it took. It seems to be drifting forever. I don't know what I encountered. Is it a soft cloud? It doesn't seem to be. There is heavy and cold sea water around here. Where are the clouds coming from? Is that a girl's embrace? It doesn't seem to be. In addition to the soft feeling, it seems that the sound of the flowing sea water can still be vaguely heard. That is, he does not know. In short, in this hazy feeling, in this drifting that seems to never end, he seems to feel, but also seems to be unaware of anything. The black-red eggshell that wraps himself seems to hit something soft. The collision process was obviously quite short, and it felt like a small quail egg was squeezed into a certain bubble gently. But this should obviously be quite a short collision, but in the dark consciousness, it was stretched by a considerable multiple. Iger could even feel something quite soft and elastic from the eggshell squeeze it over, or rather, its own eggshell squeezed somewhere. Immediately afterwards, the originally quiet and slow drifting came to an abrupt end. Rumble boom. Gahahaha. The eggshell seems to have crossed into some other world. After squeezing in from the soft thing, it regained its gravity directly, and this eggshell also seemed to roll to the side of the cliff, unhindered and supported. Fall down. The eggshell was obviously falling while spinning. During the process of falling, it even knocked down the cliff next to it from time to time. As the eggshell fell and rolled madly, Iger also felt that his body was on the verge of falling. Crazy repeatedly vibrated in the eggshell. The eggshell that had just hit the side just shot up into the air in a blink of an eye, and the next second it hit the eggshell on the other side. In this violent shock, the blood flow in his body seems to be infected by some kind of infection, and there is a slight flow of the up and down shock. Don't underestimate this little bit of blood flow. It is this little bit of blood flow, but it makes Iger's brain, who had been trapped in a dream that he could almost never wake up, become active again. It was just this little disturbance, but it was like flipping some magical switch, and it suddenly excited some chain reactions. The disturbance of blood flow seems to have injected a bit of vitality into his center, and his tenacious brain, which has been in standby state, did not waste this hard-won opportunity at all. The heart issued an order. Dong dong, dong dong. The heart, which was about to be completely shut down almost immediately, pulsated a few times under the command of this command, and this gentle pulsation pushed his blood flow again. I don't know where the nutrients were absorbed. Using his blood flow as a carrier, it was once again poured into his limbs and bones, so that every inch of his organs and every inch of skin gradually rejuvenated. As his body gradually restarted, he finally heard the distant voice that seemed to come from thousands of miles away. Ding is rechecking the master's body. Ding, the test has been completed. Congratulations to the master. The blood reperfusion is successful. Chapter 691. After the catastrophe, the Navy headquarters. Have you found it? Report to Lieutenant General Karp. Not yet, but Big Brother Will just saw something further out at sea. It may be Lieutenant General Iger. We have sent people to sail. Go there and start salvaging right away. It is now the fourth morning of the battle between the Navy and the White Mask. The clear sunlight slowly rises from the other end of the sea level, pouring down the bright light that the whole world is looking forward to, illuminating the entire naval headquarters. Today's Navy headquarters. If a reporter is asked to interview, I am afraid that the first sentence the reporter said when he visited here is, "My God, is there a war of the century here? What kind of madness?" People will think about attacking the entire naval headquarters. Indeed, the current naval headquarters looks like it has just experienced a war from the beginning to the end, from the naval office building to the training ground to the port on the edge, and even the building that carries all the buildings. The solid ground at this moment is crisscrossed with thick and terrifying cracks one after another. The daily training of all the Navy soldiers has been suspended in the past few days, and everyone has been ordered to complete the reconstruction of the Navy headquarters with the issued tools. Repair the wall, repair the wall, repair the foundation, and rebuild the building. Although it seems that in this battle between Iger and CP0, the naval headquarters did not seem to be seriously affected, but in fact when the shocking sea spout was lifted, the entire naval headquarters was rolled up, and it was also affected to a considerable extent by the great crack of the Dragon constellation, especially when the sea tornado receded at once. The Navy headquarters directly experienced why the fat man is more impatient than the thin man. Just relying on its own terrifying weight, it is enough to turn all the buildings above the entire naval headquarters into ruins. This is still the effect of everyone remaining at the Navy headquarters, condensing the domineering at the same time, and gathering together to protect the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for these vice admirals, rear admirals commanding all the Navy soldiers, and working together to protect everyone's common home, I am afraid that everything on this entire island would fall from the sky, biochemically turned into a wasteland. Everything will be shaken, and the entire naval headquarters will only be left with a pile of broken soil. Fortunately, now everyone still has the opportunity to repair their own naval base. Everyone performed their own duties, and the Navy soldiers to which Karp belonged also volunteered to form a salvage team and went to sea to search for Lieutenant General Iger, who had saved the whole world. There is always nothing to say about this kind of thing. The Warring States General and Marshal Kong agreed without saying a word. They didn't even wait for these Navy soldiers to come up with it, and they directly allocated dozens of ships to them. Expand the search area as much as you can, and directly cover the area of dozens of kilometers around the entire naval headquarters. And it is this kind of carpet search which has been going on for 3 days so far. In the past 3 days, these Navy soldiers have salvaged hundreds of people, without exception, all the Navy soldiers who fell into the sea at that time. In addition to searching for Lieutenant General Iger, of course, they also took care of them at the same time. The task of salvaging the lost Navy soldiers, but it was really only the Navy soldiers who were brought up. Lieutenant General Garp is naturally prepared for this result. Iger has eaten quite a lot of devil fruits. The seawater's suppressing ability must have doubled for him. Even after this guy loses consciousness, can he float to the surface? It's hard to say. Trying to salvage him above the sea is basically a fool's dream. Sure enough, Garp was squatting on the shore, his eyes looking at the returning ships from a distance. Looking at the Navy soldiers above it was a little embarrassing, but thinking about how to comfort his expression, he was already, this time, it's still a poor ordinary soldier. Although he was able to save a lot of Navy blood, Garp was of course very pleased, but for some reason, when he saw that they were Navy soldiers, he couldn't help but feel a burst of despair in his heart. Alas, he sighed softly. Even if he was as strong as Garp for a while, he didn't know what to do. He finally cultivated a grandson who was willing to be a Navy, but he just disappeared in the infighting with the Navy. Grandpa Karp, it's alright, Iger will be fine. I saw that he had given himself a good layer of protection at the time. Maybe he has drifted to some small island, or maybe. Just when Garp felt a deep powerlessness, a perfect palm like a work of art patted his arm, turned his head, and looked firmly at Xiang Kairu's big red eyes. He nodded at him. He really didn't know what to say. Karp looked at the girl beside him who was trying to comfort him. He couldn't say a word, a sound. This girl, she was crying so badly, but this will comfort the old man. Karp looked at Xiang Sun, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Since everyone fell back to the ground 2 days ago, this girl has been clamoring to go out to sea to find Iger, for fear that her grandson will fall into the sea and never come out again. If it doesn't come, even if she directly released so many ships to look for it, she found the old guy who was so alive. It seems that the weight of Yige in her heart is quite heavy. Just as Garp was full of inexplicable thoughts, and while staring at the sea in a daze, there was a sudden cry of warring states in the distance. Looking back, Sengoku was indeed waving his hands and running in his direction not far away. What's wrong? Garp watched Sengoku in such a hurry, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. 5 old stars. It's 5 old stars. Here's a call. Warring states breathed a little and said, Marshal Tukong and you, let's go to a meeting together. I'm going to. When Xiang Sun next to him heard the news, he immediately stood up. I have to ask, can these bastards in the world really be able to bully people at will? Well, hearing Xiang Sun's voice, Sengoku was also stunned for a moment, and then his expression became a little complicated. No, you stay here and clean up Erin's dormitory. Chapter 693 Erin, the diary. Irene's dormitory. Xiang Sun stared at Sengoku with a pair of big eyes, and seemed to be looking at the warring states with some doubts. After reacting for a while, he finally understood, and then a complex color appeared in his eyes, and the originally high-pitched voice suddenly fell. Come down and ask softly. Approval. Is it alright? Can we go now? Looking at Xiang Sun's expression, Sengoku also sighed secretly in his heart, but nodded heavily. In fact, he didn't know much about Irene and Xiang Sun. He just heard that these two girls looked like one person, but then they didn't know what happened, and they suddenly regarded each other as enemies. Every time I see each other, I can't wait to rush up and take a bite. As for the reason, he is not very clear. Irene's trace has not been found until now. It is estimated that in that case, there is a great possibility that this guy will be involved in the seabed or the cracks in space and cannot survive, but this does not rule out that she is still alive. Possibility. As a result, the warring states issued a secret wanted notice to Irene and arranged for some lieutenant generals in the navy to pay attention to her traces in order to prevent her from leaking the previous battle. As for the things she left behind, after thinking about it again and again, it seems that there is no harm in letting this girl Xiang Sun deal with it. After all, this girl can't bear to pester herself every day. After thinking about it, I finally decided to help Xiang Sun. Busy. Time is urgent. Karp, I'll keep an eye out for you here. You go and prepare first, and you'll be leaving in an hour. Without explaining too much, Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder, said something softly, turned his head and said to Xiang Sun, you two, you should put your heart down on Iggy first. This kid's ability, even if he strays to a desert island or even the bottom of the sea, he can come back. Let's settle these things first. Good. Xiang Sun finally lost the numbness that he had just now, and a feeling of unease gradually emerged from the bottom of his heart. When she was about to be sucked in by the big crack in the dragon constellation, Irene suddenly reached out and saved her own. That scene was deeply engraved in his mind like a brand, and all the dreams these days were her face at that time. At that time, when she looked at her eyes, she clearly didn't have a trace of disgust, and she was even swept away by the storm just for herself. This point, Xiang Sun can't figure it out no matter how much he thinks about it. The Irene who usually finds a way to ridicule herself when she sees her, and the Irene who wants to use all kinds of means to spoil herself in big and small matters. She would even try to save herself desperately. One after another thoughts rose from Xiang Sun's mind. Before Xiang Sun had even finished reading half of those thoughts, his feet were already standing in front of Irene's bedroom door. The iron gray door stood in front of her, which made Xiang Sun couldn't help being stunned, but after thinking for half a second, her eyes were still fixed, and a white jade-like palm gently pushed open the iron door. Creak underscore. The iron door was pushed open, and it was neat and tidy. It is hard to imagine that Irene, who is always bright and beautiful, thought that there would be quite a lot of cosmetics and daily necessities in her dormitory, but it turned out to be completely beyond her imagination, except for a wooden bed, a simple bedside table, a wardrobe that can't be more concise, and there is nothing else. Maybe this is more in line with her personality. She is an agent, so she should hide everything. After being surprised for a while, Xiang Sun didn't think much, and turned over the wardrobe and bedside table aiming at Irene. He is really a neat freak. No matter in the wardrobe or the bedside table, the clothes are arranged in a row according to the size and thickness, and the usual toiletries are also neatly stored in the bedside table. Can't see anything special at all. This is simply a simple person who could not be simpler, and there is no no trace of everything. This guy is really impeccable. Xiang Sun really didn't find any clues in these traces of life and could only rummage around the house, but still couldn't find any useful clues until she inadvertently put her palm into Irene's pillow. Under. What is this? Xiang Sun pulled that thing out and looked closely. It was a diary journal. This should be a clue about what she found in the Navy, right? Without any hesitation, Xiang Sun opened it directly, and his delicate self suddenly came into view. December 17. Sunny. It went well today and successfully sneaked into the Navy. December 24. Sunny. Today is Christmas Eve. Xiang Sun is quite a lovable girl. The hidden life should not be too boring. As for Vegapunk, I don't care how I like it. This was when she first came to the Navy, and Xiang Sun couldn't help recalling the scene at that time. At that time, she and Irene were really good friends. And looking at this guy, he has a bad attitude and doesn't look like he is working hard. Xiang Sun's eyes filled with puzzlement and his hands turned again. March 3rd. Overcast. There was a chance for promotion today. Xiang Sun kindly found me an executive. I really didn't expect that there are such disgusting people in the Navy. Want me to repay him with? I couldn't hold back, so I castrated him and made a specimen. Originally wanted to explain to Xiang Sun, but she seemed frightened. Seeing this page, Xiang Sun's mind suddenly shook. She still remembered that incident, and she had a big fight with her because of it. April 1st. Light rain. I quarreled with Xiang Sun. She said that she had helped me block countless investigations. I wanted to explain to her, but she didn't listen at all. I was so angry. May 7th. Moderate rain. I still want to make it clear to Xiang Sun. After all, she is my only friend, but the boss is coming. On June 6th, it rained heavily. The boss is here, and the roll call will use me to target Vegapunk and Iger. There is no chance yet. What should I do? Am I going to alienate her? August 9. Heavy rain. There will be a test tomorrow. The boss said that he will act tomorrow, but fortunately, Xiang Sun has already started to hate me. Page after page of the diary turned faster and faster in Xiang Sun's hands, but the faster she turned, the more her heart trembled until she saw the last page of August 9. Her whole vision finally, like the emotions in her heart, it collapsed suddenly. Chapter 694. This place has changed the boss. Well, it's no wonder you don't know. After all, you're only so old. The blue basehead looked at Iger's somewhat puzzled appearance and couldn't help but sighed and shook his head gently. Anyway, leave here first. If the sentry sees you, even if you are a child, you will be killed. This is not a place for human beings. The deep and shallow words of the basehead made Iger, who had just woken up from syncope, a little dazed. After a while, he finally realized what the murloc meant. 11 years ago, murlocs were not the territory of humans. Even children would be killed. This series of information flashed through Iger's mind and slowly pieced together an incredible answer. You mean, this is Fishman Island? After a brief period of confusion, Iger looked at the big and round eyes of the perch head and asked tentatively, yeah, this is Fishman Island. You kid really doesn't know anything. Basehead also didn't expect that since this guy in front of him has come here, would he not know that this is Fishman Island? So, at the border of this Fishman Island, it is quite dangerous for humans. Hey, over there, what are you doing? However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud shout from a distance. Basehead was startled, and his whole body suddenly slapped smartly, standing upright on the spot, and looked behind him. This is the outermost suburb of Murloc Island, and it is also the entrance of Murloc Kingdom. Behind a patch of water plants, corals, and bubbles, is a splendid city wall with huge double heavy iron gates that are tightly seamed. It is closed, and there are several small arches on both sides of it, allowing the Murlocs to enter and exit. At this moment, two tuna guards, each carrying a sharp spear, walked out of the small arch and quickly ran towards the coral water meadow where the perch was. This shocked the perch head, and cold sweat permeated from the skin all over his body. Not that he was timid, but to these soldiers, the Murloc civilians who had contact with humans without authorization, but to be arrested and tortured. He still remembered that a few days ago, an old lady from the next village picked up a human corpse outside the city. She just wanted to take it back and sell it for money, but the two eldest brothers took it away. When I came back again, none of the fish scales on my body were complete. Right now, there is a living person next to me. Although it is a child, if they find out, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat. Damn, I saw that this guy still had a heartbeat at the time, and he was a pitiful child, so I came over to have a look. How could I know that he would be punished so quickly? Just thinking about it, the two big tuna brothers on the opposite side are about to run over, and the bright cold light of the long spear in his hand makes his face feel a slight stinging pain. Obviously, these sentinels are what he can do at all. Resistant. You've been here for a long time, haven't you? A scavenger is not like you. Big brother Tuna gradually ran closer. His footsteps gradually stopped and turned into a steady walk. After reaching a distance of about 3 or 4 meters from the head of the base, he stopped and put the sharp spear in his hand on the ground. Staring at the perch head suspiciously. At the beginning they hadn't paid attention to this guy. After all, he was wearing a tattered cloth and fur with a large backpack on his back. He was obviously a scavenger. Usually such a person would leave in about half an hour, but this guy has been here for a long time, looking around from time to time, and even looking back to see if the two of them have responded. This looks like a rather suspicious fish man, and the two decided to come down for questioning. Golden Gold Tuna-sama. Seeing that the two tuna sentries actually walked down from the city wall, the perch head felt like his blood was about to freeze together, and the cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Stand up. No, nothing. I'm just tying my shoelaces. Yes, I'm tying my shoelaces here. Shoelaces? Are you fooling the devil? The two tuna looked down at the straw sandals under the base's head and feet. Where are the shoelaces? With this sentence, the perch head became even more suspicious. What the hell are you doing? The two tuna looked at each other, nodded to each other, and rushed over with their spears. For a moment he only felt that the blood all over his body was frozen. He was just an ordinary murloc. How could he have the ability to resist these soldiers? And it was at the moment when he was a little stunned. The two tuna sentries had already brushed past him and walked directly behind him. Done. The perch head didn't react until the two soldiers walked over. At that time he knew that he was finished. According to the regulations of the new adult, as long as he has contact with foreign humans, if the human does not have an identity card, whether it is a murloc or a human, they will all be killed together. How to do? Nothing. However, just as the perch head closed his eyes and waited for the judgment of his fate, there were two surprised voices from the tuna sentinel behind him. No, of course there's nothing left. Ha 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 ha. The strange reaction of the two tuna also attracted the attention of the base head. He turned his head to take a look and saw that the child who was lying on the ground just now had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of where it lay, only the sand on the bottom of the sea. Is this Nima a ghost? Basehead was also taken aback by this scene, but he was still a little relieved to save his life. According to the regulations of Big Mom, scavengers can only come out to pick up waste at a fixed time every day. Pay attention to the time. Seeing that the basehead did not do anything strange, the two tuna also relaxed their guards, told the basehead, and went back to work. Yes. Basehead hurriedly nodded and bowed, smiling and watching the two soldiers leave. However, just when he saw the tuna go away and he breathed a sigh of relief, the voice of the boy just now sounded like a ghost behind him. They said, "This is Big Mom's territory now." Chapter 695. Changed the boss. Fishman Island. Hey, yeah, this sudden sound is like a ghost. Originally, the whole person was in a state of extreme tension. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound. He only felt that his heart was about to jump out. At that time, he screamed, and the whole person he turned around quickly and immediately sprang back for a full 4 or 5 meters. And when he called out, he immediately realized that he couldn't alert the two soldiers again, and quickly covered his mouth with serious lordosis. However, this moment of restraint completely collapsed when he fixed his eyes on the figure behind him, because the guy who was just behind him, sticking to the back of his neck and asking questions, turned out to be the boy who disappeared weirdly just now. You. The perch head stretched out his fingers connected by the webbed fingers and pointed at Iger's face tremblingly. His huge pupils shrunk to the thickness of a chopstick, and he stuttered again when he spoke. You, didn't you just disappear? Are you a ghost? What the hell? Is the young master a human being? That was my ability just now. Iger really couldn't stand the startled look of this perch's head. His eyes were about to roll to the sky, and with a wave of his hand, his palm lightly turned into strands of white light sand. This is what Iger came into contact with. After this underwater world, the newly modulated color ability. Oh, you are the power user of devil fruit. Ha ha ha. No wonder. Hearing Iger's explanation and seeing Iger's hand turned into strands of sand, the perch head seemed to finally understand what was going on just now. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and smiled. It seems that this place is indeed quite dangerous as you told me. Iger didn't feel that the perch head made a fuss, but narrowed his eyes and looked at the backs of the two tuna in the distance, and there was a dignified look in his eyes. According to what this perch head just said, as long as you see humans in this place, they will all be cut to the ground. As long as they can't get the so-called pass, it is estimated that they will be taken away by these sentinels and disposed of, and the human beings who can come here are basically impossible to be ordinary human beings, ordinary people who will come to the bottom of the sea for a walk. At least they are pirates who are strong enough to sail smoothly in the first half of the Great Route, and if it is this kind of pirates, these two tuna alone are not enough to see. There must be some powerful people behind them to support them, and this powerful people, the tuna sentinels just now, they also made it clear that it's one of the 4 super pirate emperors who can traverse the sea in that new world. Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling, just isn't this place Whitebeard's chassis before? Iger turned his his head to look at the face of the basehead and asked with some doubts. To be reasonable, Whitebeard can be said to be the strongest being among the 4 emperors. In his territory, other pirates should not dare to interfere at all, not to mention that in this Fishman Island there is also the terrestrial creatures in the sea are quite terrifying. In any case, this Charlotte Lingling is unlikely to have the chance to change the ownership of this Fishman Island. It seems that with the turmoil in the East China Sea, there must be something wrong on the side of the great shipping route. Well, this is a long story. Sure enough, when he heard Iger's question, Basehead also sighed softly. His expression seemed very helpless. Even Iger, who saw a fishman for the first time in his life, could easily guess where this guy is now. The expression, obviously, is nostalgic for the days when this place was still protected by the Whitebeard. Let's go home first, and I'll tell you slowly. How dare you take me back? Iger was a little surprised. My dear, this perch-head was as frightened as a grandson when he saw the tuna sentinel just now, and he was willing to take himself home now. Aren't you afraid of being found out and hiding human beings? Well, it seemed that he could see what Iger was thinking, and the perch-head gave a wry smile and explained, our scavengers' homes have never been inspected on their own initiative. Generally, they will only be inspected once a month. It's still early, and speaking of which, a trace of entanglement appeared in the big round eyes of the perch-head. And what? I want you to do me a favor. A fight? Well, let's go. Huh? Let's go now. It is estimated that the basehead has never seen such a crisp guy before, and was immediately taken aback by Iger's straightforward reaction. It seems that he can't believe that the little guy in front of him agreed to be so straightforward. And Iger's reaction, he hesitated again. Not so good. They're amazing. You're just a kid. He. Then why do you still want me to help? Iger interrupted the words of Perchhead with a smile, and his palms turned into drifting quicksand again. Well then, in fact with you, I don't think it's a big problem. Seeing that Iger showed his ability again, Perchhead nodded and turned to lead the way. Okay, tell me about this Fishman Island. What happened so far? The Perchhead took the initiative to lead the way, and Iger also smiled lightly, and finally he wouldn't collide like a headless fly. According to what the Perchhead just said, the current form of the Fishman Island is quite unfriendly to humans. It is obviously quite difficult for me to act in this Fishman Island without a fishman to cover myself. In particular, I don't know how long it has been since that battle. The most important thing now is to get in touch with the Navy headquarters and report everyone's safety first. As for myself going from the bottom of the sea to the sea in the future, I have to say that if I don't use ships and certain technologies, it will be really difficult. So no matter what, I will definitely stay in this Fishman Island for a while, at least to get a coded boat and a compass. And Big Mom is not so attractive to the current Iger. He is still more concerned about the current situation of the big crack in the Dragon constellation, so the sooner he leaves, the better. So on the whole, it is better to find a place to stay first, and the home of the basehead should be a good place, which will not attract attention, and can carry out activities with a considerable degree of freedom. As for the troubles he's encountering now, the troubles he's encountered at his level must be, at best, some street gangsters. It was his reward for helping him. Thinking of this, Iger quickened his pace and followed. Chapter 696 Katakuri Yin. In a dense coral seagrass jungle, Perchhead and Iger walked through. Since Iger is not so tall, it can basically be blocked by the body of Perchhead plus the surrounding coral and seagrass with the cover up. Iger is equivalent to being completely invisible, and no one can detect his existence at all, and that is, in the process of moving towards the city wall step by step. Perchhead also began to tell Iger about what happened recently on Fishman Island. This matter started a few months ago. Do you know the Poseidon incident that caused a sensation in the whole world at that time? Basehead didn't dare to turn his head to look at Iger. He just pretended that he was scavenging in a very normal way. Well, I heard it, but I didn't hear it all that much. Hearing Basehead talking about the so-called sea god incident, Iger almost had the urge to cover his face. Good guy. It seems that his vote was really a bit big, even after so long. On the great route so far away, these big pirates whose status is precious as the 4 emperors were all influenced by themselves. At that time, it was said that a super baby was born in the East China Sea, and it was said that its power even surpassed the Sea King. So all the pirates on the great route all headed towards the East China Sea for a while. Whitebeard is also included. Basehead briefly explained the original sea god incident, but I am afraid that even he doesn't know much, so he can't tell a reason. He only knows that the so-called gem sea god seems to have power beyond the world. So, isn't this Whitebeard's territory? The god of the sea? I am afraid that only Eagle and the Revolutionary Army can know what the situation was at that time. And after that incident, he also met the Whitebeard with Cap's dog-headed warship, and knew what the Whitebeard was going to sea for any purpose. It could never be because of the so-called sea god. To do any transaction transaction or conflict with Big Mom because of this matter. But this fact really happened, which made Iger feel a little outrageous. Well, the reason behind this is a bit complicated. In fact, there are quite a lot of forces involved here. Of course, what I said is only what I heard, not necessarily true. Perchhead sighed. Have you heard of CP0? Those three simple words suddenly made Iger's blood pressure rise. CP0, an organization that Iger had had countless contacts with. When I first foreseen it, this organization did not exert its prestige at all, and even almost all of it was swallowed up by the Sea Kings that I had summoned. However, the second time he met, it really made him feel a suffocating pressure. The reason why he appeared on this Fishman Island on the bottom of the sea, and even almost died in the sea, was because of the fame created by the White Mask. So Iger still didn't dare to underestimate this organization. When I heard Basehead talk about this organization, Iger subconsciously felt a little nervous. You mean? Iger frowned, his tone a little dignified. This matter, CP0 is also involved in it? I don't know the specifics. I just heard some friends say that some Murlocs seem to have seen that the ships of the world's official government have visited the palace of the Murlocs. Hearing Iger's question, Perchhead didn't dare to be too sure for a while, just pinched his head and recalled what he heard from his friends at the time. According to the people around the palace at that time, the people who were active there at the time were suddenly dismissed urgently, but some people retreated relatively late, and it seemed that the ship from the official government was coming and then disembarked from the ship. Some guys in white suits, even our king came out to meet them in person. The man in the white suit, Iger is too familiar with this outfit. Among all the officials he has seen recently, only the CP0 group of guys will wear a white suit during their official duties. After that, I don't know what those white-clothed people said to our king. In short, after that, Fishman Island and the Whitebeard pirates terminated the contract, and then this place was inexplicably returned to the king of the world. My subordinates, to be precise, they should be jointly managed by the 10,000 nations and the Beast Pirates. The 100 Beasts Pirates? There is something about the 100 Beasts Pirates? What did the people in the world's official government talk about with your king? The more Iger listened to Perchhead, the more he felt that this matter was a bit serious. The 100 Beast Pirates and Wanguo actually protected this Fishman Island together? Is this some kind of international joke? As we all know, Kaido and Lingling have always had a deep relationship. Almost everyone who has sailed on the sea for a while knows that these two guys are asking for everyone almost as soon as they meet. There is only one possibility, and that is that something quite extraordinary has happened in this place. As for Whitebeard's exit, it is estimated that it has nothing to do with the operation of the world's official government. It is very likely that he has no interest in the things in this place, but as for the conditions, he can let the role of the father let him go. Iger couldn't imagine going out of the Fishman Island protected by himself. Yeah, that's not my nonsense. Basehead looked at Iger's surprised eyes and couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart, obviously because he was frightened by the big forces. He said, compared to the Whitebeard pirates, 10,000 nations and 100 beasts really sent people at the deputy level to guard here. It is said that the legendary Katakuri and Yin are now in the royal city. And Yin? Iger really can't understand more and more. Yin? Shouldn't it have been solved in Alabasta before? That's right. Basehead was getting more and more certain that this guy had been frightened by what he said, and his chest was getting taller and taller. His tone gradually filled with smugness, and he threw out the information he knew one after another. It's just that Yin and Jack seemed to be out on some mission a while ago, but they didn't come back for a long time. After that, Wanguo sent a lot of powerhouses here. Well, you'll be in the clearing soon. You're about to turn into sand. Chapter 697 Sun Tree Eve. Seeing the Perchhead squatting down in front of him, Iger just reacted, nodded in response, and then turned into a fine sand and slowly floated into the big bamboo basket behind the Perchhead. From the outside, it is really no different from carrying a large basket of sand. At the same time, the doubts in Iger's heart were also put down a little through the explanation of the Basehead. The guy Yin should have not come back by now. In this way, when he was in Alabasta, he was with him. The battle between the two big Kanbans of the 100 Beasts pirates truly buried those two huge beasts. As Iger turned into sand and burrowed into the bamboo basket behind the Perchhead, the communication between the two also stagnated. Taking advantage of this period of silence, Iger made a simple arrangement in his mind for a moment now about the situation inside the Fishman Island. First of all, the first point worth noting is that the current Fishman Island nominally is jointly protected by Big Mom Charlotte. Lingling and Kaido withdrew from the competition on this Fishman Island, and the reason for these things happened. As far as Iger's judgments and speculations were concerned, most of them should be related to the previous Sea God incident, and there must be hidden secrets that he didn't know about. At the same time, although Perchhead didn't say it, Iger knew that another another ancient weapon was born around this time. That's right, that is the transcendent humanoid weapon that can summon and manipulate the strongest force in the entire ocean, Aquaman. Even Iger still knows who the identity of this ancient weapon is. The birth of ancient weapons, the fermentation of the Poseidon incident, the actions of the world's main government, plus the purpose of Lingling and Kaido, plus the incident of Tiger a while ago. The current Fishman Island can really be said to be quite lively. As for the third of the four emperors, they all made moves at this time. What is the real purpose? It's really hard to say. Immediately after that, it is about some regulations that are currently implemented in this Fishman Island. No one without permission is allowed to enter, only for human beings. This point is quite suspicious no matter how you think about it, as if it is to block all outsiders. Entry will do so, and the enforcer of this rule should undoubtedly be the pirates of Wongwo. After all, Big Mom still has a Wongwo to sit in, and it is impossible to come here in person, so the highest combat power here is estimated not to be possibly higher than the White Mask. Thinking of this, Iger also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he has just recovered. Even if the injury is healed, he still feels a little empty in his strength from time to time. If he encounters the White Mask again now, for a guy of that level, I am afraid that this trip to Fishman Island is really quite dangerous. Fortunately, if it was just Katakuri and the Cotters of the nations, he should still be able to handle it. Finally passed. Just as Iger was summarizing the current situation, the perch head on the other side passed the inspection of the two tuna without any risk. After all, no one would have any doubts about a basket of sand. The perch head successfully passed the customs. With a relaxed body, he couldn't help but sigh, and continued to say to Iger, "Speaking of which, do you know why Yin and Jack haven't come back yet?" Before Iger could answer, Basehead couldn't hold back himself, and quickly connected with what he just said, but this time his voice was very low. "I heard them say that it was because they encountered a tough stubble while doing the mission, and they were cleaned up. I guess they won't be able to come back. Tisk tisk tisk. Those of them are monsters among monsters. Alone, I can single out our entire royal guard. I really don't know what kind of monster he must be who can kill both of them. That's right, it's probably very powerful." While listening to the sigh of Basehead, Iger couldn't help but blush, and was too embarrassed to fight, but just responded casually, "If he really let this guy know the monster among the two monsters was solved by himself. I'm afraid this Basehead is going crazy again." Come on, what do you want me to do?" Seeing that the perch head was about to talk about how strong Yin and Jack were, Iger coughed twice, pulled the topic back, and asked, "In general, there should be no problems in the general environment, and Iger doesn't have to worry about his own danger, so he simply solves the trouble of this Basehead first so as to save himself from worrying about his favor." This, however, to Iger's surprise, the perch head, who seemed to be very talkative along the way, heard Iger's question, and his face that was still happy suddenly stiffened, and a bit of bitterness also emerged from it, and he smiled a little far-fetched. He smiled but didn't say it directly. The voice also fell. "This, you'll know in a while." Soon, in the conversation between the two of them, the home of the Basehead was already in sight. Because of staying in the bamboo basket, Ig can see the huge colorful bubble dome covering the entire Fishman Island and the giant tree that almost broke through the bubble dome. The dense canopy is even so far away, and can only look up. Iger can see a considerable part. The lush branches and leaves are intertwined with each other, using a mechanism that even Iger doesn't know about, to transmit the sunlight outside the sea from the outside world, and sprinkle it down through its huge tree canopy, making the entire Fishman Island in the deep sea, and can also be illuminated by the sun. This is quite miraculous. Even a person like Iger from the 21st century can only be amazed when he sees it. And this tree, Iger also liked very much at the beginning, because this big tree, which seemed to have no effect at all, even had its own name, Sun Tree Eve. Yes, it is simple and rude, but it is quite appropriate and poetic. It can make the seabed can get sunlight, and the name of Yangshu is well deserved. Was the ancestor of all Murlocs, Eve, who made the bottom of the deep sea get the blessing of the sun, and the position where Basehead and Iger are now is only the outermost periphery of the entire Fishman Island. Iger has already begun to look forward to what kind of prosperity the entire Fishman Island will be like. It's here. At this moment, Iger felt Perchhead's footsteps stagnate, and there was a touch of nervousness in his voice. Chapter 698 Perchhead Trouble. Here we are. Iger almost didn't hear these short 4 words, because what this guy said was like a whisper. If it wasn't for Iger being so close to him, I'm afraid he couldn't hear it at all. It's like whispering something. What? Iger didn't know what was going on, and the Perchhead didn't react any further, so Iger simply raised his body, which had turned into sand, out of a high and sharp slope so that he could see beyond the bamboo basket edge, see things around the Perchhead. And this doesn't matter. Iger is simply stunned. Not because I saw something quite extraordinary, but because because the reality in front of me is so beautiful. What kind of world is this? As expected of an underwater paradise. Iggy couldn't help sighing in his heart. It is indeed a dream-like paradise, and Oda's beautiful illusion was never wasted. Mermaid, not mermaid. It should be living in such a dreamy place. Just like what IG saw just now. The sun tree Eve sprinkled clear sunlight like flowing water on the underwater world, and also benefited all the plants in the seabed. Each seaweed grows like country red. They are as tall as cedars, and their huge bodies are slowly twisting in the water waves. The most amazing thing is that they even have various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. There are even a lot of very subtle colors that Iger can't call out. Many colors are mixed together, reflecting the light that Eve sheds strangely. In addition to seagrass, Iger also saw the largest coral he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Those colorful corals were piled up one by one, smashing into high-rise buildings. These high-rise buildings made of coral tower reefs are the residences and offices of these mermaids. Through those windows, Iger can even see the colorful furniture inside, and some people even have bubbles blown bed. Next to the tall buildings on the coral tower reefs, Iger also saw huge scallops carrying all kinds of fish shuttling down the street. To sum up in one sentence, this is simply a fantastic world if you don't look at the side of the street. Yes, these dreamlike scenes were all seen by Iger when he looked across the street in the distance, and at this moment he was standing opposite this underwater paradise, a piece that seemed to be out of tune with this underwater paradise place. Even if it is said to be a complete garbage dump, Iger will not have the slightest suspicion. Dirty, stench, and chaos are simply synonymous with this place. Although Iger has not seen other parts of Fishman Island, he is still sure that the place where Basehead and himself are staying is most likely the entire Fishman Island. The only one who can only see gray area. Yes, gray. The whole world is full of sunshine and dreamy color transitions. This street, the whole is gray. That's the color of a pretty cheap seabed rock, and they beat it a little bit with it into crooked high-rise buildings. Garbage can be seen everywhere, obviously from other regions. Those colorful clothes, exquisite furniture, and even cute and beautiful toys are thrown here without hesitation, and they are allowed to be stained with gray. Become garbage. The home of Perchhead is in this gray area. At this moment, from this gray area, there are 7 or 8 catfish that are also gray and bald. They are wearing linen clothes that are about the same as those of Perchhead. They fold their arms and lean against the building in front of Perchhead and Iger. On the wall of the distorted high-rise building, the eyes looking at the Perchhead were full of jokes. Yo, isn't this Little John? It's really hard for you today. The tallest and strongest catfish at the head looked at the Perchhead and said a word casually, but it was just that sentence which made the Perchhead tremble suddenly. Obviously, these 2 catfish and Perchhead are old acquaintances, and this Perchhead is often bullied by these 2 catfish. While the catfish greeted the basshead, Iger felt that the heart of the basshead suddenly tightened, and even the whole person was shrouded in an invisible fear. There is no doubt that the trouble of the basshead is definitely it has something to do with the 2 catfish in front of me. Just it turns out that the name of this Perchhead is Little John. Iggy can't take it anymore, but despite this, Iger suppressed his urge to complain, and patiently waited for what the Perchhead would say to the catfish. John Jason, you, what are you doing here today? Basehead, no. When Little John saw so many catfish appearing in front of his house, his heart suddenly raised to his throat, and cold sweat seeped out from the gaps in the scales. Didn't you say you won't be charged until next week? Hearing the Basehead, Little John's question, the tall catfish Jiang Jason's big eyes rolled around, and then his beard shook twice with his weird smile. You know it too. Hasn't it been replaced recently? That's why the royal palace collects a little more tax, so we don't have that much money to play with. It's not. I want to borrow it from you in advance. A little. Jiang Jason deliberately bit the word borrowing very hard, looking at the Perchhead with disdain and contempt, as if he was talking about a trivial thing. Say so, but you lost the bet again. Of course, the Basehead also knows what the so-called tax hike is, but it's just an excuse for this strong Jason. This guy usually collects protection fees. Except for a large part of the money that should be handed over to their boss, he takes all the rest of the money. I went to gamble. When I don't have money to eat, I often come to him to eat so that he can't eat enough for himself. If you don't have food to eat, I still have some food at home, but if you owe someone else's money, I really don't have that much. Before he could finish his answer, he was interrupted abruptly. Because his whole fish mouth was being pinched by a big hand, he stared, and he didn't know when that strong Jason had already rushed in front of him. His fierce eyes seemed to eat him. I said, I will collect protection fees today. Do you have any opinion? The words that seemed to carry ice balls were gently spit out from his big mouth. Yes, not only there, but you also need to pay me. Chapter 699. Not even trash. Yes, not only do do I have great opinions, but I also want you to give me back all the money you took from me before. Just when this tall and strong catfish brother had a ferocious expression in his eyes, and one hand was holding the neck of the perch's head, a rather untimely voice, "If you poured oil," it came out from behind the base head again. As soon as the sound came out, the first person who reacted the most was the perch head. At that time, he felt an extremely tyrannical blood flow, which shot from his tailbone to the abdominal cavity, and then rushed into his heart. This guy is simply frightened. If he could, he would like to open the scales all over his body. What nonsense. This is Catfish Strong Jason. People give nicknames. Rob Sen. This is quite a well-known bully in this area. All children are warned by adults to be careful of catfish when going out. There is no other reason, because this area of the street is always haunted by a group of catfish villains, and this group of catfish villains is the group of catfish who are now surrounding themselves. However, at this moment the basehead John seems to have not realized how serious the problem he is facing now is. Just when the perch head was full of some fierce names about the robbery forest in front of him, Jiang Jason also heard the sound coming from the perch head, and his eyes with a bit of ferocity suddenly became round. The stare was even more terrifying, and he immediately glanced around the perch head, but he didn't find any figure at all. That being the case, there is only one possibility for the person who said that sentence just now. "What did you say, Little John? Do you dare to say it again?" Jiang Jason laughed instead of being angry, but the rows of fangs in the split lips made his smile a chill which could have caught up with the thick arm of the head of the base, and suddenly with more force the blue veins on the head and neck of the base burst out immediately. "Is it because I haven't been here recently, and no one has taught you a lesson? Can you be so arrogant when you talk to me now?" The whole body of Basehead was picked up by Jiang Jason. The tyrannical force made his whole body hang in the air, and it also inspired him to struggle violently. He broke it apart, but with his thin arms, even if he tried to suckle, he couldn't shake it at all. He kicked his feet frantically, but it was still useless. He still couldn't break free from Jason's iron pincer-like palm. He could only feel that all his blood flow was madly blocked in his brain, almost burst his entire head. He, with a hoarse throat, he could barely squeeze out a few words. Underscore. It wasn't until now that he realized that the one who said this was Iggy in the bamboo basket behind him, and now Iger, the whole person, is in the form of sand. Even if it is the sound he makes, there is no possibility that he will be seen. So it is equivalent to saying that the sentence just now, this guy said it through his own mouth. Of course, Jason Chiang didn't know about this kind of thing. Instead, he felt that this perch head had the courage to say this, but he didn't have the guts to admit it. He immediately put his ear close to the perch head's mouth. A hand was wide like a receiver beside his ear, and he frowned as if he couldn't hear what he was saying. What did you say? Did you just say it's not me? Then you mean, did I hallucinate just now? Impossible. Did you hear it too? As he said, Jiang Jason also turned his head to look at the group of catfish friends around him. His eyes glanced over their faces, and he received an affirmative nod from the latter in response. After receiving these responses, Jiang Jason pretended to be shocked again, and once again got close to the perch head and said, "Oh my god, isn't this a hallucination? Everyone heard it. Isn't this amazing? Perch head, you bastard have the guts to say that kind of outrageous words, but you don't have the courage to admit it." As Jiang Jason was talking, in the last half of the sentence, he roared directly at the perch head's face, and the stench of Spitstar sprayed the perch head's face. "Otherwise it will definitely be smoked out, and this is just the beginning." Jiang Jason's palm is squeezed tighter and tighter, and a fierce violence suddenly climbs on his face, his eyes staring at the perch head in his hand, which is wide open because of fear and lack of oxygen. Eyes, sharp teeth rubbed hard in the mouth. "I've been so kind to you lately. I never remember that a waste like you who can only go out of the city to find garbage every day is qualified to give me pointers. Want to die, bastard?" The more Jason Chiang said, the more excited he became. There was a bloodthirsty look on his face. Immediately after that, he raised another giant fist, aimed at the cheek of the base head, and smashed it hard. "Go down, call." I have to say that this strong Jason's body is quite strong, and a simple punch can make a heavy wind sound in the air, almost in the blink of an eye. That casserole-sized fist is on the verge of a base head cheeks. With this punch, the neck of the perch's head will definitely be broken. Done. At this moment there was only one thought in perch head's mind. He closed his eyes, felt the fainting sensation of hypoxia in his brain, and silently waited for the pain to come. Boom. The next second, a heavy muffled sound suddenly sounded, and the body of Basehead shook violently. However, to his surprise, the severe pain he imagined did not come at all. Before he could open his eyes to observe the situation, Jiang Jason, who had picked him up all over the place, howled first, and then the big hand that was grabbing the perch's head and neck suddenly loosened. Basehead only felt his butt for a while, and then he fell to the ground. Only then did he open his eyes to see what was going on. And it doesn't matter at this sight, he was almost shocked to stare out his entire eyeball, only to see young Jason, who had punched him fiercely just now, was holding his fist tightly at this moment, full of roll around. Haha, you're a waste person who wants money to live. Isn't it even worse than a waste? Chapter 700. The sand is fine. Cough cough cough. The perch head, who had just landed, suddenly gasped and coughed violently. While he was coughing, he didn't forget to open his eyes and looked at the opposite young Jason with great effort. He didn't know what happened to this guy. What's the matter? But it was this look that made him so shocked that he almost forgot to cough. The strong Jason on the opposite side, the violent and mad strong Jason, who is tall and strong enough to hold three of himself, turned out to be as if he had punched the seafloor stone and was holding his own fist at this moment, madly rolling on the ground. While rolling, a shrill cry broke out from his throat, indicating that the punch really caused him considerable pain and it hurt to the bone. And just when he forgot to cough because of surprise, a rather disdainful snort sounded beside his ear. Hee, you are a waste person who needs money to live. Isn't it even worse than a waste? Again, this time Basehead's reaction was much faster than before. He immediately reacted. It was the child behind him who was talking. Hello. He hurriedly wanted to turn his head to stop Iger from continuing to speak, but when he turned his head, he was stunned again. He finally knew why Jason's incomparably powerful punch just now. Why, instead of beating himself up like a star, he rolled around with his fists in his hands. Because at this moment the sand that the boy turned into has completely suspended from the bamboo basket and suspended and condensed into a circular shield directly in front of him. It was this shield made of sand that protected him and caused that young Jason to suffer great damage. What happened? Until this time, the catfish gangsters who were standing around watching the lively finally reacted, and the vicious faces of each and everyone could still vaguely see the schadenfreude smile frozen there, and in that solidification gradually emerged a touch of surprise. This Nima, what's going on? All the catfish gangsters stared blankly at the strong Jason, who was rolling on the ground with wide eyes and drooping chins. 7 or 8 of their brains fell into a state of shutdown. This fell is the boss. Shouldn't it be that trashy Basehead? In the cognition of these catfish bastards, Jason Chiang is definitely a well-known figure in Fishman Street over the years, and he is a man who can play hard just by virtue of his strong muscles. At the beginning, they just took a fancy to their boss's terrifying combat power, and finally decided to follow their boss and never give up, and that trashy perch head was clearly the one who should have been beaten to death by his boss. But the catfish gangsters turned their attention to the perch head, but they were horrified to find that right in front of this waist, a shield made of sand appeared at some point, and it should have been the perch head that was knocked down with one punch. He was still standing still intact, and he was even able to speak arrogantly and ridicule. What is the situation, you bastard? After more than half a minute, young Jason finally recovered from the severe pain that seemed to hit the seafloor stone. He slowly stood up from the ground, originally with a cruel and hostile aura in his eyes. It suddenly became more scarlet and terrifying, and the dense bloodshot spread all over his sclera, which looked extremely terrifying. So where did you learn some fighting skills? Look at that. Is it a legendary ninjutsu or some kind of devil fruit? No wonder you dare to speak to me in that tone. Seeing young Jason's expression, Basehead was as timid as him, and almost instantly felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart, and an indescribable sense of fear instantly swept through his whole body, causing him to directly cover his body. Muscles are softened. No, he subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to deny it, but before he could make any sound, the sand shield suspended in front of him suddenly stretched out. A sand pillar hit his face straight and turned into a sand mask directly cover his face so that he can't make a sound at all. At the same time, the perch head heard again, and Iger's voice came from the sand again, but this time his voice came directly from the piece of sand covering his cheek. If you insist on saying it, it should belong to ninjutsu, but as for how I talk to you, I'm afraid you have no right to pick your mouth. Give you 3 numbers. If you don't get out, you will die. Good boy. It seems that you have forgotten the days when you were beaten up by me. Although this is not the original intention of the perch, but when Iger said the sentence, young Jason's entire face was like a layer of ice fog, and Senran's killing intent no longer restrained, and it was a complete explosion. Quack quack. He moved his neck from side to side, causing the joints to rattle, and in the process of moving the joints, the surrounding catfish gangsters felt that there was an extremely strong bloody smell from their boss. Out then, that is. No way. Is the boss going to use that trick? Is that the power he got from Boss Hody? Tisk tisk tisk. In the face of such power, even the royal guard will be directly torn apart. Damn Basehead, I will take your life today. Young Jason grinned. His sharp teeth shone with white light, and his scarlet eyes stared straight at the perch's head, making the latter's heart quiver. However, although his heart was hairy, what he said on his mouth had a completely different meaning, and even his tone was full of sarcasm. Mo haha, that's how you bastards fight? Like a bitch. 3. Hee. Hearing this sentence, the smile on Jiang Jason's face became even stronger. That's great, I'm just worried that you don't dare to admit it like you did just now. 2. No need to count. Even if you kneel down and kowtow 1,000 heads for me today, I will definitely tear you apart. 1. It seems that you really don't understand human speech. The scales on Jiang Jason's body are surging along the knotted muscles under the skin. After saying this sentence in a clear tone, his mind moved, and then the whole body was like an arrow from the string, moving towards the right direction. The perch head on the opposite side suddenly ejected. Today you must die. Perch head. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 701-720. Chapter 701. It's over. It's over. Hey. This is killing people. Help. It's going to die. Seeing that, Jiang Jason, who was on the opposite side, rushed directly towards him. The whole fish in the bass head was not healthy, and the blood flow all over his body was accelerating frantically, and he roared directly in his heart. A deep regret filled his heart instantly. He shouldn't have thought about letting this guy help. This Nima is simply going to kill him. It's too rigid. Every sentence directly stepped on the explosion point of Jiang Jason on the opposite side. Let alone Jiang Jason. Even if he heard these words, he would definitely be angry. The only difference is that if he is angry, he may at most be scolding others and throwing things, but Jiang Jason on the opposite side is going to kill. This group of carnivorous murlocs, especially the carnivorous murlocs who grew up in this murloc street, are extremely violent, but they are all extremely strong. Just look at the strong Jason on the opposite side. He is obviously just a catfish, but he is more than 4 meters tall. Compared to him, Little John is only about 2 meters tall. In front of him, just because of his height, Little John has no resistance at all, like a child. Not to mention that this guy has a terrifying muscle that is bigger than one, making him look like a hill. At this moment, this hill is running and sprinting again, and the impact is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The perch head is really bitter and can't say it. It's really not what he wants to say. Mom, I'm sorry. It's my son's filial piety, and I can't give you the old farewell. Perch head even closed his eyes, peacefully preparing for his own death. For his idea, if those catfish bastards can know, then they will definitely vote 8 fins in favor, because they know too much. They are so powerful as Boss Jason. Just yesterday, he had already used this kind of power to tear the grouper in the next block that was always wrong to him in half. You must know that the grouper is also a super fierce man who could once defeat 10. I'm afraid this base head is not enough to see in front of Jiang Jason. A rubbish person, even if he has learned any strong ninjutsu, is absolutely vulnerable in the face of absolute power. Just in the eyes of a group of catfish gangsters looking forward, Jiang Jason's terrifying body like a hill has already stepped on the fierce pace and rushed to the head of the bass. Dong 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 dong. Every time the thick legs that were as thick as rocks stomped on the ground, there was a violent shock, and for a while, the buildings within a radius of 100 meters shook violently, as if an earthquake was coming. With such a terrifying weight and strength, Jiang Jason's solid body and speed must not be underestimated. The scales on his body are all blood red, revealing an indestructible feeling, a piece of muscle. Due to the congestion, it is more like a rock-like bulge, making him look like a moving fortress. But it is a strong and hard mobile fortress. It is pushing away the air in front of you at a speed that can't cover your ears, and waves of air burst out to the opposite perch head. How to do. Seeing Jiang Jason slam towards him at such a terrifying speed, the entire scalp of the base head exploded in an instant. The most exciting scene I have ever seen in my life is the fight between the two seals next door. Under this kind of battle, he only felt that his entire heart was about to pop out of his chest. At this moment, his mind is full of blanks. Ah no, maybe it is not accurate to describe it as blank. It should be said, it's all 2 characters. It's over. I'm going to die here. You bastard, be brave and don't embarrass me. Just when Perchhead was about to roll his eyes and faint, Iger's voice rang in his ears again, but this time it was a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. With me here, something of his level is far from being qualified to make you faint. Huh? Although he heard what Iger said clearly, the Perchhead, who was already frightened at the moment, obviously couldn't believe what Iger said. Before he could respond, Iger sneered, and then his mind moved, and the circular shield that had resisted in front of the Perchhead suddenly exploded. The shield exploded and turned into a cloud of sand, and in the sand and fog, invisible forces were also pulling the scattered sand and dust, condensing them into curved strips, curvy sand ropes. It is completely different from the indestructible sand shield just now. This time, the rope formed by the sand looks extremely flexible. It floats beside the perch head, wrapping around the perch head like a ribbon. Inside, if the perch head inside is replaced with a mermaid princess, a proper fairy and her ribbon. However, in this situation, there is no time to replace the perch head with a mermaid princess, because just when the sand condensed into the sand rope, the tall and strong chariot-like body of Jiang Jason was opposite. Has been hit hard. Go on, boss Jason. Crash that kid to pieces. Woohoo. Seeing that Jason was getting closer and closer, but the perch head was only making so many ropes, the catfish gangsters were overjoyed and cheered fiercely. This Nima, this kid is not only cowardly, he is also quite stupid. If it were replaced with the shield just now, it might be possible to block the boss's blow, but this guy actually gave up the sturdiest defense and turned to come up with this soft thing. This is courting death. In this regard, the base head also agreed quite a bit. Seeing that Iger opened the defense directly, he exclaimed at that time, "What are you doing? Are you running away?" However, before the perch head had finished speaking, the sand ropes that were flying up and down around the perch head suddenly seemed to have intelligence and took the initiative to fly towards Jiang Jason. Brush brush. A piece of sand ropes flew out like ripples in the sea just in the catfish's complicated eyes and collided with Jiang Jason fiercely. Chapter 702. Big waist is big waist. In the excited eyes of many catfish gangsters, but also in the terrified eyes of the perch head, the strong Jason, like a high-speed train, roared violently in the air and slammed into the seemingly incomparably weak sand rope on top. Clang. At the moment of the collision, what everyone did not expect was that the soft sand rope floating in the air turned out to be as hard as metal. It collided with the strong body of Jason and it exploded directly. A burst of gold and iron explosion. The sand rope, which is clearly twisted, is as hard and firm as metal. How is this possible? Isn't that sand? Whether it is the catfish gangsters who are so excited that they can hardly control themselves, or the perch head who has almost closed his eyes and is waiting to die. At this moment he is completely dumbfounded, because I saw that Jiang Jason, who had hit him like a hill, was actually stopped by the sand rope floating in the air. What? Not only the catfish gangster but also the perch head, even Jiang Jason, whose face was full of murderous aura, was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the sand rope that was tit for tat with his shoulders. At this moment the latter, it is still floating in the air, twisting and twisting in the air, and just at the front end of the bends, in front of his shoulders, that section of sand is completely different. If the sand wrapped around the perch's head is like ribbons, then this forging resists its own sand like a condensed spar. What exactly is this technology? How could it completely violate the laws of physics and resist its own attack? For a moment countless thoughts flashed in Jiang Jason's mind. He is proficient in various fighting techniques. Of course, he is not that kind of fool. On the contrary, he is a little genius who has taught himself sports mechanics, and he has his own skills in this regard. Accomplishments. And it was these accomplishments that made him feel extremely surprised by the scene in front of him, because in his concept the scene in front of him should not exist at all. How is this possible? Hey, you are so strong. Do you have so much strength? Just when Jiang Jason was in a state of surprise for a while, the voice of the perch head on the opposite side rang again, and this guy didn't know what the wind was blowing today, so he didn't say anything. It's all this irritating cynicism. You say, what? When Jiang Jason heard the tone of the bass head, he only felt that the blood all over his body was rushing towards his forehead frantically, and the blue veins bulged wildly beside his forehead and temples, and the blood flowed violently. Pass. I have to tear you apart today. His eyes were as scarlet as blood, and Jiang Jason roared up to the sky. Then his sturdy arm suddenly stretched into his arms, took out a few Xiaoao pills, and then threw them directly into his mouth without any hesitation. Dong dong, dong dong. Almost at the same time, just a few seconds after these pills were taken, even the perception was as dull as the head of a perch, and it was possible to hear a thunder-like heart sound from so far away. That's right, it's the sound of your heart beating. Moreover, this huge heartbeat sound like an ancient dragon came from the opposite Jiang Jason. Is the boss just now? How many did you eat? I didn't see it clearly. At least there must be 5 or 6 slices, right? Hey, that's still great. Didn't the old man just eat 3 slices and then his whole body exploded? Don't talk nonsense. How can our eldest brother's physical fitness be comparable to the eldest aide? His body, even if he eats 10 tablets in one go, there is no problem. Look, the boss has become so fierce. Swish swish. With this exclamation, the eyes of all the catfish gangsters converged towards their boss in an instant. No, it may be said that the figure of Jiang Jason took the initiative to break into their field of vision, which would be more accurate. Yes, Johnson's body, after swallowing the 5 or 6 tablets, quickly inflated like a deflated balloon. The sunlight shed by Yang Shuive was completely blocked by his rapidly widening back in just a few seconds. At the same time, Jiang Jason's figure swelled rapidly and changed in a blink of an eye. It's bigger than a steeple tavern next door, and this is just the beginning. The expansion of Jiang Jason's body did not stagnate at all, and even became more rapid. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. meters. 30 meters. In just a few seconds, it was like a giant suddenly stood up in a modern city. Jiang Jason slowly stood up straight, and that huge body had completely surpassed the apartment building behind him. A huge shadow was cast on the ground, just like a huge horror. All the catfish, including the bass head, including the surrounding residents and buildings, were shrouded in it. Monster! It was not until this time that the surrounding residents finally noticed the sudden appearance of this behemoth. All of them suddenly lost their minds. They hurriedly dragged their families and grabbed the door and fled, pushing and shoving, almost filling the streets and alleys in an instant. Run away like a tide in the distance. No. Similarly, when Perchhead saw this scene, he was so frightened that he screamed on the spot, and when his waist moved, he was ready to slip away. However, these instinctive movements, under the compulsive restriction of Iger, were stunned directly in place, and even the slightest sound could not be made. Let me run, the Perchhead roared inwardly, but it didn't do anything at all. If the original strong Jason can be called a small mountain, then now he can be called a tower. Jiang Jason looked down at the Perchhead from a height. At this moment the latter was like an ant in his eyes. He could step on it into pieces in an instant. His voice was thunderous, and he sneered. Now, do you dare to repeat what you just said? How dare you? If you lend me 10,000 courage, I would not dare to say such a thing. Basshead roared 10,000 times in his heart, but the voice he made in the end made him want to die on the spot. Oh, do you want me to say that the bigger the waist, the bigger the waist? Chapter 703 Direct Spike. When the waist gets bigger, it's a big waist, right? As if he thought that what he said just now was not clear enough, Iger repeated it again, and this sentence directly made the air freeze in an instant. The catfish gangsters around are dumbfounded. This Nima, is this guy freaked out? In this situation, how can you still say such a thing? Brain broken or what? Their boss, Jiang Jason, that terrifying body is more than 30 meters tall. Even if a giant comes, I'm afraid it will be too panicked. With his strength now, it would be no problem to directly uproot the high-rise apartment building next to him. How dare this stupid Perchhead say such a thing? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Heaven and earth conscience, Perchhead really feels that he is going to die soon. This sentence is really not what he wants to say. Everything is said by this pile of sand. It has nothing to do with him. Damn it, this guy even has to gag his mouth. If he could still move now, he would definitely kneel on the ground and apologize frantically, explaining that it was not his will. But then again, I am afraid that even if he has worn his lips, this strong Jason will not believe it at all. Maybe it will die faster. Basshead turned his eyeballs upwards with his 6 pairs of eye muscles that were still able to move, and almost rolled his eyes and fainted. Knew it. As soon as this guy finished speaking, the strong Jason got even more angry. More than just anger, Jiang Jason's anger has formed a substance, and it is entangled in the whole air. The body has become incomparably huge, and Jiang Jason's strength has also increased geometrically. At this moment, his mood swings have reached the point where he can affect the surrounding environment, and that crazy anger directly turns into an icy cold, murderous aura swept around him, and the air seemed to condense into a cloud gathering around him. The sky became dim, as if because of Jiang Jason's monstrous murderous aura. Even the sunlight transmitted by the sun tree felt a little scared and fled wildly into the distance. He laughed out loud, his voice vibrating in the incomparably thick throat like a blower, buzzing, vibrating. It's so good. After learning that shitty ninjutsu, you have become more confident. I just like the way you are. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of reason are you going to use to smash your whole body into pieces. Jiang Jason's tone was stern, and he was still muttering in a low voice at first, but in the second half of the sentence, he used his loudest voice to roar out almost every word without reservation. The huge vocal cords vibrated violently, and the turbulent sound waves directly swept the entire street, drowning the basshead and catfish gangsters in an instant, almost shattering the hearts of everyone. And just after this deafening loud noise, the fierceness on Jiang Jason's face could no longer be concealed, and he directly raised his huge feet that were 4 or 5 meters long and stomped the Perchhead fiercely. Puff puff puff. After turning into a giant, even the ordinary movement of raising a foot is full of absolute power. The air exploded in an instant, and the terrifying force pushed his 5-6 meter thick thighs like a meteorite from the sky, stepping down towards him without reservation. Clank kong kong. And in the process of pedaling, the color of black iron quickly emerged from the surface of the giant leg, and as his giant leg stretched, the sound of the collision of gold and iron broke out suddenly. Although it is said that the sound of the air explosion has not changed because of this, everyone knows that this step will definitely destroy the world. Lie. Trough. The Perchhead really froze in Bengview, and there was not a single muscle in his body that was shaking. He really wanted to escape with the strength of feeding. Facing this kind of offensive like the sky was breaking down, he felt his legs even running away. Soft. This guy named Iger is actually going to fight against him. The sand wrapped around his body body was like cast steel, firmly fixing his legs on the ground, completely preventing himself from dodging. This guy is actually trying to make this giant strong. Jason, yo, if you want to break me into minced meat, the waist will become bigger, and even the bragging will be bigger. As expected by the base head, facing the strenuous step of the giant Jason, Iger not only did not have any thoughts of retreating, but sneered disdainfully, and sneered again. Before he finished speaking, the perch head felt that the sand streamer, which had been wrapped around him, moved again. Whoa whoa whoa. Pieces of sand gathered together crazily in mid-air, rubbing against each other, making bursts of clattering sounds, and in an instant the heavy sand filled with bamboo baskets quickly gathered in front of him. A cocky cone with a length of about 5 meters and a width of only 3 meters. This cone, from the outside, does not appear to have any abnormality, just like the most common sand cone. However, at this moment the cone is quietly suspended in mid-air, and the giant leg is allowed to fall from the sky. The air was blasted wildly, and it didn't scatter or shatter in the slightest. It was suspended in the air like that, and the tip of the cone pointed directly at the huge sole of the foot that Jason stomped down. I've gotten bigger and my weaknesses have gotten bigger. In the increasingly violent wind pressure on the ground, Iger floated gently. Boom boom boom. That is, at this time, the giant's feet had already stepped through the air, and it was on the verge of being above the head of the perch. If you step on it sincerely, this block will be turned into pieces in an instant. Facing this kick, Iger let out a soft laugh, and then immediately, the sandy cone in front of him silently aimed at the huge sole of the foot and swept out violently. The distance of a few meters came in an instant. Almost instantly, the sand cone and the black iron color collided fiercely in the eyes of everyone. Puff. However, this time, like the direct block just now, it did not happen again. On the contrary, it was absolutely devastating. I saw that the ordinary-looking sand cone, just at the moment of contact, drilled into the giant's foot without any hindrance, and then in less than a blink of an eye, it directly pierced from the corner of Jason's thigh. Drill the other side out. Immediately afterwards, without any hindrance, the cone spun again, and with a puff, it did not enter Jason's abdominal cavity. In the next second, it came out of his chest again. Chapter 704. Little John is a hero. Giant Jason's giant feet, after all, did not step on Basehead's body. They were covered with feet as hard as steel. In Basehead's staring eyes, they stopped just a few minutes away from the tip of his nose, over a distance of meters. Layer after layer of blasting air also seemed to be stunned by the bottom of the kettle. Without the strength of a giant, this layer of frantic air was just a whistling breeze. Even the smell emanating from the microorganisms on the feet was tightly sealed by the black iron gas, and this creature was not able to exert itself, just like the breeze in June, from sticking to the perch. The cheeks of the head brushed lightly. Puff. And at the moment when the giant Jason's movements stagnated, a crack was suddenly broken on the solid chest like the earth, and then a giant cone with a thickness of 5 or 6 meters was drilled out from the inside. What does the cone look like when it goes in, and what it looks like when it comes out, because its surface rotates at a high speed, and there is not even a little bit of blood on it. And then, behind it, in the field of vision of everyone, a huge blood column with a thickness of 5 or 6 meters cut through the sky in an instant. This scene is really indescribably spectacular. A giant with a height of more than 30 meters, when his heart was pierced, more than 2/3 of the blood on his body turned into erupting volcanic lava at this moment. Spit out. The pressure of the blood column is so high that almost at the moment of its appearance, it sprays out a distance of several hundred meters, and then straight across a distance of nearly 1,000 meters in the air, and finally stops the momentum of the spray, sticking the thick blood disintegrated, turned into a rain of blood, and fell down. What's the matter? Impossible, boss. The first to bear the brunt of the blood rain were the catfish gangsters who were watching the lively, slimy plasma. However, although this blood is warm and even a little hot due to the effect of the medicinal power, it is bone-chilling and icy cold when poured on these catfish bastards. Even, at this moment, they don't have any extra energy to care about than pouring them into the blood of blood people, because now, they have completely fallen into an indescribable sluggishness. Right in front of them, the boss they admired for him, the gangster who was famous in the entire Fish Street, one of the bullies of the Fish Street, known as Ganja Jason, was killed in seconds. The whole process was not sloppy at all. They stood next to Jason and Perch Head, watching the sand cone, like an all digging into tofu, without encountering any obstacles. Just like that, straight from the soles of their boss's feet, directly penetrated to the inner thighs. And this is not enough. After getting out of the crotch, the castration is still unabated, and once again, it simply submerged into the pelvis of their boss, and then in less than a second, it went all the way up. He directly crossed a distance of dozens of meters, and penetrated the chest of boss Jason straight from the pelvic cavity. This is after their strong Jason boss has used the domineering overwhelming arrogance of the armed color to strengthen their body skin to the level as hard as steel. That is the hardness of steel. On the seabed outside, even if those shipwrecks are made of reinforced metal, their boss can knock them apart with one kick. But now, it is penetrated by a pile of loose sand that looks loose. How is this possible? Ho ho. Compared with those catfish gangsters, Jong Jason at this moment should be the most shocked. He deeply knows how powerful his body will become after taking these medicines. Even if it was the Kingdom Army at that time bombarded his body with shells, but they were not able to cause any effective damage. But now, this skinny perch head has been forcibly penetrated by the strange basket of sand behind him. He was not reconciled. He felt that this was absolutely impossible. He had been charging this guy's protection fees since many years ago. From the beginning to the end, this guy was afraid and resigned. How could it be possible? Will it have such a powerful force? However, even at this moment, no matter how unwilling he is, no matter how unbelievable he is, there is no way he can say any more words. He feels like a balloon that has been punctured. The gas leaked out as quickly. His vision quickly began to darken, and his limbs were slowly covered by layers of cold and numb sensations. At the same time, he could feel that his body was returning to its original size. Finally, the dark world in Jong Jason's eyes finally turned into complete darkness, and then fell to the ground on his back. Boom. Having lost almost all the blood in his body, Jong Jason, who was originally more than 4 meters tall, fell to the ground at this moment, only making a soft muffled sound, and then there was no more sound. Boss. It was not until this time that the catfish gangsters finally reacted, shouting shrilly at the same time, and then hurriedly ran in the direction of Jong Jason, densely surrounding Jong Jason, with faces all over the place. Unbelievable. Swish swish. And at this moment, the mass of sand that Iger had transformed into was also spinning at a high speed, completely drying out the drop of blood that had accidentally stuck to the body, and then drawing a beautiful arc in the air, it slowly fell back into the bamboo basket behind the perch head. Basehead looked at Iger, who had turned into sand, and staggered back, and felt that his whole body was completely filled with a chill. Just now he thought that he was very likely to be with this kid. Died here, but he didn't know until just now that he was wrong. This guy is a more terrifying existence than Jong Jason. From the beginning, I didn't think about killing this bastard. Although he is indeed a bastard, in fact he is as timid as he is, and just wants to teach this strong Jason. Who knows? This guy named Iggy killed this strong Jason without saying a word. Chapter 705 Big Hero. Little John. He. What's the matter? Do you think I'm not good enough to help you? Iger was in the sky, and after shaking Jason's blood clean, it turned into loose sand again, floating gently around the perch head, and the perch head's reaction also fell into his. In his eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle softly against his ear. The perch head at this moment is like experiencing a huge blow in life, and every muscle on his body is shaking violently. He doesn't know why. Seeing the blood of that strong Jason one after another came out of his chest, and he felt chills all over his body. His stomach couldn't stop surging, and the bursts of nausea couldn't be suppressed at all. You killed. His pupils dilated and contracted suddenly, and the entire pupil sphincter was completely engulfed in spasm. He stared blankly at the Jong Jason, who soon turned into a cold corpse not far away, murmuring in his mouth, repeated, "Murder me, ha 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 ha, what are you kidding?" Iger seemed to have long expected this guy to have such a reaction. Instead of being angry, he laughed ha 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 and used it to stick it closer to the ear of the base head, and said slowly, "This kind of guy, if you keep him, not only will he not think that you are very kind, but one day in the future he will do even more hurtful things. You haven't been in a relationship, have you? No. What if one day you are in a relationship and he is interested in your girlfriend? Are you going to endure giving him your girlfriend? After he stole your girlfriend, you even have to work hard to earn money to raise his children by scavenging? Are you joking? In order to prevent that from happening, this is the most correct way to do this, isn't it?" Iger really feels that he is like a devil now, invisible and intangible, just floating around the perch head, communicating with him in a way that no one else can detect, and trying to lead him in a cruel and ruthless direction. But in fact, Iger is sure that there is no problem with his approach. If you don't solve this strong Jason today, then the problems faced by Basehead will never be solved. Even if you lend your strength to Basehead Fox and fake Tiger Power today, once you leave in the future, the backstage of this strong Jason will even be the backstage. The backstage came to the door. There is only one dead end for this Basehead. These gangster criminals but never have any guilt at all. Of course, in addition to completely helping the perch head to solve future problems, this also has Iger's own considerations, the reason why he chose such a drastic method, and he did this kind of thing with the hands of perch head. On the one hand, he wanted to hide his identity as a human being, and on the other hand, he wanted to quickly approach the top of the Fishman Island and get reliable information as soon as possible. In addition, he also considered the more sensitive issues between humans and murlocs. To kill a murloc, murlocs can, but humans, absolutely not. Although Iger said that he could kill anyone who couldn't see him without hesitation, but before that he would also think about whether there would be anything wrong with his approach. When the racial conflict between them was still quite acute, he killed people in the street as a human being, and that would simply make the fish people explode. Out of these considerations, Iger finally decided to solve these problems under the guise of the perch head, but now it seems that the perch head himself has quite a big opinion. After listening to Iger's series of canon-like words, Basehead didn't think it made sense, but a deep disgust and fear flooded into his eyes. He stared at his round eyes and stared at the person in front of him. The swirling sand mist before the tone ceased was filled with irrational coldness. It seems that what they said is true. You humans are really cruel, dangerous, and surly races. As soon as these words came out, the Basehead seemed to have changed into a person. The frightened look of the bird just now no longer exists. Instead, it was an anger from the depths of his soul. Instantly stunned, taking advantage of this gap, the perch head didn't pay attention to Iger anymore, but turned around and left, stretched out his webbed hands to brush away the sand mist in front of him, and said coldly, "Don't follow me anymore. Even if you did me a favor with this matter today, I don't want to stay with you anymore. Goodbye." When the perch head came out, it was impossible for Iger to fix it directly. He never imagined that he would help the perch head, who was bullied by bullies every day, kill Chiang Jason, but the guy was angry instead. Iger would understand if he was afraid, but his remarks just now, it is appropriate to think that human beings are a violent, cruel, and killing species, right? Although this is true, the perch head's reaction really made him puzzled. Co-authoring the three views of this guy, is there an element of this race? For a while, Iger was a little hesitant about whether to catch up with this perch head. Obviously, this guy would never allow himself to use his body to fight with others, right? But if you don't firmly control this guy, when you really need to negotiate with the royal family of Fishman Island, what if this bastard jumps out and exposes himself? Chase. Still not chasing? Wow. Just as Iger was hesitating, and when the perch head was about to walk out of the sand fog, a deafening cheer erupted from the surrounding alleys. So, is that Little John? Yes, it's Little John. Little John actually knocked down Johnson, that bully Strong Jason, killing, arson, robbery, Strong Jason. Oh. Little John. Oh no, This sudden noise made the perch head, who was pursing his lips tightly and was about to leave, startled. When he heard what everyone was saying, he hurriedly wanted to deny it, but his words before he could say anything, the residents who fled just now rushed out and surrounded him. Oh, Little John. An old carp man stepped forward and held his hand kindly, smiled. You are our hero. Chapter 706. Fishman Street. Rising star. Being shaken up and down by the smiling carp old lady in front of her, listening to what she said, the perch head was completely stunned, and he immediately looked incredulous and defended. Stop kidding. How could I be anything? That's right, Little John. I didn't realize you were so powerful before. However, before the Basehead said anything, he was abruptly interrupted by a group of murlocs behind the carp old lady. Everyone shouted every word, all of them wearing some clothes. Nearly 80% of the residents of Uran Street in shabby linen shirts are known to Basehead, and some of them even live in the same apartment as Basehead. Wow, I was really handsome just now. I wanted to beat that Strong Jason for a long time, but unfortunately I have neither the courage nor the strength. That's right, I never found out that this Little John is so strong. I thought we were all suffering from the same disease, and we were bullied by a bastard like Jason every day. Strong Jason, he really deserves it. He was next to me back then, so whoever gave the whole family to him, this kind of person can't be kept. Yes, I remember another time when Little John didn't seem to have moved in yet. This guy set fire to other people's stores, and there were children in the store, so they burned them down with just one fire. Anyway, Little John, you are the hero of our land. Well done. Basehead looked at these residents and neighbors in a daze, and it was hard to imagine why these people would say such things. Isn't everyone bullied together, afraid of complaining together and spurned together? Those neighbors who only bully Murloc compatriots all day long. But now that it was his turn to kill someone, why did everyone start praising him? Why are they not afraid of themselves? Didn't they see how Jason was lying on the ground just now? Speaking of Strong Jason, aren't the younger brothers of Strong Jason still? Basehead tilted his head and looked back. His eyes penetrated the sand mist of Iger's incarnation and fell to the place where Strong Jason fell. But now, there is nothing there. Only a pool of blood can be seen. The catfish bastards took Johnson away. Seeing the appearance of the perch head, Iger seemed to know what he wanted to see, and whispered something in his ear. Of course, Little John, who was still angry, didn't want to pay attention to what Iger said at this moment. He didn't seem to understand the current situation. He turned turned his head and opened his mouth to think for a second to speak. But I killed. Once again the perch head didn't even say half of the words at all and was interrupted by this group of people tossing and cheering. Little John, Little John, Little John. After a full 10 minutes the residents, whose enthusiasm had cooled down a little, finally put down the perch head that was about to faint in mid-air. Well, you listen to me, I really. As soon as it was put on the ground the perch head suddenly felt that the whole world was spinning, but it was so. At this moment he was still holding back his nausea, looking at the neighbors in front of him, trying to explain something to them. But I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. As if she didn't want him to say that sentence, the old carp lady rushed forward again, grabbed his palm, and shouted in a voice many times louder than him, "Oh, you will be the new star of Fishman Street in the future, right, Little John? Although you are very strong, you should pay attention to those real giants of Fishman Street. Don't be targeted by them." Giant. Hearing this word, the perch head, who was about to explain, was also diverted his attention. He had long heard that there were several giants of real weight in Human Street, and they had always firmly controlled the entire Uran Island underground business, and this strong Jason is just a street gangster. But he has never seen these real giants, because even a gangster on the street can clean him up enough. Ah yes, since Tiger and Shipin left, the Fishman Street has been taken over by some young people. The old carp sighed with her back hunched, her eyes sighing a little. These guys are quite ferocious, but we believe in you, Little John. If it were you, even if you met these guys, you could definitely get away with it, right? Yes, the old lady carp shouted at the back, and immediately won the unanimous approval of everyone. Then the old lady nodded with satisfaction and patted the shoulder of the base head as if to make him work hard, and then turning around, hands behind his back, ready to leave. This is the reaction of the old carp when they saw the carp, and the other residents also gave a thumbs up to the perch's head in a tacit understanding, then turned around, spread out, and walked towards their residence. Hey, wait a minute, listen to me. Actually I'm. Seeing that everyone was about to disperse, the base head suddenly became anxious, and immediately realized that what he wanted to explain just now was not finished, and immediately shouted at everyone. However, this time, halfway through his words, he was stopped by himself, because he found that everyone seemed to be unable to hear what he was saying, and they didn't even look at him, and they just ran away. Drill into your own home. Bang bang bang. The sound of door closing sounded one after another. In just 5 minutes, all the doors were only closed, and there was no one person on the street. They did it on purpose, don't you understand? Seeing Basehead staring at the scene in a daze, Iger also sighed, floated slowly around Basehead, and said something faintly. How dare you say it? It's all your fault. Iger's words were like a flame that ignited a powder keg. At that time, the entire head of the perch exploded. He turned his head sharply, his eyes were full of anger, and he roared like crazy. It's not all your fault. If it wasn't for you. Basehead's chest heaved violently, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. He didn't want to say anything to Iger anymore. He just turned around and ran. Good guy, run really fast. The old god Ig was there, watching this guy run away. Anyway, he can catch up in a while. However, when the perch head ran 300 or 400 meters, Iger's face suddenly changed drastically, and then he yelled anxiously, "Hey, don't go there. Dangerous." Chapter 707. Is it you who killed Johnson? Leave me alone. Basehead ran forward, ignoring what Iger said in the roar behind him, and even finally summoned up the courage to turn back and yell at this guy, and then ran faster instead of retreating. From birth until now, Perchhead has never run so fast. All the muscles in his body are contracting and exerting force frantically. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful force erupted, pushing his body and raising the speed to a certain level. The ultimate. This bastard. At this moment, Iger, who was left behind by the perch's head, still did not dare to change back into a human form. He could only chase after him in his current sandy form, cursing in his heart while chasing back. This bastard runs so fast. But even if he was running quite slowly now, Iger had to use all his strength to catch up with the perch head in front, because in his perception, it was about a few hundred meters in front of this block. A rather powerful breath suddenly appeared there, and the perch head was now running straight in that direction. I said it's dangerous over there. Iger kept rolling forward while shouting, but now the muscles of the perch head on the adrenaline were quite active, leaving him far behind. Seeing that he was pulling farther and farther from the perch head, Iger was heartbroken, and he simply gathered all the sand and soil floating in the air together, condensed into a round ball of sand around a center, and then ran away towards the perch head. Roll hard in the direction. Crazy. Everyone's crazy. They're all fucking crazy. As the perch head ran, he roared to himself. He couldn't believe it. How could the kind neighbors who are so kind on weekdays be the kind of cold people who would be indifferent when they saw the murder scene? At the same time, he also felt that his intestines were about to repent. Why did he save that child in the first place? No, what a child is that? you just saved a demon. Even after killing him, he didn't expect that this boy, who looked like he was only a little over 10 years old, looked harmless to humans and animals, and that he was so cruel when he attacked. This guy really interprets what a cruel and ruthless human being is. And what made him feel the most chilling was that he had always thought that neighbors who were as kind-hearted as himself had the same thoughts as this cruel boy. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Basehead closed his eyes and rushed forward with all his might. Now he just wants the road under his feet to have no end. Just keep running like this. I have to stay away from these terrifying people. I have to go to a kind neighborhood. Boom. However, just as this thought came up in Basehead's heart, his head slammed into a rather hard wall, making a muffled sound. It was as if his head had been hammered with a heavy hammer, and his entire brain was buzzing, and he suddenly felt that the blood all over his body shook, and then a huge feeling of dizziness swept through the whole body in an instant. No. Basehead groaned heavily and stepped back several dozen steps before finally stabilizing his figure. At the same time, he also opened his originally closed eyes and looked at the road with some doubts. Front. To be reasonable in his impression, the street under his feet should have been extended for a long time, and after running for such a long time, it should not encounter corners or walls. Yes, it is indeed not a wall. In the field of vision where the purchase head was hit by Venus, he saw in a trance that on this street more than 10 meters wide, a tall and strong figure stood up close to the 3-meter-high body, blue. The pale skin, the upper body is completely naked, and the muscles are distinct like a raised rock, and he alone seems to block the entire street. And at this moment, on his light gray 8-pack ABS, there is a red mark. That is the mark that he hit when he rushed. Is that a muscle? Seeing the terrifying bulging muscles, Basehead felt that his whole fish was not healthy, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It was clearly hitting his muscle just now, but it was like hitting a steel wall. Feel, this is too outrageous. Ah, yes, sorry, I didn't mean to. The purchase head stuttered a little, and his eyes full of horror followed the Murloc's palm-sized abdominal muscles on the opposite side, and slowly raised it all the way up to look at the Murloc's face. It doesn't matter at first glance, but it directly makes the heart of the perch head almost spit out. Shark, pointy face, angular profile, black curly hair tangled in a mess, and a mouth with sharp teeth like blades. This is the shark. As we all know, in Fishman Street, sharks are the most difficult existence to provoke. They are not only violent and cruel, but also quite capable of fighting. Before the core members of the Sun Pirates, all were sharks. Here, sharks mean danger. He. The young man is quite energetic. The shark on the opposite side also looked at the perch head opposite, bared his teeth and smiled at him. The white fangs made the perch head feel a little scalp numb. He had an intuition that the shark was here for himself. Sure enough, as if to confirm his guess, a few more figures popped out from behind the shark. If you count it carefully, there are exactly 7, and these 7 are still recognized by the perch head, and it is the catfish that disappeared inexplicably just now. Bastards. Ha ha ha. Little John, you even took the initiative to run in this direction, but it saved us from looking for you. Hey, do you know who this is? This is the boss of our strong Jason boss. Hody boss. Looking at you, you're scared, aren't you? If we hadn't run fast and boss Hody's strength would have been strong, we would have let you all run away. The catfish bastards kept talking as if they were venting their grievances with the perch head, and in the midst of these chaotic speeches, Hody opened his mouth softly and immediately told the catfish bastards to shut up. So you're Little John. Did you kill Johnson? How do I smell? You smell like a human. Your taste makes me so excited. It makes me feel the urge to eat you now. Chapter 708. There is something about you. You. What are you talking about? As soon as he heard Hody's words, the perch head secretly thought that it was not good. Cold sweat seeped out from under the scales, and it flowed all over the body almost instantly. He jumped up, but even so, he held back his trembling heart and said with a dry smile, "Where's the human taste? I'm a Murloc, a serious perch. I've never met a human." Before the perch head had finished speaking, he just felt a flower in front of his eyes, and the pores all over his body opened instantly. I saw that Hody, who was more than 10 meters away from him, appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. It could be said that he was like a ghost, and the pointed nose kiss was attached to his ear. Beside this, the entire scalp of the perch head exploded in an instant, and he wanted to jump away quickly, but when he reacted, he was horrified to find that his body could not move at all. Click click. The whole body fell into this kind of rigidity in an instant, and the base head could only twist his neck stiffly, and out of the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of this tall and strong guy sniffing deeply against his face. Tisk tisk tisk. Hody took a deep breath against the perch's cheek, and his expression was like a pervert, as if he had smelled something that made him quite addicted. After that, he was still intoxicated at the perch's head. With a stern smile, "There is absolutely nothing wrong. This is exactly the taste of dozens of human beings I have eaten." Eat human. The gentle word, but the ghostly movement movement just now made the perch head feel an unbearable chill. Starting from the solace of his feet, he quickly followed his two legs, lumbar sacrum and back, and then in one breath he rushed directly to the heavenly spirit cover. What did this guy just say? He has eaten dozens of humans, tens of humanity. A few words in a sentence, repeatedly arranged into various combinations, exploded in the whole brain of Basehead in an instant. Yeah, he. Seeing the reaction of the perch head, Hottie was obviously very satisfied. The smile on his face could not help but spread more and more. So I'm most familiar with this flavor, Coco, but I've never been in contact with humans at all. The perch's head had hair straight in the heart. The muscles on his face began to twitch and the tongue began to not obey. Even if he didn't know anything about combat and he didn't even develop the domineering arrogance, his body's intuition told him that the guy next to him was more powerful than Jason, who had bullied him for many years. It is 10 times more dangerous. This damn brat, why put yourself on the hook for such a dangerous guy? The perch head even has the feeling that it will be eaten by him in the next second. I thought this guy finally had the guts. Seeing this bass head, I couldn't even understand what to say, and the catfish gangsters on the opposite side snorted disdainfully at that time, as if they were not the ones who escaped with Jong Jason just now. Oh, it's a pity that the boss of Johnson was killed by him like this. It's really humiliating. It doesn't matter, there is Boss Hody to avenge us. Didn't you see that Boss Hody made him dare not even move just now? This guy's future is here. The catfish gangsters did not deliberately control the volume, so these words drifted to the ears of Basehead and Hody. Hearing these, Basehead seemed to understand something, and a trace of fear quietly emerged from his eyes. And Hody next to him, his eyes are also condensed. It seems that you refuse to admit it. In that case, Hody jokingly looked at the perch head in front of him. The muscles in his body bulged instantly in 0.0001 seconds, and then the solid arm with stone-like muscles suddenly swung like a marble pillar, slammed the face of the perch head fiercely. Then go to hell. Boom. Hody's arm was extremely fast. His webbed arm clenched into a fist in an instant, and the color of black iron filled it instantly, breaking through the air at an unparalleled speed, like a meteor hammer, bringing bursts of waves. A strong wind straight to the cheekbones of the Basehead. If it is normal, at the level of the Battle of Perch Head, Hody's blow will not make him have any reaction at all, and he will be thrown out directly. But after the previous battle fighting, I don't know why, but the Basehead actually felt that his thoughts became fast. And just between the lightning and flint in the heart of the Perch Head, the first idea that came out was, where is Eagle? Of course, as for this idea, just when it just flashed, it was thrown away by the Basehead, and it was already said that it would never be involved with him again. Call out. However, at this moment his thoughts turned slightly, and he completely lost the opportunity to react. The sharp sound of breaking the wind exploded in his ear in an instant, and when he came back to his senses, Hody's black iron-colored fist had been thrown to his face. Boom. There was no accident at all. The Perch Head, who had been completely crushed in terms of combat effectiveness, was still distracted when Hody launched the attack, and it was impossible to escape. He only heard a heavy muffled sound, followed by the metallic pendulum slammed into his face firmly. This was the first time that Perch Head hit his face with a fist since he was born. He never had this chance before, and he was always cowardly after being frightened. The moment the pain came, he felt that his brain was overwhelmed, as if it was about to explode. He even heard a crisp cracking sound from the bones on his face, and then without any hesitation, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Call out. Boom. A mouthful of blood, accompanied by broken teeth, was still drawing a parabola in the air, but the body of the Basehead seemed to be pressed by someone pressing the fast-forward switch. The figure disappeared in place almost instantly, and the whole child turned into a corpse. The cannonball pulled out a long after-image on the ground, and then slammed into the coral wall on the side of the street. Did you kill Chiang Jason with this kind of strength? Hody laughed, and with a slight force on his feet, he rushed towards the perch head that he had just thrown out. Chapter 7809. I'm here to help you free. Boom. Basehead's brain was blank. He only felt his brain buzzing, and then his body seemed to gain huge momentum. The whole body was like a cannonball, buried against the ground and flew backwards quickly, and then did not slow down. It slammed into the coral wall nearly 10 meters away. Click click. The coral wall shattered in response, and a huge cobweb-shaped crack appeared on the surface of the coral wall in an instant. The entire body of the perch head was like a crop circle, deeply embedded in the wall behind it. Cough cough vomit. The whole back slammed against the coral wall as hard as a rock, and the perch head felt that all the organs in his body vibrated violently, and then the huge impact force penetrated through the skin, bones and muscles, impacting the body. His stomach directly made the stomach twitch and vomited out a mouthful of blood. However, this is just the beginning. Did you use this kind of power to kill Jason? Before the perch head spit out the blood in his mouth, Hody's voice exploded again. What made his whole body icy icy cold was that in the last second the voice was still close to 10 meters away, but the next second the second half of the sentence sounded like a ghost in front of him. Absolutely not wrong, that is, Hody appeared in front of him. In the unbearable pain, the perch head opened his eyelids with difficulty, and seeing himself in front of him, Hody was looking down at himself, and his almost diamond-shaped eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Crunch. The color of the black iron has not faded from Hody's palm, and that indestructible feeling made Hody's fist-clenching movement sound like a metal twist. Then it seems that this strong Jason, if he dies, he will die. Even a guy like you can kill him. It's time for someone to take his place. Clang clang clang. There was another sound of gold and iron clashing, and then the perch head was horrified to see that Hody's entire arm was tightly wrapped by the color of black iron, and the pieces were knotted. Muscles, like the most perfectly carved steel statues, are filled with a sense of indestructible strength. Crunch. The arm, which seemed to be entirely made of some kind of metal, slowly bent in front of the perch head, and then immediately aimed at the perch head's face and punched it out. After the heavy blow just now, the perch's head was already full of gold stars, and the whole head was already filled with the dizziness that the world was spinning around, but has no ability to respond at all. I can only watch the steel condensed fist zooming rapidly in the already reddened vision. Boom. Another muffled sound. This time, even the coral wall where the perch head was deeply embedded vibrated a few times, and then the thick cobweb-like crack suddenly burst open, and the single-family coral house also turned into pieces in an instant and collapsed. Rumble. Boom. A huge amount of smoke rose up, and the fragments of the house turned into a large mouth which swallowed the perch head that had been embedded in it, and then fell to the ground ruthlessly. Oh. Boss, Hody is awesome. It's so strong. With just 2 hits, you knocked this damn perch head down. Tisk tisk. Let me just say, this perch head is at this level. It's boring. Hody laughed contemptuously and looked at the foot exposed from the coral fragments. The foot was still twitching at the moment, but Hody knew that at the level of the perch head, he had already given it to him. The fatal blow. Bah. Taking a sip, Hody didn't even have any interest in opening the pieces, and turned around to leave. However, from the bottom of the pile of debris, there was a shrill scream, which immediately stopped Hody. He turned his head slowly, and the fierceness in his eyes was exposed. This guy is not dead yet. To say that this perch head is really a bit of a talent for being beaten. Even if it was hit like this, the skull did not burst instantly under the huge impact, but it was only slightly cracked. However, the current base head would rather not have this talent because it is so painful. He wished that Hody's punch just knocked him out or killed him completely, but he felt more awake after taking the punch abruptly. All the cells in the entire brain seemed to explode at the same instant. Each cell was a frantic burst of pain signals densely clustered together, and directly turned into a huge tsunami, drowning his entire being. In that piece of ruins buried by coral rubble, one after another suppressed and hoarse screams, although not strong, everyone present at the time could hear clearly, and that is the perch head. The sound of. Reacting to this, the catfish gangsters also had a look of surprise in their eyes. This guy is not dead yet. Moreover, listening to that voice, it is still very angry. Good boy, life is really hard. Hearing this miserable and depressing morning, Hody actually laughed a little happily. His bared white teeth flickered with a cold light. He crouched down, pushed aside the coral fragments covering the perch's head piece by piece. The entire body of the head is exposed. At this moment, the body of the base head is almost completely intact, with only slight twitches, and there is no wound at all, but from the shoulders up, it is simply shocking. From the neck to the top of the head, all the skin has been cracked, and even the white bones can be seen under the blood stains. Dirty sand. It is unimaginable that this is the case. This guy has the strength to open his mouth and scream there. Oh, what a sin. Hody sighed and seemed to be repenting, but the smile on his face became more and more intense. He picked up a piece of coral with sharp edges and corners, aiming at the open mouth of the perch's head. Since you are in such pain, I have no choice but to help you out. After speaking, the prism in his hand pierced the perch head fiercely without hesitation. Chapter 710. Your fist is very soft. Swish. This time, Hody obviously made a dead hand. The color of black iron had spread from his palm, and the prism in his hand was also dyed the color of black iron. All coral prisms are sharp weapons made of steel. The black iron prism ripped apart the air in an instant, giving the perch head no time to react at all. Just when he was still screaming hoarsely, he stabbed into the perch head's open mouth. Puff. Without any obstacle, that prismatic stone was shoved into the mouth of the perch head by Hody. At the entrance of prism, the perch head, whose face was completely bloody, could not see any expression at all. He could only see his hands and feet twitch, and then he could no longer make any sound, and he was completely silent. Alas, that's such a shame. Looking at the perch head that was completely silent in his hands, Hody shook his head gently, as if he was lamenting what he had done, but then a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Then clapped his hands and slowly stood up. Boss Hody is too strong. Boss Hody is the eternal god. So handsome. Oh. The few catfish hooligans next to them, seeing that there was no sound on the bass head side, suddenly cheered collectively and then ran to their boss Hody's side, wiping sweat. Fanning, that's called a diligence. After Hody waved his hand impatiently, indicating that they should not engage in these bells and whistles, these catfish gangsters gathered next to the bass head again, and a very tacit person kicked him with a disdainful expression on his face. It's as if they were the ones who solved the perch head just now. Oh, Little John, why do you think you can't think about it? Can you be free just by thinking that you can kill the boss of strong Jason? It can only be said that you are still too naive. Boss Jason is so strong, but there is a boss Hody who is stronger than him. Oh, what a pity. I thought you would become a new star in Fishman Street, but who knew you would be gone? It's kind of funny. Catfish bastards, you said something to me, ranting, and your words were full of disdain for this guy. The water in Fishman Street is quite deep. Even if the Kingdom Army came here, he must be a little bit afraid, not to mention a coward who has been bullied here for several years. With his bloody appearance, he still wants to resist the underground forces of Fishman Street. There is only one word: beyond your own power. These catfish bastards talk quite enthusiastically, and their voices covered up some subtle voices, and they didn't notice at all that the dirty sand that was originally adhered to by the blood seeping out of the perch heads was just before them, slowly squirming under his eyelids. At the same time, Hody, who had walked away for some distance, was moved, and looked back at the perch head surrounded by the catfish gangsters, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but then he slowly shook, shaking his head. This guy has already been completely chiseled by himself, and with the 2 heavy blows, even if he is not dead now, it is estimated that he will die completely cold in 5 minutes. Okay, don't talk about it. It's time for us to call it a day. We have to find someone to take over the site that Jong Jason is responsible for. I need your information. Hody shouted from a distance, and greeted these strong Jason's younger brothers to follow him away. Yes, Boss Hody. When the catfish gangsters heard Boss Hody's greeting, they stood upright in an instant, raised their chests and raised their heads, and responded with a loud voice, and then turned around in unison, preparing to leave with Boss Hody. However, just when they turned around and were about to start walking, they all felt that something was grabbing their ankles. The matter hasn't been resolved yet. You guys just leave like this, but I'll be very troubled. A faint laughter came, and this sound was quite familiar to all catfish bastards. This is exactly the sound that Basehead made when he used the incomparably powerful sand ninjutsu. No, it can't be. The same thought arises in the catfish gangster. From just now until now, they really haven't seen this bloody guy use ninjutsu, and with the neat and ruthless style of Boss Hody, they also believe that the Basehead has absolutely no chance to use it. When he showed that mysterious ninjutsu, he immediately hated on the spot, but the appearance of this voice seems to be telling them that this kind of thinking is not correct. Shouldn't. Is it true? At the moment when this idea was born, the catfish gangsters looked down at their ankles as if they had a good heart. It doesn't matter if you look at it. The pupils of all catfish bastards are instantly shrunk to the size of pinholes. The force that grabbed them at their ankles just now was a rope made of sand. Extending back along the ropes, you can just see that the ropes on each of their ankles finally gathered in one place, and the place where they gathered was the perch head that was just spit on by each of them. The latter, who is sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment, the place where the blood and flesh were originally stained with sand and dirt, looked extremely dirty, but these perch bastards knew that these sands were not dirty things. It was the sand of ninjutsu who had really killed Chiang Jason. Bah! Just when the catfish gangsters were stunned, the perch, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, lowered his head and spit the coral prism that should have penetrated his throat to the ground. It was not until he spit out the prismatic stone that everyone finally saw that in his mouth the fragile mucous membranes were all sealed by a layer of sand. It was that layer of sand that protected him from death. You look surprised, don't you? Especially you, Hody. At this moment, no one can see where the eyes of the perch head are, but everyone can feel it. A beam of eyes sharp as a knife is sharply piercing the catfish bastard, pointing directly at Hody in the distance, and that one in the eyes, murderous. For this general scene, of course, the most shocking thing in my heart is Hody himself. He stuffed the prism into it with his own hands. He thought that this guy was dead completely, but this guy still keeps this hand. You said you wanted me to die. What a pity. Even your eldest brother wouldn't dare to say that to me. So, it's up to you to die. Chapter 711 Little John of Sand vs Hody. You want me to die? You said you want me to die. Hody, who had felt an inexplicable coldness spread over his heart at first, had not waited to get nervous when he heard the words of Little John, and was amused. His originally angular face suddenly became even colder. Those bloodthirsty eyes also looked directly at the face of the perch head through the catfish gangsters. Look at the way you are now. I don't know who was kicked away by me just now. Just just say it. Just like you are not a ghost or a ghost. Are you still thinking about being arrogant in front of Boss Hody? Hody's voice just fell, and the catfish gangsters who were wrapped around their ankles by the sandy rope also seemed to cheer themselves up and picked up the conversation. Just now, the boss of Hody was in front of them and almost took this guy directly. Kill it. This shows what? This shows that the strength limit of this guy is only at this level. Not a big threat at all. With this kind of person, do you still care about his clamor? Not at all. Look at how miserable you are. Are you still accepting defeat? You still want to yell at Boss Hody just like this? Bah, stop struggling. I advise you to let us go quickly, or you won't have any good fruit to eat. That is, Boss Hody will never let go of anyone who uses violence against his subordinates. The catfish mixed up with you and me, and said it again. In the midst of this noise, John's voice was light, but it had considerable penetrating power, and it seemed to sound directly in everyone's ears. Have you guys forgotten? How did your boss, Strong Jason, just disappear? No. Before he finished speaking, Hody, who was standing in the distance, first shrank his pupils, because just a moment before his voice fell, the domineering arrogance that vaguely hovered in his body, as if he had received some huge stimulus, suddenly trembled. Swish. In the next instant, the perch head on the opposite side has already moved. I saw that the sandy rope that was originally like an ordinary rope wrapped around the ankles of many catfish gangsters, actually in the blink of an eye, I saw that it was like being injected with life, and it came to life on the spot and then turned into that sea giant. The strange tentacles directly lifted the 7 catfish gangsters upside down at the same time. Oh. The 7 catfish bastards never expected that this perch head's movements would be so straightforward, only to feel that his vision was blurred, and then the whole world suddenly turned upside down. The blood all over his body flowed backwards, and the direct impact made him dizzy. Was a burst of exclamations. Boy, how dare you! Seeing Iger's action, Hody seemed to have expected something, and immediately rushed towards Little John's direction, bursting out while running. However, Little John ignored Hody's threat at all. The blood that had coagulated on his face was so smeared that he couldn't see his expression at all, but everyone felt that there seemed to be something inside him. There is a will spread out. After that, all the catfish gangsters felt that their bodies gained a speed comparable to a bullet in an instant. Before they could relax, the whole body had already drawn a very beautiful and very fast in the air arc, and then smashed to the ground. Bang 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 bang. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 muffled sounds, one after another, resounded on the ground of Fishman Street almost at the same time, and among the gravel flying, one after another morning sound also sounded. Just this smash, the catfish gangster felt like his entire body was about to be smashed, and the bones of his body were completely deformed by this impact. At a glance, the 7 figures looked like 7 twisted figures. The corpse lay prone on the ground, its limbs twisted in an unnatural posture, apparently broken. Leave a life for you, and let you take a good look at whether your new backer is so reliable. In the midst of this wailing sound, Little John's calm and chilling voice sounded again, causing Huo Desheng, who was about to rush over in the distance, to stop his rushing steps, and his pupils were unconscious. Ground contractors. This group of gangsters who were lying on the ground screaming and screaming didn't know, but as a fierce fighting man in this area, he was proficient in 2 colors and domineering, but he knew that this move just now was a bit difficult. It's not difficult to directly shoot these people into meat patties, but if you want them to lie on the ground in just the right position, facing the same direction, and not die, this requires this guy to have considerable knowledge and ability. It seems that this guy really has the strength to kill Chiang Jason. However, although you may have some strength, but there was bloodshot in Hody's diamond-shaped eyes, and an extremely strong murderous aura spewed out of it. He stared at the perch head sitting in the corner, flicked his fingers indistinctly, and then a small tablet. He was swallowed by him, and the next second, the breath of his whole body surged wildly in a geometric progression. You perch head dares to bully my subordinates in front of me, then I can't bear it. I must tear you bastard to pieces. Before he finished speaking, an even more terrifying change happened to him. I saw that his muscles, which were as strong and powerful as marble sculptures, actually swelled again after swallowing the pills, and the thick blood vessels bulged and went crazy at the same time. The agitation, a lot of energy and nutrients are injected into the muscle fibers crazily. In just 1 second, Hody, who is more than 3 meters tall, has not changed much in height, but his body size has more than doubled. Hey. Feeling the incomparably surging power flowing in his body, Hody smiled sternly at the perch head, and then the whole body stopped. But at this moment, the perch head on the opposite side was shaken, and then a pile of sand surged directly from the ground and quickly condensed into the shape of a shield in front of him. Boom! Almost at the same time, the sand shield in front of the perch's head was just taking shape, and then there was a huge explosion on its surface. In the face of this huge force, even the hard sand shield did not insist focused on more. In time, the dense cracks spread all over it instantly, and then the hole exploded into a sky of sand and dust. And at this time, the catfish gangsters saw through the blasting sand fog that the figure of Hody in the distance was slowly dissipating. Chapter 712. How much of this medicine do you have? Take it all. After image. It's an after image. Seeing this scene, the catfish gangsters lying on the ground were not calm at that time. The original miserable mourning sound was also suspended, and there was a kind of adoration in the eyes of the pair. Boss Hody, after taking that magical medicine, the speed has reached such a speed that he can even deceive the human eye. Not only that, the power of Boss Hody has also skyrocketed to an unimaginable level, and he was able to blow the sand shield instantly with one punch. You know, Jong Jason, who was just killed by this perch head, punched the shield made by the perch head, but it hurt so much that he hugged his arm and rolled, and Jong Jason's punch hit any of the 7 of them is an absolute KO. Under the comparison of these layers, they can see at a glance how powerful the current Boss Hody has become. Go on. Boss Hody. Seeing Boss Hody so fierce, the catfish gangsters were also quite excited. Under the emotion, they couldn't help shouting out loud, but before they could finish shouting, bursts of piercing pain surged up instantly, making the voice was hoarse in the throat. He. Is this the way you fight? It doesn't look like the defense is very good. What a catfish bastard can see. After taking the pills in person, and really feeling the real power flowing in his body, Hody's perception of the current situation is even clearer, and he looks condescendingly. Looking at the perch head sitting on the ground, there was a bloody smell in his smile. You use this strength to say the kind of words just now. Isn't it too qualified? Today I will reluctantly and tell you what it means to respect the predecessors. Before he finished speaking, a huge breath suddenly rose from Hody's body, and then the color of black iron slowly emerged from his bluish-white skin, covering his whole body. Under that metal-like hard skin, in the next second, the black iron-colored palm was clenched into a fist, and the other hand pushed away the sand mist that filled the air, and that one was on top of the thick arm that was more than 1 meter long, with a strong muscle layer. The layers shrank, like bombs exploding one by one, and the strong thrust quickly pushed his casserole-sized fist out. Boom! With a punch, the air in front of Hody exploded instantly, and the transparent ripples exploded in front of him as if they were real, and at the moment when the layers of ripples exploded, it seemed to be completely made of black iron. The forged fist pierced through the airwaves as fast as lightning, and directly took the bloody face of the perch's head. Your disgusting face is the best place to stay in hell. A violent roar burst out in Hody's throat. He had absolute confidence that with this punch, the perch's head would definitely be smashed to pieces by himself. In fact, Hody was right. As a person who beat the perch head Little John, Hody's assessment of the strength of the perch head can be said to be quite accurate. When he didn't take the pill, he was able to punch him with 2 punches. This guy has lost his resistance, and this punch can definitely smash him into mud. However, now what Hody has to face is not just a perch head, but also another godlike existence that has turned into sand. As if it was a heavy punch that could shatter the sky, it ripped apart the air directly and savagely, and slammed into the face of the perch head without any fancy. At such a close distance, the speed of this kind of punch, Hody with absolute confidence, with the stupid reaction speed of this base head, it is absolutely impossible to be able to react. This punch from myself will definitely hit him heavily in the face, and then smash his whole body into a puddle of mud. Hody seems to have used his knowledge to foresee the future, but this kind of future is in perch head, or in Hody's mind, it's just a pure fantasy. He. Let's talk about this when you really beat me. Facing Hody's killing blow, perch head was not in a hurry. Instead, he raised his bloody face, and a cloud of yellow sand quickly wrapped his entire neck and cheek. A force of light spit out, making his face slightly tilt. Laugh. It was just such a coincidence that there was a complete difference. A violent wind whistled past, and in the next instant, Hody's black iron fist brushed against the profile of the perch's head. What? Hody was stunned for a moment, and his eyes widened at the time. How could this guy be able to dodge his punch? Whether it is from the combat skills this guy just showed, or from the current state of this guy, it is absolutely impossible to escape this blow. Whispering sound. Luck. One punch doesn't work, then another punch. Hody didn't hesitate. He made a decision immediately, and made a decision in a hurry, ready to pull his arm back, but at this moment he felt a huge force tightly pinching his arm. Let his arm stop there quietly. This. Hody was shocked and quickly looked at his arm, but it didn't matter. He almost dropped his jaw. Right next to the perch head, a mass of sand suddenly appeared at some point, and the sand slowly condensed into a big hand, which was firmly grasping his forearm. No matter how hard he tried, it was not at all can pull the arm back. Cold sweat instantly seeped out from under the skin of Hody's body. At this time, he seemed to feel a rather ominous foreboding. Do you have that much strength? When Hody fell into a short-lived stiffness, the perch head in front of him spoke softly. His bloody face was facing Hody, which made the latter feel cold. "How much medicine do you have? Or take it all in one bite, or you may not have a chance." As soon as the words fell, Hody instantly felt that his entire scalp was directly exploding. In his vigilant perception, he could feel an extremely terrifying aura bursting out instantly. That kind of breath is extremely ancient and quite vast, and there is even an urge to make him want to kneel down on the spot. And at the moment when this breath rose, a cloud of sand floated again beside the perch head, condensed into the shape of a fist in the blink of an eye, and then fell lightly towards Hody. Chapter 713 Show Mercy. A fluttering fist is indeed a fluttering fist. It is as light as a light sand that is blown by a random breeze. In fact, it is indeed a fist composed of a mass of sand. The momentum of this fist really makes people think that he has nothing to do with the powerful, but this small fist that looks like it will drift away at any time makes Hody feel like he is facing a whole mountain. What the hell is this? How could this be the power wielded by that perch head? This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to be mastered by any Murloc power. Just appearing in front of you can give you the urge to kneel on the ground from the bottom of your heart and from the depths of your soul. Hody even felt that the blood, which was slightly boiling because of the medicinal power, froze at this moment. Facing that little fist, he seemed to see the vastness of the universe. Whoa. Without any hesitation, without thinking about dodging, because he already knew that he had no way to dodge this punch no matter what, he took out all the pills on his body and threw them all into his mouth. As soon as the pills were taken, Hody already felt a certain feeling that his soul and body were dislocated, and then every blood vessel and every cell in the whole body swelled at an amazing speed. Gollum. The strange sound of bubbles sounded, and Hody's blood seemed to be turned over several times out of thin air. The blood vessels connecting every part of the body were creaked. Obviously, some couldn't bear this sudden blood volume. Even the heart is whining, indicating that he is almost unable to bear this heavy load. Breathing became extremely difficult, and the lungs seemed to be filled with water. This water was not water for them to breathe, but their own blood. The muscles of the heart seemed to stop beating, and he could even feel the trembling of the whole heart. It was an irregular tremor, which made the blood in the atrium and ventricle feel stagnant because of it, as if the next second the blood circulation of the whole body will stop. The field of vision began to congeal, and his whole body seemed to be swollen. He even felt some signs of rupture in his liver, and a feeling of weakness quickly spread throughout his body. It seems that in the next second Hody will die because of the terrifying power of this pill. However, just a few seconds later, this feeling of weakness that made Hody almost die of heart failure suddenly disappeared strangely. Breathing suddenly became smoother, and it seemed as if some incomparably powerful force had been injected into the heart. From the original old water pump, it became the engine of the spaceship directly, and the blood began to be pumped out one by one. The swollen feeling all over his body also seemed to be transformed into a feeling of muscle swelling, as if endless power filled his muscles, and his body more than doubled. Every muscle is like a sea filled with water, becoming stronger and fuller. Although the change in shape is not as exaggerated as that of Cheong Jason, between the high-speed flow of blood, he is perfused with absolute strong power. The current Hody is like the reincarnation of a demon. The clothes on his body were directly burst open, and the muscles like rocks bulged, sealing his blood and bones in the body, and twisted and thick blue veins in his blue veins. The roots of the white skin swelled up as if it were a wildly dancing giant snake. Wow, boss Hody, huge. Is this the power of that magic medicine? With this kind of power, that perch head can still compete with the boss. Hee, that kid is probably dead. There must be no good fruit to eat. Squeak. Hody has never felt so strong before. The bulging muscles are tense, and the surging power is moving between the muscles, making him feel that he has regained his heart and has directly evolved into a new kind of species. Now he, heaven and earth, omnipotent. It seems that even the aura on the perch head, he is not afraid of it. Hey. Feeling the power that was born out of nowhere in his body, Hody exhaled, and his rock-like muscles tightened instantly, wrapping himself in like a rock barrier, and then, a touch of black iron, it penetrated from under his skin and stabilized his body into a hard piece of steel. Under this kind of defense like a solid wall, Hody has the confidence that this punch from the base head will not cause any damage to himself at all. Come on, let me see how powerful your fluttering fist is. Hody roared loudly, his blood-red eyes staring at the floating fist of sand. The fist seemed to be waiting for him to complete the series of transformations, and he didn't move, and now he saw that Hody had already set it up. The posture of the perch head turned out to be a chuckle, and then the fluttering sand fist fluttered through the space in the eyes of everyone. Then, in the eyes of everyone, it fell lightly on the chest. Boom. The sand fist, which is only 10 centimeters square, is lightly printed on Hody's body, which is 5 to 6 meters tall. His small fist made a thunderous muffled sound. At this moment the catfish gangsters lying on the ground, and even Hody, who was standing opposite the perch's head and stabbed stabbed to death. All heard a loud noise at the same time, resounding from Hody himself. That is the sound of domineering, muscles and bones strengthened by domineering and being smashed by arrogance at the same time. Hody's original self-confidence has disappeared. The moment that fist hit him, his entire mind has become blank, and then he feels a huge force that explodes on his body. Click click. The fine and dense cracks quickly spread all over Hody's body, and then the black iron seemed to be an indestructible and powerful armed color, and it exploded into shards in an instant. Hody only felt that his entire body was about to be destroyed by that enormous force. The body that had been strengthened by the medicinal force had no effect at all, and the internal organs and bones burst out almost in an instant. The indescribable pain instantly drowned his sanity. Boom! Julie spit out again, and then everyone was horrified to see that the strong and mighty Hody slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 714. Directly make up the knife. It was so quiet, and the sandy fist, which seemed to have no threat at all, was so lightly imprinted on Hody's solid chest as the earth. But after the muffled sound, the full height was soaring. The 5 or 6 meter giant Hody, as if he had been hit by something comparable to destruction, stiffened his muscles and slowly fell to his knees. Hody, who had swallowed all the pills, almost doubled in size. However, this tank-like physique didn't even have time to throw a punch at Little John's terrifying face. On the ground, the 2 thick upper limbs could only be used to support his upper body, and then he took a big mouth and suddenly spewed a large mouthful of blood towards the ground. Cough cough cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out as if a switch had been turned on. Hody's entire body began to convulse violently, his chest undulating exaggeratedly, coughing heavily, coughing up clumps of bright red blood. The whole street is dyed a bright red. Boss Hody. The group of catfish gangsters watching the lively next to the scene were all dumbfounded. What just happened? Boss Hody, didn't he just take a lot of magic medicine? Shouldn't his body be strengthened to a rather terrifying level now? How come, just with his strong tank-like body facing the sandy fist that looked so loose, it turned out it fell down without a sound? The whole process was unusually quiet. There was no so-called fist, and I didn't feel any domineering, and I didn't see that the sandy fist turned into anything sharp and penetrated. Those little gangsters who watched the fun didn't even feel the slightest bit of wind. The giant Hody boss just fell down like this. What the hell is going on here? Is the strength of that perch head so tyrannical? An indescribable chill suddenly emerged from the hearts of all the catfish bastards. At this moment they only felt chills all over their bodies. Didn't Boss Hody just press this guy to the ground and beat him? Why was he beaten down by that bastard now? It's too scary. This kind of thing that is almost supernatural. In fact, Hody himself wants to know, but it is a pity that at this moment Hody, all consciousness, all are submerged in the endless pain. It is impossible to extricate himself. Ha 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 ha. He knelt down on the ground, gasping for breath. The cold sweat all over his body dripped down one by one. A lot of water appeared on the surface of his body, and the breeze blew through, making him extremely cold. Of course, in his body at this moment, being cold is definitely not the most fatal thing. What is really dangerous and painful is the scar on his chest. If you look at it from the front, you may only be able to see a small bruise in the middle of Hody's chest, but once you shift the field of vision a little, you will find that there is a whole sternum in the bruised place. It's all sunk straight down. However, although it was said to be sunken, Hody could feel that the piece of bone that was attached to the front of his heart was not broken at all, but the rib joints next to the sternum were broken and 4 pairs of joints were broken. This guy actually punched his entire sternum directly into his chest cavity, pressing it heavily on his heart. He obviously took that magical medicine, and it makes sense that his adrenaline is soaring now, and his perception of pain is quite dull. But the few ribs on his chest are broken, but it seems that a sharp knife has been stabbed directly into his brain. That kind of severe pain, I can't wait to make him scream in the sky. However, the current self-even issued can't make a sound at all. As far as he is concerned, the pain of this fracture is still second, and the most terrible thing is that he feels his heart as if being held in it by a big hand. The heart that was alive and kicking collapsed in this sternum. After that, it seemed as if he was carrying a huge rock on his back and couldn't jump at all. In just a few seconds, his heart, which was comparable to a tank engine, went out on the spot, and the violent blood flow accumulated in the various blood vessels all over his body in an instant, and his own blood vessels were already overwhelmed. It's about to explode. Not only that, he even felt that his lungs were filled with water, and his mouth was full of blood, and he seemed to be abandoned by the fresh air. No matter how much strength you have, you still don't feel that your body is being nourished by oxygen. Instead, you feel a dizziness gradually flooding your brain. I don't know who developed your drug. It doesn't look very good. Just as Hody's vision gradually became blurred, the voice of the perch head sounded from the opposite side. Until now, he is still sitting in his original position, not moving at all, and the fluttering sand, like it is like a live lively L flying up and down around him, condensing into the shape of a long needle. These sands danced happily, like free spirits, but in the eyes of the catfish gangsters next to them, they were definitely deadly demons. They never imagined that just such a light-looking sand would defeat the two bosses in their hearts one after another. You said, "What kind of death do you want?" Basehead was not in a hurry. Even if Hody was already kneeling on the ground and a full minute had passed, he didn't have any extra moves to come forward to make up the knife, as if he was entangled what method to use. Indeed, since studying the life design diagram, Iger can be said to know the body anatomy of humans and murlocs very well, and fully knows what kind of state Hody is in now. Strength. There is simply no way to make a useful response to this situation. After you take the medicine, the blood volume in your whole body increases sharply, which is a great burden on your heart, especially if you have to push such a huge amount of blood. The blood pressure is extremely high. Little John twisted his neck slightly, and the long sandy needle beside him gradually took shape. The heart is under pressure, and the blood full of riots will be squeezed into your blood vessels. Sure enough, it's still the most interesting time to stab it at this time. Before he finished speaking, the long needle in the sand suddenly shook and shot towards Hody. Chapter 712. See you again, Jinping. Call out. The perch head pointed his arm, and the long needle of sand and soil that was quietly suspended beside him, like a bullet out of the chamber, shot out at the blue veins that burst out on Hody's neck. That long needle of sand and soil looked a bit illusory. It only used a small handful of sand, but the sharp light shining on the tip of the needle made everyone feel a chill to the bone. This needle is going to pierce Hody's blood vessel. It's going to pierce his whole body. And now Hody, kneeling on the ground, has no strength at all, and has no ability to dodge at all. This blow is sure to hit. In other words, after this blow, Boss Hody will die. The catfish gangsters all realized this by coincidence. Everyone's face became pale, and a thick fear emerged from the bottom of their hearts and penetrated their whole bodies. After Boss Jiang Jason, Boss Hody, will he also fall into the hands of this kid? If even Boss Hody can't do it, who else will do it? At the same time, Hody also felt the sharp long needle that was not far away and shot towards him suddenly, but he didn't have any extra thoughts at this moment because his whole consciousness, all that's left is pain. The terrifying power of the magic medicine is constantly inspiring the potential of life in his body, and he is madly fighting against the serious injury that will kill him. But this confrontation, in Hody's view, is meaningless. Before he died, he just let his pain last longer. If a long needle sticks in and can quickly end his pain, then this kind of thing seems to be acceptable. As for the glory of Fishman Street, in the face of such a real death, it seems that it is no longer important. Swish. The speed of the long needle in the sand is extremely fast, but the thinking of the people present is running faster, and in this short moment various ideas flash. In the next instant, the long needle of sand had cut through the air and was on the verge of Hody. Hody could even feel that the sharp sand spear had pierced his skin, and then separated his own flesh and blood a little bit, and pierced a little bit. Just one more stroke, and he was able to pierce his neck. Vein puncture. And it was at this moment that the long needle that was supposed to pierce Hody's blood vessel and completely end his life suddenly snapped in the middle. What's that? The sudden situation made everyone already, not only the catfish scoundrel lying on the ground, but also Hody, who was quietly waiting to die, and the perch head Little John, who was being controlled by Iger. Originally, this Little John thought that he was really dead, but just when Hody's patching knife was about to kill him, the bass head could even feel the fishy smell of the coral rushing into his nose. Iger, who was left behind, suddenly exerted his strength and saved himself at a speed that could not cover his ears. For this matter, Perchhead couldn't accept it in his heart, so he just pretended to faint, but in fact he was squinting and observing everything secretly. And just now, when Iger was still understatement and killed this Hody in one move, he finally determined in his heart that this guy is really an extremely dangerous existence. But what changed from his previous mentality was that it was a little fortunate that Iger was able to live on his body. As for why, is it because he was almost killed by Hody just now? Maybe, or maybe it was just at that time the Murlocs who were firm in their hearts were all kind people who helped each other and would only unite to fight against foreigners instead of bullying their own people. Cracks. Now he has to admit that some evil fish and humans have the same. So when Iger was about to kill Hody, although he said that he felt very uncomfortable and even had a feeling that he had betrayed the fisherman country like this, but surprisingly there was no feeling of resistance, and even felt that if today Hody doesn't die, maybe when Iger leaves he will be approached by Hody again, and then he will be killed mercilessly. After a violent beating, Perchhead's heart also changed a lot. This time he even hoped that Iger would act quickly to save the night. This hope is still very strong, so strong that when he saw the long needle of sand being broken, his heart skipped a beat and an indescribable feeling of fear surged up. There is a guy who is stronger than Hody. In fact, No matter whether it was a catfish bastard or a perch head, they were completely unable to see what it was. The long needle in the sand, which could take Hodi's life immediately, was instantly broken. What exactly is it? But Iger and Hodi, who were also standing on Fishman Street, formed a sharp contrast with these people. Not only did they see clearly what it was, they even knew where it came from. Shot from the direction. Just when the long needle of sand was about to kill Hodi, a drop of water came through the air at an absolutely terrifying speed, so fast that it was almost impossible to hear a single sound, even the naked eye. I can't see it. It burst from the other end of Fishman Street, and at least 100 meters away from this place, it accurately and decisively broke the sand gun. This trick, Iger is all too familiar with it. This is a signature skill of Murloc karate, hitting water. It can eject the water droplets in his hand like a bullet and explode the super lethal technology. In this fishman country, it is indeed the only trick that has such an effect, but if you want to achieve this effect, that puts high demands on users. These thoughts flashed through his mind almost instantly, and then a pupil quietly appeared on the beach beside Basehead. Iger looked in the direction indicated by the knowledge and was approaching 100 meters away and saw a somewhat familiar figure. Although I don't know who your excellency is, the kid in front of your excellency is one of the younger brothers who are underachievers. I hope your excellency will show mercy. It seems that Iger also felt Iger's gaze. That figure also spoke slowly, and the strong voice resounded throughout the Fishman Street. If your excellency still wants to do it, then let me come down to accompany you. Under the Sun Pirates. Jinping. Chapter 716. He is the real boss. Jinping boss. It's the boss of Shiping. Didn't Boss Jinbi go out to sea with Boss Tiger? Why did he appear here? How sluggish is your news? Boss Jinping has already won the title of Kaiwuhei from the Justice Navy, and now he only needs to sit in the fisherman country. He is our patron saint. The catfish gangsters lying on the ground heard Jinping's strong voice coming from a distance, and 7 little hearts were about to pop out. Very flat. The weight of these 2 words is not at the same level as Hodi in the Murloc Kingdom. He is currently the only Murloc in the Murloc Kingdom who can get along quite well on land, and this is a good mix, and it is also based on his own strength, and he played it out. Although many times there are always some Murlocs who are skeptical or even contemptuous of the idea of Boss Jinping, but in fact Boss Jinping has indeed made considerable contributions to the security and development of the Murloc nation. It can even be said that Boss Jinbei, Boss Tiger, and Lord Otohim are all heroic figures who are for the sake of national justice and eliminate the contradiction between humans and mermaids. This kind of person has always been the idol in the bottom of the hearts of those hot-blooded gangsters on the street. So when they saw the Boss Jinping, they all came, and these catfish bastards were full of blood. How could they care about a perch-headed little John or a Hodi? And almost burst into tears. Ah no, there are tears in my eyes now. Is that the legendary Jinping? On the other hand, Basehead is also very familiar with Jinping's name. Although he is usually just a good citizen who keeps his own feet, he still often hears about such a big man who often makes news. This person called Jinping is not simple at all. He was the captain of the Royal Guard at the time. Later, he followed Tiger to the world. It was the power of the world. After returning, he became the king of the world's official government, one of the 7 Marshalseas. It brought a considerable degree of protection to the Murloc nation. If this kind of person can be summed up in one word, it is powerful, strong. So strong that even if he doesn't take any medicine, he can definitely crush Hodi, who has taken a lot of medicine. This level of powerhouse is attracted to come here. After Basehead realized this, his little heart also began to jump. How to do? Boss Jinbei is here. Am I going to become the public enemy of Fishman Island? And no matter how strong this guy is, at the level of the leader of Kaiwuhei Jinping, he can't do it, right? Wouldn't that mean that his collusion with humans will eventually be exposed, and then he will be spurned by all the Murlocs, and finally he will be thrown out of the Murloc country and fend for itself? How to do this? What to do? Boss Jinping is here. His heart was too anxious so that the perch head couldn't care more, and asked directly in a low voice, what's the hurry? Don't say Shiping. Even if your king came today, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Hearing that the perch head was so anxious, Iger couldn't help but laugh, and immediately skipped a series of thoughts in his heart. Jinbei, really? Long time no see. Everyone fell into different thoughts because of Jinpei's short sentence. For a while, the battle on the scene seemed to have stagnated. Come over. The clogs made a duh sound on the ground. As the sound got closer, the catfish gangsters who fell on the ground became more and more excited. When Jinpei finally walked in front of everyone, their faces were flushed red, and then tears spewed out like diapers. Weeping loudly, Boss Jinbei, woo, you have to give us a review. This kid, he just killed our eldest brother, and now he's going to kill our boss's boss. Woo. Even us are miserable. Look, we can't move our hands and feet. They're all broken. The catfish gangsters seized the opportunity opportunity, and as soon as Jinbei approached they immediately began to cry like that. Without decades of grievances they couldn't cry like this. And the reason why they are like this is because they know that this boss Hody was once the younger brother of boss Aaron, and Aaron is also a crew member who went to sea with boss Jinping and boss Tiger, and this Jinping also knows. More or less he will give boss Aaron a little face, and it is right to stand on their side. And the perch head was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Is this still the arrogant catfish bastards just now? These tears are like diapers and they are dripping out. Seeing that they seem to be familiar with boss Jinbei, the perch head panicked immediately. This Jinbei is a big man in the fisherman country anyway. If such a person is standing opposite, he will not be able to take advantage of it anyway. Moreover, the boss of Jinbei is a person with good reputation. If this sand bastard kills him, then he can directly commit suicide by throwing himself into the sea. Don't worry, I won't shoot at him. It seemed that he could see what perch head was thinking, and Iger said softly in his ear, this guy won't help them either. Do you think you are a sea god? Basehead wanted to say this, but after all he didn't say it because boss Jinbei had already come to the side and stood still. The audience was silent. The catfish bastards and the perch head were waiting for the guy's reaction, while Hody was completely weak and speechless. As for Iger, he was quietly watching Jinping in the form of sand. Silent. Jinping, who was watched by the audience, stood quietly beside Hody, and a pair of whale shark round eyes stared at the perch head sitting not far away. This is definitely the first time in his life to be stared at by a big man like Jinping like this. Basehead only felt that his heart was racing and it was difficult to breathe. He could even feel his heart thumping, almost jumping out of his throat. But Jinpei on the opposite side was staring in his direction, but he felt as if he was not looking at him, but rather like he was looking at the sand stained on his body. Could it be that he found out that the sand hanging from his body was a human being? What to do then? Are you really unable to get along in this fisherman country? No way, no way. Just when Basehead was full of panic, the opposite Jinpei actually walked towards him step by step, and what made him most flustered was that Iger didn't seem to have any plans to do anything. How to do? You will become a villain who is spurned by the Murloc neighbors. Boss. When the perch head was running wild in his heart, Jinbei had already walked in front of him, then opened his mouth softly in the eyes of everyone, and then knelt down on one knee. Here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. No. Chapter 717. Old friend. Tacit understanding. Silent. After that long exclamation, everyone, whether it was Hody, who was dying on the ground and barely survived by relying on the powerful medicinal power of the magic medicine, or those who were lying on the ground in the distance counting on the leader of Jinping to come to them, the vengeful catfish bastard, or the perch head sitting on the ground and bearing the worship of Jinbei, all look like they have seen a ghost. What the hell is this, Nima? What the hell is going on? Everyone opened their mouths so wide that they could almost fit a whole pineapple. The fish people's round and big eyes had completely protruded from their sockets, and they almost fell out of their sockets with the optic nerve attached. Everyone quietly looked at the boss Jinping, who was kneeling on one knee in front of the perch head. His mouth was too stiff to move, but there were a lot of lines in their hearts. What happened? I read that right? Hey, no. What the hell is this, Nima? This scene simply dumbfounded the catfish gangsters who were lying on the ground waiting for the leader of Jinbei. Originally, I followed the boss of Chiang Jason. Today, I wanted to collect a little protection fee happily and then have a good meal. As a result, I went to the perch head house, which has always looked like a coward, and the boss was directly told by others, don't say it, let it go. That's okay. They made a decision immediately, directly carrying the body of the strong Jason to find his boss. Hody boss originally thought that this eldest brother could finally teach that kid a lesson, but it turned out that everyone thought that the base when his head was dead. This guy came with an extreme counter kill and directly knocked the boss of Hody to the ground, and this kid is obviously ruthless. He doesn't talk about the rules of the rivers and lakes at all. He just wants to kill the killer and completely end the life of the boss of Hody. Fortunately, the boss of Shiping appeared in time to stop this black-hearted basehead. As soon as the Jinbei boss appeared, the catfish gangsters thought at the time, stable, this farce will end with the fall of this perch head star, but who knows? The eldest Jinping, Haixia Jinping, who is a member of the Kaiwuhei under the king, personally performed it for them. What is a real farce? He went straight to the perch head and knelt down on one knee with a look of submission. Also Nima called people boss. What is Jinbei's identity? One of the dignified kings of the seven martial seas, and one of the pillars of the Sun Pirates in the past. Even before they went to sea, he was the captain of the royal guard of the Fishman Kingdom. This kind of identity, this kind of combat power, even if it is released alone, it is definitely a giant who can own one side's territory and dominate one side of the sea. And now, right here, right in front of their eyes, at this very moment, the heroic figure revered as a hero by these fishmen street gangsters is so devoutly kneeling before a man they have bullied for years in front of the skinny trash. This kind of thing has completely surpassed their cognition and common sense, turning their whole body into a solidified stone, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, not knowing what is going on. In the same way, even Hody, who was already confused, was greatly shocked. Even the body that was curled up in a ball was stretched out, and it felt that the body suddenly stopped hurting, emanated from his face. His diamond-shaped eyes stared at the boss, staring blankly at the boss Jinping, who was kneeling on the ground. This man, once, no, until now, is like a big brother in his heart, and it can even be said that he has always been him. The spiritual pillar in his heart is also the goal he has been striving for, and now, this pillar, the pillars exuding great brilliance, is actually in front of him, kneeling in front of that low-level Murloc who looks thin and weak. This kind of scene, for a time, made him not even hurt his chest at all. Compared with Hody and those catfish gangsters, perhaps the biggest shock in his heart is the perch head who has endured the worship of boss Jinping. What's going on? Originally thought that Jinping was going to come out to clean up him and Iger, but after this guy said these words in a high-sounding manner, he came directly to kneel and salute. What the hell is this? Basehead knew exactly what he was. From his birth to the present, for decades, he was just an ordinary Murloc living at the bottom of the Murloc nation. He is not like the Murloc street fighters around him. He has a strong body and superb fighting skills. He can't fight and is not rich enough. He is just an ordinary Murloc. He was even bullied by small street gangsters like catfish gangsters. For several years, no matter what, he couldn't have this face and let Jinping salute him. Even seeing a character like boss Jinping with his own eyes is an extravagant hope. In other words, since the boss Jinping is not facing himself, then it is worshipping. Turning his head a little, the perch head couldn't control himself and took a deep breath. If you don't worship yourself, that means this guy is worshipping the sand on his body. The body of the sand the perch head has also seen with his own eyes. It is just a child who looks like a teenager. This is absolutely impossible. Who is this kid? No wonder he said just now that it is impossible for boss Jinping to shoot himself, so he already knows all this. As a human being, Jinping, who almost represents the pinnacle of the mermaid, is able to bow his head and bow his head. This Iger is a bit too terrifying, although it is said that the people next to him all look like they have seen a ghost, but for Jinping, this matter is not so difficult to accept. Originally, I really heard that someone was fighting here, so I came to persuade him. Even when he broke the long sand needle, he didn't know what happened. On the body of the perch head, an extremely familiar aura instantly rushed to his face. He will never admit wrong. This is definitely Yi. And now Yig is incarnated into sand and attached to the perch head, and he himself participated in the various conflicts and disputes between humans and Murlocs. Naturally, he knew the reason, so he didn't say it, but gave enough to the perch head face. Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you just now. I have something to report to you. Chapter 718 Amazing Ninjutsu. Like Jinping, Iger was not shocked by the scene in front of him, and even silently gave Jinping a big compliment in his heart. This guy's reaction was amazing. He didn't say anything inexplicable. He just walked over and gave a salute, then shouted the boss, and immediately stunned everyone present. This hand, it can only be said that the reaction is too fast. This boss directly saved the life of the perch head and the secret of his identity. At the same time, it also announced that today's battle would end immediately. Although it was said that at the beginning Jinping hadn't recognized him yet, but when he approached and recognized himself, his reaction was nothing to say. Absolutely perfect. It seems that his decision to make a big difference at the beginning was right after all, and he met his relatives so quickly. After Jinping and himself separated in Rog Town, Iger told him to go to the naval headquarters, find the Warring States General to get the authority of Kaiwuhe, and then he could return to Fishman Island. This guy really acted fast enough. In this way, you can directly get in touch with the royal family of the Fishman country, right? Although there is no need, but after all, it is possible to know what happened on the Fishman Island, and to pass the information that he is still intact on the Fishman Island to the Navy headquarters. However, happy to be happy, the scene in front of me still has to be finished. At the moment, Iger also restrained the emotions in his heart, and the fine sand blocked the mouth of the base head again, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, "Are you mistaken? I think you are very strong now, and you can even intercept my tricks. Don't dare, don't dare." Hearing Iger's words, Jinping hurriedly lowered his head and read out a few temporarily made-up lines. I have been looking for you, boss, because there is indeed a very important matter, and when I happened to pass the Fisherman Street, I felt that there was a fight here. This guy is tall and strong, and he recognized it at once, and it's still an old thing from our pirates, so. Iger quietly waited for him to finish reading, and did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds, making the whole atmosphere more dignified, and then snorted heavily. You care a lot about your little brothers. Horty really has never seen your battle, boss, so he's a little reckless. I'll make up for you for him and offend the boss. Iger just threw out a sentence and Jinbei immediately picked it up quite smooth. The area of Fishman Street still needs fighting power like him to quell those restless boys and ask the boss to spare his life. This coming and going also made everyone present feel a little stunned again. When have they seen the boss Jinping humbly and begging others? For a time, the image of the perch head in everyone's heart suddenly increased infinitely. Lightspeed lost the street, Jason and Hody, the two Murloc street fighters, and even provoked Jinping in the end. So he directly bowed and asked this man to spare his life, even if it was the king of the Murlocnip. Don't have such a big face. This perch head is not something they can provoke at all. It can be said that Boss Hody and Boss Jiang Jason really mentioned an invisible iron plate. While thinking about it, the perch head sitting on the ground spoke again, and his tone seemed to be lighter than before. Well, seeing you like this, I'll forgive you. Get out of the way a little bit. Don't get in the way. Before he finished speaking, Jinping nodded in response, then stood up and stepped aside. This time, everyone's eyes were focused on Iger. Base head. I saw a thin layer of sand and mist rising from the ground, wrapping the entire body of the perch head in it, and then as if supporting his arm, he slowly raised the perch head's arm. He got up and pointed lightly at Hody, whose pupils were about to collapse not far away. Whoa, whoa. In an instant, on the ground around Hody, countless sands rose up connected to each other and directly condensed into a large cocky hand, and then bent his fingers to fix Hody's limbs in the fingers. After it was fixed, the palm of the perch head turned over again. Chi chi chi. With the movement of the base head, there seemed to be a faint sound in the air. No one could hear what kind of sound it was, and even their eyes couldn't see what was going on. I vaguely saw that there seemed to be a complex flash of light in the air, but it disappeared in an instant. But right after that, Hody, who didn't make any sound even if he was pinched by the sand giant beast, suddenly took a deep breath. Everyone's eyes immediately left the perch's head and turned to Hody. They were surprised to see that the wound that was flat and sunken on Hody's chest had been completely cut open by something unknown at this moment. The flesh and blood were completely peeled off, revealing the broken sternum below, which was directly pressing on the heart. This is not the end. After the piece of flesh and blood was peeled off, a small black hole appeared in the air immediately, and the piece of flesh was swallowed directly. At the same time, the sunken sternum was unexpectedly seen. The invisible force is pulled up. They couldn't understand what happened next. It seems that there are invisible thin lines working in Hody's body, restoring the sternum and the broken sternoclavicular joint to their original shape, and then the black hole spit out the piece of flesh that had just been swallowed once again over Hody's chest, and then stitched up again after a while. The whole process was smooth and fast. It was like a doctor sutured a patient's wound in the operating room, and he still used super high-tech equipment. In just a few minutes, Huo, who was beaten to death by a punch, died. Boss did. You can breathe fresh air again. This kind of method made those catfish gangsters look stupid. Even Jinbei was shocked. Looking at Iger, he didn't know what he had gained during the period of separation. Okay, even if it's done, it'll be good to keep it for 3 months. After doing this, Iger controlled the body of the perch to stand up and said lightly, "Today's matter, I hope you will rot in your stomach otherwise. Hee, you understand. Let's go." After he finished speaking, he said to Jinbei, who was beside him, and walked away. Chapter 719. Get it down, Aquaman. Yes. We will never say a word more. That's right, boss. Walk slowly. Even if someone broke his arms and thighs and could only lie on the ground, these catfish gangsters were still smiling, nodding, and reassuring the perch head boss. It's not guaranteed. It was not until now that they finally realized how dangerous a bomb they had been stepping on before. For so many years, this boss didn't show any traces at all. Who knew that he was actually a big man who had been hiding in the fishman country for many years? This kind of strength instantly killed Boss Jiang Jason, who had followed them for several years, and beat Boss Hody to the death with another punch. Even Boss Jinping, who they thought was the savior, was the first moment he arrived at the scene, just knelt down in front of him, and just now he showed a rather terrifying magical technique in front of everyone. This guy even directly cured the Boss Hody, who was lying on the ground half dead. These back and forth so many hands thoroughly made them feel that this thin perch head that looks unremarkable is really not something that they can provoke with their strength and identity. The only way to deal with this kind of encounter today is to keep silent, especially since this big guy specially warned himself and others. If he is really bragging to others, he must say that today he met a super boss who can even make even the boss Jinbei willingly surrender. Then maybe the next day, the bodies of these people will appear in a sewer in Fishman Street. Watching the two big men leave side by side, the catfish gangsters can only admit that they are unlucky today, and then they shook their heads mockingly, smiled bitterly, and then looked at the perch head big boss who had been treated and slowly fell asleep. The boss of Hody sighed deeply. Now they can't move at all. They can only wait for boss Hody to wake up and carry them away. So, on the other side, Basehead has walked out of the area of Yuran Street with Jinping side by side. What is the relationship between the two great gods? Boss Jinping, did you know IG boss before? From the beginning, after Jinping showed up to stop Iger from killing Hody and knelt directly in front of Iger, Basehead was already quite shocked by the relationship between the two people. At the same time, he also realized it later. He realized that the seemingly harmless boy who had transformed into a sand form to protect himself was actually a hidden boss. Jinbei didn't know what to say for a while about the inquiries of the perch head. He just pondered a few words but didn't seem to want to answer. After all, the identity of this guy, IG, cannot be revealed for the time being. The relationship between him and IG, outsiders can't know if they don't know. At least that's what Jinbei himself thinks. It's okay to tell him something, Jinbei. Just when Jinbei was a little tangled, Iggy's voice sounded softly from Perchhead's body. After all, I estimate that I have to borrow this guy's body for a long time, otherwise he will be in danger in a short time. What do you mean? After listening to Iger's words, Basehead suddenly felt a little flustered. Why is Iger's words so scary? Now, I am standing with the most popular man in the entire Murloc Kingdom and the super big guy behind him. How can there be any danger? Ige-kun is right. With Iger's agreement, Jinbei also nodded, considered his words, and took over the words of the perch head. Although we may be quite strong in this fishman country, the enemies we face are also quite strong, so if Iger-kun leaves you, if there is no accident, you will die miserably. Die dead horribly. Basehead didn't react for a while. After waiting for a few seconds, he realized what the boss Jinping just said, and he screamed on the spot. Is it too late to quit now? It doesn't matter, I can just change another body anyway. Unexpectedly, Iger's performance seems to be quite bland. You just have to be careful of those who come to get revenge on you. Well, that's fine. Basehead was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, then he lowered his head, slumped, and accepted the arrangement of fate. While speaking, the three of them had already walked to Jinping's temporary residence, and the Basehead was completely unaware that the issue he cared about just now was just misdirected by the two. So, what you said just now, you've been looking for me for a long time, is it true? Entering a safe room, Iger was finally able to return to his human form, and immediately withdrew from the perch head, and then raised Erlang's legs on the tatami. Seeing Iger getting off his body, Perchhead couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he looked at Jinping like, Iger? Yes. Hearing Iggy's question, Jinbei nodded solemnly. To be honest, a few days ago, I contacted the Navy headquarters and wanted to use your power, Iger-kun, in private, because some things that have happened in the fishman country recently are really disturbing. Then, what did the Navy say? Are they okay? Iger raised his eyebrows and hurriedly asked. Since the last battle with White Mask, he has completely lost contact with the Navy headquarters. Although he said that there should be no problem with the Navy headquarters, in fact, in his heart he still has concerned about the safety of those guys in the Navy headquarters. I don't know how they are now. Don't worry about this, Iger-kun. They are all okay. Except for you. Almost all the losses of the Navy headquarters have been recovered. The worst is only serious injuries, and there are no dead. Jinbei also knew what Iger was thinking, and immediately comforted him. That's fine, that's fine. Iger breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and then asked, so, what happened to Fishman Island recently? Could it be that the two big pirates are going to do something? Probably more than that. Jinbei shook his head. The alliance formed by Kaido and Big Mom, these two guys don't know what means to use, temporarily blocking Dad's fleet from Fishman Island so that they have no way to dive into the bottom of the sea and use this period of time. They seem to want to bring down Aquaman in the Fishman country. Chapter 720. Do it. It's over. Jinping temporary residence. It can be said that it has reached the prosperous area of the fisherman country. Although it is not high-end, it is definitely much better than the environment on the fisherman street. You can tell just by looking at the environment inside the house. The whole house is not big, with a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It is a standard Japanese-style building, except that the materials used for the furniture are colorful coral and some shellfish shells. The floor is a touch of brick red. This is high-grade coral collected from nowhere. It covers the whole house. The surrounding walls and ceiling are shimmering corals. Eve's light shines through the window made of film, but also splashed a colorful circle of light. The surrounding furniture is also made of similar materials. Although they are all fancy colors, but through the layout of the furnishings, it shows a quite elegant feeling. Makes everything in the room look pretty good. At this moment, the three of you, Basehead, IG, and Jinbei, were sitting on the tatami in front of the tea table in the middle of the living room, discussing something in an orderly manner. Sea King, Iger pondered for a while, thinking that he really did not not guess wrong. These guys, whether it is Kaido or that ant, is the ultimate goal still seeking? To say the seeking, it is really in the setting of the old thief Oda. It is completely ranked as the world's top super weapon, and it is tied with those who also only exist in the legend of Hades and the King of Heaven. Even the world's top scientific master Vegapunk has no way to design these three ancient weapons that are enough to destroy the world. In fact, even Iger has given a series of skills through the system book, has a considerable degree of ability in the aspect of technological design, but it is precisely because of this that he has self-knowledge. That is, ancient weapons, that kind of powerful power, can only sleep in ancient legends after all, and it is absolutely extremely difficult for today's scientists to reproduce them with the so-called science and technology they have mastered. That feeling is equivalent to the fact that in ancient times, I didn't know what major event happened, and most of the civilization was destroyed in one fell swoop. Only the remaining refugees were all returned to the original era. It took quite a long time to develop, and finally there was some color. And when the legends of the ancient ancestors disappeared with the passage of time in the rapidly developing world, the super ancient high-tech was gradually forgotten, and many people firmly believed that modern people, the science and technology, are unprecedentedly developed. Just like on the original Earth, people in the 21st century always feel that people today are living the happiest life, possessing superb science and technology that can crush the ancients, so that for human beings tens of thousands of years ago, they will feel that their lives are quite primitive. But maybe their technology at that time was much higher than that of today's human beings, but for some completely irresistible reasons, almost all traces of existence have been wiped clean by nature, and only those who seem to be caught in the wind are left. The legend of the ancients praised the sagacity of those ancient technologies. This has been confirmed in this world. Even with the current technology, there is absolutely no way to reproduce the power of the three ancient weapons. Otherwise, Crocodile and Kaido would not have to bother to come here. In the uninhabited desert of Alabasta, we are looking for some ancient weapons to dominate the world. From this point of view, at that time, I directly destroyed Crocodile and the two big Kanbans. The impact on Kaido's plan was really huge. Kaido changed his direction and came here to do it. What Aquaman? But really speaking, thinking of this, Iger also pondered, took the senbei on the Jinping table, and took 2 bites. I'm afraid they still don't know what the Sea King is. Otherwise, they should have done it long ago. Yes, they should not know for the time being, but a lot of people have been sent to investigate in various places in the Murloc country. Jinping nodded, agreeing with Iger's inference, and reached out to add a cup of tea to the cup in front of Iger, and in their actions, it seems that some shadows of CP0 can always be seen. After speaking, Jinbei still looked at the perch head sitting beside him with some anxiety, but at this moment the latter didn't seem to care what the two were talking about. His eyes were closed, and he seemed to be sleeping quite well. Deep, but in fact this guy is shaking all over. His heart is all over his throat is shaking uncontrollably, his eyeballs are moving repeatedly under his eyelids, but there is no sound at all. Dare to send it out. You must have broken into the wolf's den. I should have ignored the threats of these two people just now, just turned my head and left. See what these two guys are talking about after closing the door? This. Are you sure it's not two extreme horrors? In just a few words, it directly covers some of the most dangerous things in the world. Kaido, one of the 4 sea emperors who traverse the sea today, his combat power is absolutely devastating. Auntie, her full name is Charlotte Lingling, and her title is Big Mom. She is a sea emperor whose strength is not inferior to that of Kaido just now. There is even a mention of the role of CP0. Isn't this the personnel of the espionage agency affiliated to the world's official government? How can it be related to the current Fishman country? The thing that makes this perch head feel cold the most is the Sea King, one of the legendary ancient weapons. It is said that it can call on all the Sea Kings in the world, a proper weapon of war. According to the legend, anyone with the power of an ancient weapon can compete for the world. Are these two people the ones who have something to do with this level of incident? The base head has already felt that his head is not safe, but anyway, things haven't gotten out of hand yet. Iger reacted for a while. With his current combat power, it is a bit reluctant to fight against the 4 emperors. If you add ancient weapons, it is estimated that it will be GG directly. Anyway, let's make sure they don't get ancient weapons. Besides, Kaido's guy will probably want to kill me. That's it.